Dive into a sweeping tale of passion and peril, set against the misty shores of a coastal town. A heart torn between duty and desire navigates a treacherous path, where the call of the sea and the pull of forbidden love clash with societal expectations. This audiobook blends romance, suspense, and the wild spirit of the ocean, offering listeners an immersive escape into a world of secrets, storms, and unbreakable bonds. Chapter 1: The Whispering Fog of Monterey. The fog rolled in off the Pacific like a shroud, thick and silent, swallowing the familiar edges of Monterey. It clung to the wooden planks of the wharf, dripped from the eaves of the canneries, and muffled the cries of the gulls wheeling overhead until they sounded like ghosts lamenting lost shores. Sophia Serrano pulled her shawl tighter, the damp wool a scant defense against the chill that seeped not just into her clothes, but into her bones, into the quiet hollow where her spirit felt it resided these days. She walked with a steady, measured pace along the waterfront, a path she trod often, though seldom with any particular destination in mind. It was more an escape, a brief reprieve from the sturdy, respectable house on Alvarado Street, from the scent of beeswax and lapsang souchong tea, from the weight of expectations that settled upon her shoulders as surely as the fog settled upon the bay. Here, amidst the pungent aroma of salt, tar, fish, and damp decay, she felt a measure of anonymity. The fog was a curtain, hiding her from prying eyes, allowing the carefully composed mask she wore for her family, for Monterey society, for Arthur, to slip just a little. Arthur, her fiancé, the name itself felt solid, reliable, like the heavy oak furniture in her father's study. Arthur Ainsworth, heir to a prosperous shipping concern in San Francisco, a man of impeccable manners, predictable habits, and a calm, unwavering gaze that promised stability. He was, by all accounts, a fine match. Her mother reminded her of this daily, her voice laced with a satisfaction that bordered on triumph. Her father, a man more comfortable with ledgers than emotions, had nodded his gruff approval, seeing the union as a prudent merging of mercantile interests, a securing of Sophia's future in a world that offered few secure harbors for a woman alone. And Sophia? She felt nothing, or rather, a dull ache of resignation, a quiet dread that masqueraded as maidenly modesty. She was 27, an age where spinsterhood loomed like another kind of fog, gray and undefined. She had seen the pitying glances, heard the hushed whispers when other girls her age, younger girls, were married off. Arthur's proposal had been less a whirlwind romance and more a sensible negotiation, conducted with the polite distance of a business transaction. He admired her composure, her quiet grace, her lineage. The Serranos, though not wealthy, were one of the old California families, lending a touch of history and respectability that complemented his newer, sharper fortune. He had presented the ring, a modest pearl surrounded by small diamonds, its coolness mirroring the lack of fire in his touch, in his kiss. She had accepted because it was expected, because it was sensible, because the alternative seemed too bleak to contemplate. But here by the water's edge, the bleakness felt different. It was vast, untamed, mirroring the restless churn of the ocean hidden beneath the fog's embrace. The rhythmic sigh of the waves against the piling seemed to echo a longing deep within her, a yearning for something unnamed, something more than duty and decorum. She stopped near the end of a pier, leaning against a thick, salt-crusted piling. The wood was rough beneath her gloved hand, splintered and scarred by time and tide. Below, the water swirled, dark and mysterious, hiding its depths. The sounds of the working harbor filtered through the mist, the rhythmic clang of a hammer from a boatyard, the creak of ropes straining against their moorings, the guttural shouts of fishermen sorting their catch, their voices rough and real, stripped of polite veneer. She watched as a group of them hauled nets heavy with glistening sardines onto the dock, their movements efficient, their faces weathered by sun and sea. They laughed, swore, wiped sweat from their brows, their lives dictated by the unpredictable moods of the ocean, yet possessed of a raw vitality that seemed utterly alien to the drawing rooms and parlors she inhabited. There was hardship here, danger even, but there was also life, unvarnished, immediate, pulsing with a chaotic energy. A shiver traced its way down her spine, unrelated to the cold. It was the familiar ghost of discontent, the sense that her own life was unfolding behind thick glass, muted and distant. She was observing, always observing, never truly participating. Her days were measured in needlepoint stitches, polite conversations, guest lists for afternoon teas, fittings for a wedding trousseau that felt like a costume for a role she hadn't auditioned for. The wedding was 3 months away, planned for the spring, when the fog might momentarily lift and the wildflowers would carpet the hillsides in a fleeting blaze of color. A beautiful time for a wedding, everyone said. A beautiful cage, Sophia thought, the treasonous thought flashing before she could suppress it. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, trying to conjure Arthur's face, trying to feel a flicker of warmth, of anticipation. Only the calm, steady gaze materialized, offering security, but no spark. She imagined their life together in San Francisco, elegant dinners, evenings at the opera, managing a household staff, bearing children who would carry the Ainsworth name. It was a life many women dreamed of, a life of comfort and privilege. Why did it feel like a gilded sentence? Why did the scent of fish and brine seem more real, more compelling than the expensive French perfume Arthur had sent her? A deep, resonant blast echoed through the fog, the horn of a large vessel navigating the unseen channel. It was lower, more powerful than the familiar sounds of the local fishing fleet or the coastal steamers. A stranger's voice in the gray stillness. Sophia straightened, peering into the opaque wall of white that obscured the outer bay. Sometimes foreign ships sought shelter here, whalers from New England, traders carrying goods from far-flung ports, their crews bringing tales and troubles from across the vast expanse of the sea. They were transient, unpredictable elements in the staid rhythm of Monterey life, regarded with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion by the townsfolk. Her mother disapproved vehemently of Sophia's solitary walks along the wharf. "It's unseemly, Sophia," she'd fretted just that morning, her hands fluttering like trapped birds. Goodness knows what rough sort you might encounter. Sailors, fishermen, transients. It's not safe. And what would Arthur think? What indeed? Arthur, she suspected, wouldn't approve, but likely wouldn't voice his disapproval directly. He would simply steer her gently but firmly toward more appropriate pastimes, reinforcing the invisible boundaries of her world. The thought chafed. She was not a child to be protected from bogeymen, nor a delicate flower that might wilt under the gaze of a common fisherman. She was a woman, with thoughts, feelings, and a simmering frustration that had nowhere to go. She lingered, listening as the ship's horn sounded again, closer this time. There was a subtle shift in the sounds around her, a slight increase in activity near the customs house, a few figures emerging from the fog-bound buildings, drawn by the arrival. An unfamiliar energy pulsed beneath the usual hum of the harbor. A large merchant vessel, perhaps, or something else. She traced the rim of the piling with her finger, feeling the ingrained salt, the dampness. This place, this edge of the world, where the known land dissolved into the mysterious sea, had always called to her. As a child, she'd escaped her governess to scramble over the rocks, collecting shells and dreaming of voyages to lands depicted in her father's leather-bound atlas. Those dreams had faded, replaced by the practicalities of womanhood, the expectations of her class. But the sea still whispered of possibilities, of freedom she couldn't quite articulate. The fog seemed to thin for a moment, swirling like disturbed smoke. Through a momentary gap, she caught a glimpse of a dark shape looming in the bay. The high masts and intricate rigging of a large sailing ship, larger than the usual coastal traders. Its profile was different, foreign somehow. Not American, not Spanish, Greek, perhaps, or Italian. Tales sometimes circulated of Mediterranean crews, men with dark eyes and passionate temperaments, their lives as different from the carefully ordered existence of Monterey's leading families as the deep ocean was from a manicured garden. The gap closed as quickly as it had opened, the fog thickening again, reclaiming the ship, leaving only the haunting echo of its horn and the image imprinted on Sophia's mind. A sudden, inexplicable tremor went through her, a premonition sharp as a shard of ice. It wasn't fear, exactly, but a jolt of awareness, a sense that something had shifted, that the arrival of this unseen vessel was more than just a routine event. It felt like a stone dropped into the still pond of her life, the ripples spreading outwards, disturbing the placid surface. She thought again of Arthur, of the wedding dress being stitched with tiny seed pearls, of the life laid out before her like a perfectly set table, solid, secure, suffocating. A gull cried out nearby, a sharp, piercing sound that cut through the muffling fog. It sounded like a warning, or perhaps a summons. With a sigh that mingled regret and a strange, unwelcome flicker of anticipation, Sophia turned away from the sea. The walk back up the hill to Alvarado Street felt longer than usual, each step heavier than the last. The fog seemed to follow her, wrapping around the neat houses, the respectable storefronts, muting the sounds of the town, whispering secrets she couldn't yet decipher. The scent of the sea clung to her shawl, a wild, briny perfume that felt like a betrayal of the lavender sachets tucked in her linen drawers. She carried the image of the hidden ship, the echo of its horn, and the unsettling tremor deep within her, a premonition that the carefully constructed world she inhabited was about to encounter the unpredictable, untamed force of the ocean, and perhaps of her own long-dormant heart. The whispering fog seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Chapter 2. A Stranger's Shadow by the Wharf. 2 days later, the fog remained, a stubborn guest reluctant to relinquish its hold on Monterey. It thinned slightly under the weak afternoon sun, turning from an opaque shroud to a translucent veil, revealing the harbor in hazy, softened detail. And there, moored at the longest pier, dwarfing the familiar fishing boats and coastal steamers, sat the foreign ship. Sophia had learned its name, whispered among the townsfolk with a mixture of curiosity and unease. The Ariadne, Greek registry, laden, rumor had it, with olive oil, wine, and perhaps less licit cargo, bound eventually for San Francisco, but seeking temporary anchorage and supplies in Monterey Bay. Despite her mother's renewed pleas and Arthur's politely expressed concern, during his brief, dutiful visit the previous evening. "My dear Sophia, the waterfront is hardly a place for a lady of your standing, especially with, well, foreign crews about." Sophia found her steps leading her back towards the sea. She told herself it was merely for the air, for the invigorating tang of salt that seemed to clear her head, momentarily washing away the cloying scent of propriety and expectation that permeated the Serrano household. But deep down, a restless curiosity gnawed at her, the same unsettling tremor she'd felt when the Ariadne's horn first cut through the fog. The wharf hummed with a different energy today. The usual rhythm of fishermen mending nets, merchants overseeing cargo, and dockhands lounging had been overlaid with a new, distinct element: the crew of the Ariadne. They moved with an easy, almost predatory grace, their voices a low melodic murmur of unfamiliar Greek, punctuated by laughter that sounded rougher, less constrained than the polite chuckles Sophia was accustomed to. Their faces were darker, weathered by suns fiercer than California's coastal rays, their eyes holding the deep, reflective quality of the sea itself. They wore simple, practical clothes, rough-spun trousers, knit caps, sturdy boots, yet carried themselves with an air of defiant independence that set them apart. Sophia kept her distance, pulling the brim of her modest bonnet lower, trying to appear as just another townswoman running an errand, though few ladies ventured this close to the berthed ships without specific business. She watched from the periphery as barrels were unloaded, ropes coiled with practiced efficiency, crates shifted with grunts and shouts. There was a raw physicality to their work, a direct engagement with the world that felt startlingly alive compared to the ledger books and calling cards that defined her father's and Arthur's existence. She saw the way some of the local women averted their gazes, clutching their market baskets tighter, while others cast furtive, appraising glances towards the sailors. She saw the suspicion in the eyes of the Monterey men, a territorial resentment, mixed perhaps with a grudging respect for the seamanship that had brought the Ariadne across such vast distances. These Greeks were outsiders, disruptors of the established order, their presence a reminder of the wide, unpredictable world that lay beyond the sheltering curve of the bay. Sophia felt a strange kinship with that disruption, a secret resonance with their foreignness. Wasn't she, too, an outsider in her own life, playing a role assigned to her true self hidden beneath layers of decorum and expectation? She observed a small group of sailors sharing a waterskin near a stack of lumber, their camaraderie easy and unforced. One of them gestured emphatically while telling a story, his companions erupting in boisterous laughter. The sound was unguarded, genuine. It struck Sophia how seldom she heard such unrestrained mirth in her own circles, where amusement was typically expressed with a polite smile or a muted titter. Her gaze drifted over the men, searching, though she wasn't sure for whom or what. Perhaps she sought confirmation of the vague premonition, the sense that this ship's arrival held some significance for her. Her eyes scanned the deck of the Ariadne, noting the intricate rigging, the weathered wood, the faint scent of spices and brine that drifted on the damp air. Figures moved about, busy with shipboard tasks, their forms partially obscured by the lingering mist and the forest of masts and ropes. Then she saw him. He wasn't part of the laughing group near the lumber, nor was he engaged in the heavy labor of unloading cargo. He stood slightly apart, near the ship's gangway, leaning against the railing, looking not towards the town, but out towards the gray expanse of the sea, the direction from which they had come. Even from this distance, there was something about his stillness, his posture, that set him apart. He wasn't lounging, he was observing, contemplating, his silhouette stark against the muted backdrop of the fog-laden bay. He was tall, lean but broad-shouldered, suggesting a strength honed by physical exertion rather than cultivated leisure. Dark hair, ruffled by the sea breeze, curled slightly at his collar. His profile was sharp, classical almost, like something etched on an ancient coin, a strong jawline, a straight nose. He wore the same simple seaman's attire as the others, yet he wore it differently, with an air of quiet authority or perhaps profound introspection. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the invisible horizon, as if searching for something left behind or anticipating something yet to come. Sophia felt her breath catch. It wasn't just his physical presence, striking though it was the aura surrounding him, a sense of contained intensity, of a past shrouded in the same mist that clung to the harbor, of a soul that knew depths she couldn't begin to fathom. He was the embodiment of the unknown, the allure and the danger of the world beyond her carefully circumscribed life. She quickly lowered her gaze, flushing, annoyed at her own reaction. What was she doing, staring like a mesmerized fool at a common sailor? A foreigner, no less. Her mother's warnings echoed in her ears. Arthur's placid, trusting face swam before her eyes, accompanied by a pang of guilt, sharp as a needle prick. She belonged to Arthur, to the life he represented. This man, this ship, this entire scene was an anomaly, a fleeting distraction she should ignore. Resolutely, she turned to leave, forcing her steps towards the familiar streets leading away from the wharf. But her feet felt leaden, reluctant. She paused near a fish stall, pretending to inspect the silvery catch laid out on chipped ice, the sharp, clean smell momentarily grounding her. She could still feel the stranger's presence behind her, even though she wasn't looking. It was like sensing a change in the atmospheric pressure before a storm. A sudden commotion near the gangway made her glance back involuntarily. A crate, improperly secured, had slipped from a loading sling, tumbling towards the dock with a crash. Shouts erupted in Greek and accented English. Men scrambled. For a heart-stopping moment, it looked as if a young boy, one of the local urchins who perpetually haunted the wharf, might be caught beneath the falling weight. But before anyone else could react, the man by the railing moved. He launched himself forward with astonishing speed and agility, not towards the crate, but towards the boy. He didn't shout. His movement was pure instinctual reaction. He swept the child up in one fluid motion, pulling him back against the pilings, just as the heavy wooden box smashed onto the dock, where the boy had stood moments before, splintering wood flying through the air. It was over in seconds. The boy, wide-eyed with terror, clung to the stranger's neck. The sailor set him down gently, murmuring something in Greek, his voice low and calm, though Sophia couldn't understand the words. He ruffled the boy's already messy hair, a gesture surprisingly tender. Then he turned his attention to the disorganized loading crew, his expression hardening, his voice cutting through the babble with sharp, commanding tones. Though the language was foreign, the authority was unmistakable. The other sailors fell silent, listening intently, their earlier boisterousness replaced by a focused deference. Sophia stood frozen, her feigned interest in the fish forgotten. She had seen not just his profile now, but his face briefly, as he turned. His eyes, dark and piercing, had swept over the small crowd that had gathered, assessing the situation. Missing nothing. They hadn't lingered on her, hadn't even registered her presence. yet she felt as if she had been caught in their intense beam. They were eyes that had seen hardship, perhaps violence, yet held a core of stillness, of deep, unwavering resolve. And in the brief moment with the boy, a surprising flicker of gentleness. He wasn't just a shadow anymore. He was real, dangerous perhaps, in ways she couldn't comprehend, but undeniably real and compelling. The foreman of the dock crew hurried over, apologizing profusely. The Greek sailor listened impassively, nodded curtly, then turned back towards his ship, dismissing the incident and the onlookers with a subtle turn of his shoulder. He climbed the gangway with the same quiet grace he'd shown earlier, disappearing onto the deck, leaving behind a ripple of unsettled silence and the lingering scent of brine and something else, something wild and unfamiliar. Sophia's heart was pounding, a frantic bird trapped against her ribs, the near accident, the stranger's swift intervention, his commanding presence, the brief glimpse of tenderness, it all coalesced into a confusing vortex of emotion. Fear, fascination, guilt, and a strange, exhilarating sense of having witnessed something significant, something that resonated with the hidden, restless part of herself. She finally forced herself to turn away, truly this time, her steps quickening as she hurried up the street, away from the wharf, away from the Ariadne, away from the unsettling gaze of the foreign sailor. But the image of him remained, imprinted on her mind. The dark hair, the intense eyes, the effortless strength, the shadow of the sea clinging to him. He was a disturbance, a foreign element that threatened the calm surface of her life. Yet, as the fog began to close in again, obscuring the harbor behind her, she couldn't shake the feeling that this stranger's shadow had already fallen across her path, and that avoiding it might prove more difficult and perhaps less desirable than she could ever admit, even to herself. The secure future promised by Arthur suddenly felt thinner, more fragile, like the fog itself, easily pierced by a single compelling shadow from the sea. Chapter 3. The Weight of a Promised Hand. The Serrano house stood sentinel on Alvarado Street, its adobe walls thick and cool, its polished wooden floors reflecting the muted light filtering through lace curtains. Here the wildness of the coast was tamed, held at bay by beeswax polish, the scent of dried lavender, and the quiet, insistent tick of the grandfather clock in the hall. It was a world away from the raw, salt-laced air of the wharf, a world Sophia had retreated to, seeking refuge from the unsettling images that lingered from her encounter near the Ariadne. She sat in the parlor, needlepoint stretched taut in its hoop, the intricate pattern of roses demanding focus she couldn't quite muster. Her needle paused mid-stitch, her gaze drifting towards the window, though all she could see was the meticulously tended garden, the cypress hedge forming a neat, impenetrable boundary. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing a pale, indifferent sky, but the memory of the gray shroud and the dark figure silhouetted against it remained vivid. The sailor. Dmitri, she'd heard someone murmur his name down by the docks yesterday, a name as foreign and resonant as the ship he served. Dmitri. Her fingers tightened on the needle. She forced her attention back to the canvas, to the half-finished pink bloom. Pink for love, for happiness, for bridal hopes. Each tiny stitch felt like a lie, a reinforcement of the facade she presented to the world, to her family, to Arthur, especially to Arthur. The pearl on her left hand caught the light, gleaming with a soft, understated luster. Arthur had chosen it himself, explaining with quiet satisfaction that its purity and simplicity reminded him of her. At the time, she had accepted the compliment with a polite murmur, feeling a vague sense of unease at being likened to something so cool, so perfectly contained. Now the ring felt heavy, a tangible symbol of the promise she had made, the future she had agreed to. It was a weight not just on her finger, but on her spirit, anchoring her to a fate that felt increasingly alien. "Sophia, dear, are you quite well? You seem distracted." Her mother's voice, laced with its customary blend of affection and anxiety, broke the silence. Isabella Serrano entered the parlor, carrying a small silver tray bearing delicate teacups and a plate of thin biscuits. She moved with a practiced grace, her movements economical, her posture erect despite the slight stoop of her shoulders, a legacy of years spent upholding the standards of propriety expected of a Serrano. Sophia offered a small, hopefully convincing smile. "Perfectly well, Mama. Just contemplating the pattern. It's rather intricate." Isabella set the tray down on the low table, her sharp eyes scanning Sophia's face. Mothers possessed a keen intuition, Sophia knew, an ability to sense the unspoken anxieties that lurked beneath placid surfaces. "You've been quiet these past few days, ever since that foreign ship arrived." She poured the tea, the fragrant steam rising in the still air. "I do wish you wouldn't wander down to the wharf alone. It worries me so. You hear such stories about those sailors. Rough men, far from home." "They were merely unloading cargo, Mama," Sophia replied, trying to keep her tone light. "And one of them prevented a nasty accident. He saved little Mateo Garcia from being crushed by a crate." She omitted the part about the sailor's arresting presence, the jolt she'd felt under his gaze. Her mother shuddered delicately. "An accident waiting to happen, with such chaos. It only proves my point. It's not a suitable place for a young lady, especially one who is soon to be married." She handed Sophia a cup, the fine porcelain warm against her fingers. "Arthur is coming this afternoon. He sent word. Perhaps a drive would be pleasant. The air might do you good." Arthur. His name was spoken like a talisman, a ward against the unsettling influences of the outside world. He represented safety, predictability, the well-ordered life her mother craved for her. Sophia forced another smile. "Yes, Mama, that would be pleasant." She sipped her tea, the familiar bergamot flavor, usually soothing, now tasting flat. Pleasant. Was that the highest aspiration her life held? Pleasant afternoons, pleasant conversations, a pleasant, unremarkable existence, stretching ahead like an endless, featureless road? The image of the sailor, Dmitri, flashed again in her mind. The intensity in his eyes, the coiled energy in his stance, the way he moved with purpose, commanding attention without uttering a word, in a language she could understand. There was nothing merely pleasant about him. He was a storm contained, a force of nature barely held in check. The contrast with Arthur could not have been starker. Arthur arrived precisely at the appointed hour, his carriage pulling up smoothly, his groom immaculate. He entered the Serrano home with the quiet confidence of a man entirely comfortable in his station, his movements precise, his attire impeccable, a well-cut suit, polished boots, a cravat tied just so. He greeted Isabella with practiced courtesy, inquired after Sophia's father's health, away on business in Salinas, and then turned to Sophia, his gaze calm, steady, and filled with a gentle, possessive affection that made her skin crawl. "Sophia, my dear." He took her hand, the one bearing his ring, and pressed a light, dry kiss to her knuckles. His touch was cool, lacking the heat she imagined might radiate from the sailor's calloused palm. "You look lovely today. That color suits you." She wore pale blue, a color deemed appropriate for a young woman of gentle breeding. She felt like a porcelain doll, dressed and presented for admiration. "Thank you, Arthur. It's good to see you." The words felt hollow, rehearsed. They took the promised drive, Arthur handling the reins with competent skill, guiding the matched pair of bays along the dusty road that led away from the town, towards the rolling hills inland. He spoke of his business interests in San Francisco, of the fluctuations in shipping prices, of a minor dispute with a customs official that he had resolved with firm but polite negotiation. He spoke of their future home, describing the alterations he planned, the new wallpaper selected for the drawing room, the view of the city from the bay window. He spoke of their future, but Sophia felt like a spectator listening to a narrative about someone else's life. She nodded, murmured appropriate responses, kept her gaze fixed on the passing landscape oak trees, draped in moss, golden grasses rippling in the breeze, the distant blue line of the Santa Lucia Mountains. It was beautiful, serene, yet it felt confining compared to the vast, turbulent expanse of the ocean she had glimpsed through the fog. "Are you happy, Sophia?" Arthur asked unexpectedly, his voice softer than usual, breaking into her reverie. The question startled her. She turned to look at him, surprised by the directness. His expression was earnest, his steady gray eyes searching her face. For a moment, she saw not just the reliable businessman, the pillar of society, but a man genuinely concerned for her well-being, a man who believed he was offering her the best possible life. A wave of guilt washed over her. He was a good man, kind in his own way, dependable. Why couldn't she feel the affection, the gratitude, the simple contentment she was supposed to feel? "Of course, Arthur." She lied, the words sticking in her throat. "You are very good to me. Our future, it will be very comfortable." He seemed satisfied with her answer, patting her hand gently where it rested on the seat between them. "Comfortable, yes, and secure. That's important, Sophia. In this world, security is paramount. I intend to provide that for you always." He smiled, a small, self-assured smile. No unnecessary risks, no unpredictable storms, just a calm passage. A calm passage, the words echoed strangely, contrasting sharply with the image of the Ariadne, a vessel built to withstand the fiercest gales, manned by those who lived intimately with risk and unpredictability. Was a calm passage truly what she wanted? Or did some perverse hidden part of her yearn for the storm, for the thrill and terror of navigating turbulent waters? She looked down at her hand, resting lightly under his. The pearl ring gleamed. It felt like a manacle, exquisitely crafted, but a restraint nonetheless. The weight of his hand, meant to be reassuring, felt possessive, staking a claim she wasn't sure she wanted granted. The weight of her promised hand. It was the weight of expectations, of family duty, of societal approval, of a future meticulously planned and devoid of passion. As they drove back towards Monterey, the conversation shifted to the upcoming Fishermen's Festival, an annual event marked by blessings of the fleet, feasting, and general merriment down by the wharf. Arthur spoke of attending the more formal ball associated with it, hosted by the mayor. "We should make an appearance, naturally," he stated, already planning their social obligations. Sophia's mind, however, drifted to the less formal aspects of the festival, the celebration down by the water. Would the crew of the Ariadne participate? Would he be there? The thought sent a forbidden thrill through her, immediately followed by a fresh wave of guilt. She had no business thinking of the Greek sailor, no right to feel this flicker of anticipation at the thought of seeing him again. She belonged to Arthur, to the calm passage he offered. Yet, as Arthur helped her down from the carriage in front of her house, his touch lingering perhaps a moment longer than necessary, she felt a sudden desperate urge to pull away, to run back towards the sea, towards the raw, untamed energy she had sensed there. She forced herself to stand still, to smile politely, to thank him for the pleasant drive. He tipped his hat, his gaze lingering on her face. "Until tomorrow, my dear." He seemed oblivious to the turmoil behind her carefully composed expression, seeing only the demure fiancée he expected her to be. As his carriage rolled away, Sophia remained standing for a moment on the path, the scent of dust and horse mingling with the faint, persistent smell of the distant sea. She looked down at her hand, at the gleaming pearl. Its weight felt almost unbearable now, a constant reminder of the choice she had made, the promise she had given. A promise made with her head, not her heart. And her heart, she was beginning to fear, was a treacherous, unpredictable current, pulling her towards a shore she wasn't supposed to long for, towards a shadow lurking just beyond the edge of her respectable world. The weight of her promised hand felt heavier than any anchor, yet she sensed a rising tide within her, threatening to tear her free. Chapter 4. Salt Spray and Stolen Moments. The days leading up to the Fisherman's Festival unfolded with a suffocating predictability that tightened around Sophia's chest like a corset laced too tight. Each morning brought the same routine: polite breakfast conversation with her mother, needlework in the parlor, perhaps a carefully chaperoned visit to a neighbor, or a brief, circumspect walk through the quieter streets of Monterey, far from the lure of the harbor. Arthur called twice more, bringing bouquets of hothouse flowers, whose perfect, scentless blooms seemed to mock the wild, salt-tanged air she secretly craved. He discussed wedding plans with her mother, his calm pronouncements about guest lists and catering arrangements sounding like the tolling of a bell, marking the final hours of her freedom. Sophia played her part, nodding, smiling faintly, offering opinions when prompted, but her mind was elsewhere. It drifted constantly towards the waterfront, towards the towering masts of the Ariadne, towards the memory of dark, intense eyes, and a presence that felt both dangerous and undeniably alive. She felt like a fraud, sitting amongst the chintz cushions and polished mahogany, her fingers fumbling with silk threads while her soul yearned for the rough-hewn reality of the wharf, the cry of the gulls, the rhythmic sigh of the waves, the unsettling thrill of glimpsing the Greek sailor, Dimitri. Guilt was her constant companion, a shadow clinging closer than her own. She was betraying Arthur, her family, the future they had so carefully arranged for her, all for a fascination with a man she didn't know, a man whose life was utterly alien to hers. A common sailor, her practical side whispered scornfully. A transient, likely rough, possibly involved in illicit dealings. Her ingrained sense of propriety warned. But another voice, deeper and more insistent, whispered of something else: strength, depth, a connection to a world unbound by the stifling rules that governed her own. She needed to see the ocean again, not the placid, distant view from the upper windows of the house, but the raw, immediate presence of it. She needed the sting of salt spray on her face, the smell of brine and fish, the sounds of the working harbor that, strangely, felt more authentic than the hushed tones of her own home. But how? Her mother's vigilance had increased since the Ariadne's arrival, and Arthur's gentle possessiveness made solitary excursions seem like acts of rebellion. An opportunity presented itself, mundane yet welcome. Cook needed a specific type of dried chili pepper, only reliably found at a small shop near the lower end of Alvarado Street, perilously close to the edge of the harbor district. Usually one of the servants would be dispatched, but Sophia, feigning a desire for fresh air and a specific choice of peppers, volunteered with an eagerness that surprised even herself. Her mother hesitated, her brow furrowed with concern, but Sophia maintained an air of calm practicality. "It's broad daylight, Mama, and Senora Lopez's shop is perfectly respectable. I shall only be a moment." Reluctantly, Isabella agreed, extracting a promise that Sophia would go directly there and back, without dawdling. Armed with her basket and her excuse, Sophia set off, her heart beating a little faster than the brisk walk warranted. The air grew saltier, the sounds louder, as she descended the gentle slope towards the waterfront. She kept her eyes downcast, focusing on the dusty street, trying to ignore the magnetic pull towards the piers. Senora Lopez's shop was small and dim, smelling richly of spices, dried herbs, and cured meats. Sophia took her time selecting the peppers, exchanging pleasantries with the stout, aproned owner, forcing herself to concentrate on the mundane task. But as she stepped back out into the hazy sunlight, basket-laden, the sounds and smells of the harbor beckoned irresistibly. The Ariadne still dominated the main pier, its dark hull immense against the backdrop of the bay. Figures moved on its deck, and the familiar sounds of loading and ship maintenance drifted on the air. Just a quick glance, she told herself, just to see the water. She edged closer, keeping to the edge of the bustling activity, using stacks of crates and coils of rope as partial cover. Her gaze swept the scene, taking in the fishermen mending nets, the gulls squabbling over discarded fish heads, the dockhands shouting and laughing, and then inevitably, her eyes found him. Dmitri stood near the stern of the Ariadne, overseeing the mending of a large sail spread across a section of the dock. He wasn't stripped to the waist like some of the other sailors working under the weak sun, but his shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing strong forearms, tanned dark by the elements. He moved with purpose, examining the stitching, pointing out flaws, his gestures economical, his focus absolute. He spoke occasionally to the men working with him, his voice low but carrying, the Greek words flowing like a current. Sophia watched, hidden behind a stack of barrels, her breath held tight. There was an intensity about him, even in this mundane task, a seriousness that hinted at the burdens he might carry. He wasn't smiling or laughing like the men she'd seen days before. Today his expression was somber, almost brooding, his dark brows slightly furrowed as he concentrated on the work. He looked older somehow, marked by experiences she couldn't imagine. Suddenly he looked up, not at her, but towards the mouth of the bay, his gaze distant, searching. He stood motionless for a long moment, the sea breeze ruffling his dark hair, his profile sharp against the gray water. What did he see out there? What thoughts occupied that fiercely private mind? Was he thinking of home, of battles fought, of loves lost? The mystery surrounding him deepened, drawing her in further. He turned his head slowly, his gaze sweeping impassively over the wharf, a captain surveying his domain. Sophia shrank back instinctively, her heart hammering against her ribs. Had he seen her? His eyes passed over her hiding spot without pausing, without any sign of recognition. She released her breath in a shaky sigh, half relieved, half inexplicably disappointed. She knew she should leave, return home with her chili peppers and her guilty conscience. Staying here was madness, courting discovery, inviting speculation. Yet she lingered, rooted to the spot, caught in the gravitational pull of his presence. She watched as he bent back over the sail, tracing a line with his finger, explaining something to one of the other sailors. The man nodded respectfully, his attention rapt. Even amongst his own crew, Dmitri commanded a quiet authority. A gust of wind whipped across the pier, stronger than before, carrying with it a fine mist of salt spray. It caught the edge of Sophia's bonnet, threatening to lift it from her head. She reached up quickly to secure it, her basket bumping against the barrels. A small cascade of dried peppers spilled onto the dusty planks at her feet. Mortified, Sophia knelt quickly, scrambling to gather the escaped chilies, her cheeks burning. She fumbled, her gloved fingers clumsy, acutely aware of her exposed position, praying no one had noticed her mishap. Allow me? The voice was deep, accented, spoken softly but directly behind her. Sophia froze, her hand hovering over a bright red pepper. Slowly, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, she looked up. Dmitri stood there towering over her, his shadow falling across the scattered chilies. He must have moved with the silence and speed of a predator, because she hadn't heard him approach. His dark eyes, no longer distant, were fixed on her, narrowed slightly, not with suspicion, but with a disconcerting intensity, as if he were trying to see past the bonnet, past the modest dress, into the very core of her being. Close up, she could see the fine lines etched around his eyes, testament to sun and sea, and perhaps sleepless nights. A faint scar, thin and white, traced a line near his temple, disappearing into his hairline, a hint of violence in his past. He bent down gracefully, his movements fluid despite his size, and began picking up the fallen peppers, his large, calloused hands surprisingly deft. He didn't speak again immediately, the silence stretching between them, thick with unspoken awareness. Sophia remained kneeling, unable to move, mesmerized by the proximity, by the unexpected intimacy of this simple, shared task. The scent of the sea, strong and clean, clung to him, mingled with something else, the faint aroma of tobacco, perhaps, and a unique, masculine scent that was entirely his own. Thank you, she managed finally, her voice barely a whisper, sounding breathless even to her own ears. It was clumsy of me. He dropped the last few peppers into her outstretched hand, his fingers brushing hers for a fleeting instant. A jolt, sharp and electric, shot up her arm, startlingly powerful. She drew her hand back as if burned, the peppers nearly spilling again. His eyes met hers, and for a fraction of a second the impassive mask slipped. She saw a flicker of something else: surprise, curiosity, recognition. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a guarded neutrality. He straightened up, looking down at her. The wind plays tricks by the water, he said, his English careful, accented but clear. One must be vigilant. His gaze lingered on her face, taking in her flushed cheeks, her wide eyes, the trembling of her hands. He seemed to be waiting for something, though she couldn't fathom what. Sophia scrambled to her feet, clutching her basket, acutely aware of how flustered she must appear. Yes, thank you again, Senor. She trailed off, suddenly realizing she didn't know how to address him. Dmitri felt far too familiar. A ghost of a smile touched his lips, softening the severity of his expression for a brief moment. Dmitri Papadakis, and you are? He knew she wasn't one of the usual wharf women. Her clothes, her speech, her very bearing marked her as belonging to a different world. Telling him her name felt dangerous, like giving him a key, however small, to that world. Yet withholding it felt churlish, suspicious. Sophia Serrano, she murmured, unable to meet his direct gaze. Sophia, he repeated, the name sounding different on his tongue, exotic, imbued with the cadence of his own language. A name like... He paused, searching for the word. Music. Her blush deepened. No one had ever described her name that way. Arthur spoke it with affection, her parents with familiarity. But Dimitri's quiet observation made it sound new, special. Footsteps crunched nearby. One of the Greek sailors approached, saying something urgent to Dimitri in their own tongue. Dimitri listened intently, his expression becoming serious again. He gave a curt nod, then turned back to Sophia. The brief moment of connection, fragile as sea foam, dissolved. The captain replaced the man. Forgive me, Senorita Serrano. Duty calls. He gave her a slight, almost formal bow, a gesture oddly courtly for a sailor on a working dock. Then, without another glance, he strode away, instantly absorbed back into the life of his ship, leaving Sophia standing alone amidst the barrels, the scent of chili peppers mingling with the lingering aura of his presence. She watched him go, her hand still tingling where his fingers had brushed hers. Salt spray, carried on the wind, misted her face, cool and sharp. It felt like a baptism, washing away the last vestiges of her composure, leaving her raw and trembling. That brief exchange, those few words, the electric touch, it was a stolen moment, charged with a significance far outweighing its brevity. He knew her name now. He had looked at her, truly looked at her, and seen. What? Shaken, she finally turned and hurried away from the wharf, her errand forgotten, her carefully constructed composure shattered. The weight of the pearl ring on her finger felt heavier than ever, a cold counterpoint to the warmth that had sparked within her at Dimitri's touch. Back in the quiet respectability of Alvarado Street, the scent of salt and sea clung stubbornly to her clothes, a reminder of the forbidden territory she had trespassed upon, and the dangerous current that threatened to pull her further from the safe harbor she was promised, towards an ocean of unknown depth and perilous allure. The Fisherman's Festival loomed, no longer just a social obligation, but a potential nexus of desire and danger, a stage upon which her carefully balanced world might irrevocably tilt. Chapter 5. Beneath the cypress boughs. The house felt smaller with each passing hour, the walls closing in, the scent of beeswax and propriety becoming an oppressive weight. Sophia moved through the familiar rooms like a ghost, her footsteps echoing hollowly on the polished floors. Arthur had visited again that morning, full of plans for the mayor's ball during the Fisherman's Festival. He spoke of waltzes and introductions, of reinforcing their standing within Monterey society, his words painting a picture of a future so meticulously ordered, so predictably elegant, that it felt like a beautiful, suffocating tapestry woven thread by thread around her. He'd held her hand, his thumb tracing the circle of the pearl ring, a gesture meant to be affectionate, proprietary, but which felt like the tightening of a silken bond. When he left, The silence he left behind was louder than his conversation. Sophia stood at the parlor window, watching his carriage disappear down Alvarado Street, the familiar clatter of hooves on cobblestone fading into the distance. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, the lace curtain rough against her skin. Outside, the cypress hedge stood dark and unyielding, a manicured barrier against the wilder world beyond. But the wildness was already inside her, a restless tide stirred by the memory of a stranger's gaze, the brief, electric brush of his fingers against hers. Dmitri. His name echoed in the silence, a forbidden cadence. She saw him again, in her mind's eye, leaning against the ship's rail, moving with predatory grace to save the boy, standing over her amidst the scattered chili peppers, his dark eyes holding depths she couldn't fathom. Guilt gnawed at her, sharp and insistent. She was engaged, promised. Arthur was kind, stable, offering her everything a woman was supposed to desire. Yet her thoughts strayed, circling back again and again to the Greek sailor, to the unsettling pull he exerted, like the moon on the tides. "Are you unwell, dear?" Isabella asked, entering the room quietly, her ever-watchful eyes missing nothing. "You have that pinched look about your eyes again." Sophia turned from the window, forcing a semblance of composure. "Just a slight headache, Mama. The air in here feels close." It was more than the air. It was the life itself that felt close, constricting. "I thought perhaps a short walk, some fresh air might clear my head, perhaps up towards the old mission. It's quiet there." Her mother hesitated. The old mission ruins lay further inland, away from the dreaded wharf. But solitude for an engaged woman, especially one exhibiting signs of distraction, was still suspect. "Alone, Sophia? Perhaps Consuela could accompany you?" "No, Mama, please," Sophia insisted, keeping her voice steady. I need some time to think about the wedding plans, Arthur. Everything. Just an hour of quiet." She touched her temple lightly, feigning discomfort. The lie felt slippery, uncomfortable but necessary. Isabella studied her for a long moment, her expression a mixture of concern and resignation. Finally, she sighed. "Very well, but only for an hour, Sophia. And do keep to the main path. Wrap up warmly. The wind can be sharp off the hills." Relief washed over Sophia, quickly followed by a fresh pang of guilt for her deception. Clutching a heavier shawl, she escaped the house, walking quickly, purposefully, not towards the mission, but taking a less frequented path that skirted the edge of the town, leading towards the rugged coastline south of the main harbor, towards a place she hadn't visited since childhood, a place of windswept beauty and quiet solitude, the grove of ancient Monterey cypress trees clinging precariously to the cliffs overlooking the Pacific. The air grew cooler, sharper, carrying the distinct tang of salt and damp earth as she left the town behind. The path narrowed, winding through coastal scrub, the sounds of Monterey fading, replaced by the cry of seabirds and the rhythmic roar of the waves crashing against the rocks below. Ahead, the cypress trees loomed, their forms twisted and sculpted by centuries of wind and sea spray, their dark green foliage dense against the pale sky. They looked ancient, resilient, witnesses to countless tides and seasons, keepers of secrets whispered by the wind. She entered the grove, the light filtering dimly through the dense canopy, dappling the needle-strewn ground. The air here was hushed, scented with resin and the faint, persistent perfume of the sea. It felt like stepping into a natural cathedral, a place removed from time and obligation. She walked deeper, towards the edge of the cliff, where the trees framed a breathtaking vista of the churning gray-green ocean stretching towards the infinite horizon. Far below, waves surged and retreated, carving patterns in the sand, their power both mesmerizing and terrifying. The Ariadne was visible from here, anchored further out in the bay, a dark, solitary shape upon the vast expanse. Seeing it sent a familiar tremor through her. Sophia found a spot sheltered by the gnarled trunk of a particularly large cypress, its bark rough and deeply furrowed like the skin of an ancient mariner. She leaned against it, pulling her shawl tighter, letting the wind whip stray strands of hair across her face. The sheer raw beauty of the place settled over her, momentarily quieting the turmoil within. Here, away from watchful eyes and stifling expectations, she could almost breathe freely. She closed her eyes, listening to the symphony of wind and waves, feeling the solid strength of the ancient tree against her back. She didn't know how long she stood there, lost in the elemental power of the scene, before a sound, subtle but distinct, broke the natural rhythm, the crunch of a footstep on the carpet of dry needles behind her. Her eyes flew open, her heart leaping into her throat. She whirled around, clutching her shawl, expecting perhaps a stray townsperson, or worse, someone sent by her mother. It was Dmitri. He stood just inside the edge of the grove, partially obscured by the shadows and the trunk of another cypress. He wasn't dressed for shore leave. He wore the same practical seaman's clothes as before, suggesting he hadn't come from the town, but perhaps scrambled up a less obvious path from the rocky shore below. He stood perfectly still, watching her, his expression unreadable in the dim, filtered light. For a moment, neither of them moved, the silence stretching, charged with the same electric tension she'd felt on the wharf. Had he followed her? Or was this mere coincidence? Two solitary souls drawn to the same desolate spot? The uncertainty sent a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the wind. He took a step forward, out of the deeper shadows, his gaze never leaving hers. Senorita Serrano. His voice was low, roughened slightly by the wind, the formal address sounding almost ironic in this wild, secluded place. Forgive me, I did not mean to startle you. Sophia struggled to find her voice, her composure utterly deserting her. Mr. Papadakis, what are you doing here? The question sounded abrupt, almost accusatory, though she hadn't intended it that way. He gestured vaguely towards the sea, towards his ship riding at anchor in the distance. Sometimes a man needs solid ground beneath his feet, but the town... He shrugged, a subtle movement of his broad shoulders. It feels crowded, too many eyes. He looked around the cypress grove, his gaze appreciative. This place, it feels older, quieter, like the sea, but still. His words resonated deeply with her own feelings about the suffocating nature of Monterey society. He understood without her having to explain the need for escape, for solitude. It forged an unexpected link between them, bridging the chasm of their different worlds. Yes, she agreed softly, her voice barely audible above the wind. It is quiet here. He moved closer, slowly, cautiously, like a man approaching a wary creature. He stopped a few feet away, respecting her space, yet his proximity felt immense, dominating the small clearing beneath the ancient trees. The scent of the sea was stronger now. Closer. You come here often? He asked, his dark eyes searching her face, trying to read the emotions she knew must be flickering there. Fear, confusion, undeniable curiosity. Not for many years, she admitted. It was a place I loved as a child. Before. She stopped, unwilling to finish the sentence, unwilling to speak of engagements and expectations in this wild haven, before life closed in. He nodded slowly, seeming to understand the unspoken words. Places hold memories, sometimes good, sometimes less so. His gaze drifted back towards the ocean. The sea holds memories too, more than the land, I think. It remembers everything, washes nothing away completely. There was a melancholy note in his voice, a hint of past sorrows, of burdens carried across vast distances. It made him seem less like a dangerous stranger and more like a man marked by loss, by the harsh realities of a life lived on the edge. Sophia felt an unexpected pang of empathy, a desire to understand the shadows she sensed within him. "Is that why you chose a life at sea?" she asked impulsively, emboldened by the solitude, by the strange intimacy of the moment. To be close to those memories, or perhaps to escape them. He turned his intense gaze back to her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes quickly masked. He studied her for a long moment as if weighing his response, deciding how much, if anything, to reveal. "Perhaps both, señorita," he said finally, his voice quiet. "The sea is a harsh mistress. She demands everything, offers freedom and danger in the same breath, like life itself, no?" His words struck a chord deep within her. Freedom and danger in the same breath. Wasn't that exactly what she felt standing here with him, beneath the ancient cypress boughs, the intoxicating freedom of being truly seen, perhaps, coupled with the inherent danger of this forbidden attraction? The wind gusted again, whipping her shawl around her. She shivered, despite the wool's thickness. Dmitri took an instinctive step closer, as if to shield her, his presence a sudden, undeniable warmth in the cool air. They stood inches apart now, close enough for her to see the intricate pattern of his dark irises, the slight furrow between his brows, the pulse beating steadily at the base of his strong throat. "You are cold," he stated, his voice softening almost imperceptibly. "No, She started to protest, but the word died on her lips as his gaze held hers. The air crackled between them, thick with unspoken questions, undeniable awareness. The sounds of the wind and waves seemed to fade into a distant roar, leaving only the frantic pounding of her own heart. He lifted a hand, slowly, hesitantly, as if unsure of his right to do so. His calloused fingertips, roughened by ropes and salt water, brushed a stray strand of wind-blown hair from her cheek. The touch was feather-light, yet it seared her skin, sending that same electric shock through her system, magnified tenfold by the intimacy of the gesture, the vulnerability of the moment. Sophia couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She could only look up into his eyes, seeing her own reflection mirrored in their dark depths, seeing a reflection of the same startled awareness, the same magnetic pull that held her captive. The world narrowed to this single point in time, this small space beneath the sheltering cypress, the vast ocean stretching before them, forgotten for an instant. His hand lingered for a heartbeat longer, his thumb tracing the curve of her cheekbone with surprising gentleness. Then, as if suddenly remembering the chasm between them, the impossibility of this connection, he drew his hand back abruptly. The air felt cold where his touch had been. The guarded mask slipped back into place, though his eyes still held a lingering intensity. "You should not be here alone, Señorita Serrano," he said, his voice regaining its formal, distant tone, though a slight huskiness betrayed the emotion beneath. "It is not safe." Was he warning her about the treacherous cliffs, the isolation, or was he warning her about himself? The ambiguity hung heavy in the air. Perhaps safety is overrated, she heard herself whisper, the words escaping before she could censor them, a raw honesty startling even herself. A muscle tightened in his jaw. He looked away towards the sea again, his profile stark and unyielding. Sometimes, he said quietly, safety is all that keeps us from drowning. The sound of a distant bell tolling from the town drifted up on the wind, marking the hour. Sophia started, reality crashing back in. She had overstayed her time. Her mother would be frantic. Arthur, the mayor's ball, her promise. I must go, she stammered, taking a step back, needing to put distance between them, needing to escape the overwhelming pull of his presence before she did something irrevocably foolish. The pearl ring on her finger felt like ice against her skin. Dmitri didn't try to stop her. He simply watched her, his expression once again unreadable, a mixture of regret and guarded neutrality. Be careful on the path, señorita. She nodded, unable to speak, unable to meet his eyes again. She turned and fled, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground, her heart pounding not with fear, but with a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and terror. She didn't look back, but she could feel his gaze following her until the cypress trees swallowed the path behind her. Back on the road towards town, the ordinary world felt jarringly unreal. The encounter beneath the cypress boughs had been a stolen moment, suspended in time, yet it had changed everything. The connection she'd felt, the spark ignited by his touch, the glimpse of the man behind the sailor's facade, it was no longer mere curiosity. It was something deeper, stronger, and infinitely more dangerous. The weight of her promised hand felt crushing now. The path laid out before her an unbearable prison. As she hurried towards the oppressive safety of her home, the upcoming Fisherman's Festival loomed like a storm on the horizon, a confluence of duty and desire, where the calm passage Arthur promised seemed destined to collide with the turbulent currents pulling her towards Dmitri Papadakis. The quiet grove had offered no peace, only a confirmation of the tempest brewing within her own soul. Chapter 6. The Fisherman's Festival and the Rising Tide. The Fisherman's Festival descended upon Monterey not as a gentle tide, but as a boisterous, surging wave of humanity, noise, and color. It crashed against the staid custom house, spilled onto the wharves, and filled the air with a cacophony that vibrated deep within Sophia's bones. Gone was the usual working rhythm of the harbor, replaced by the strumming of guitars, the reedy call of accordions, the shouts of vendors hawking grilled sardines and sweet pastries, and the unrestrained laughter of people momentarily shedding their daily burdens. Bright paper lanterns and strings of colorful bunting fluttered between masts and storefronts, a cheerful defiance against the persistent coastal haze that softened the late afternoon light. The air, thick with the mingled scents of wood smoke, frying fish, cheap wine, salt water, and sweating crowds, was both intoxicating and overwhelming. Sophia stood beside Arthur, near the entrance to the main wharf, her hand resting lightly, dutifully, on his arm. Her mother had declined to join them for the more raucous daytime festivities, preferring to conserve her energy for the mayor's ball that evening. But she had fussed over Sophia's attire, a sober gray dress, deemed appropriate for mingling near, but not quite in, the heart of the celebration, and issued a final, whispered admonition about maintaining decorum. Arthur, immaculate as ever, in a dark suit that seemed slightly out of place amidst the colorful chaos, surveyed the scene with an air of detached amusement, tinged with faint disapproval. "Quite the spectacle," he remarked, his voice barely audible above the din. "Remarkable how much energy these people expend well, on this." He gestured vaguely towards a group engaged in a boisterous arm wrestling contest near a stack of barrels, their shouts echoing across the pier. Sophia murmured a noncommittal agreement, her gaze sweeping restlessly over the crowd. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the festive music. She felt exposed, vulnerable, caught between the solid, predictable presence of Arthur beside her and the turbulent sea of possibility swirling around them. The Greek sailors were here, identifiable by their darker complexions, their distinct clothing, and an air of watchful otherness. They mingled cautiously with the locals, some joining in the games, others observing from the periphery, their presence adding a layer of unpredictable energy to the proceedings. Was he among them? The question pulsed beneath her carefully maintained composure. "Shall we take a brief stroll?" Arthur suggested, already steering her gently away from the rowdier elements towards the slightly less congested area near the harbor master's office. "We needn't linger long, just long enough to show our faces, support the community spirit, before preparing for the evening." His hand tightened slightly on her arm, a subtle reminder of his claim, of her place beside him. Sophia allowed herself to be led, her eyes still scanning, searching, despite the voice of reason screaming at her to stop, to focus on Arthur, on the safe, secure future he represented. The pearl ring on her finger felt cold, heavy, a stark contrast to the heat rising in her cheeks. They passed stalls selling handmade crafts, nets decorated with shells, and pungent wheels of local cheese. Fishermen, their faces weathered like driftwood, proudly displayed models of their boats. Children darted through the crowd, squealing with delight, their faces sticky with sugar. It was a scene of vibrant life, of community celebration. Yet Sophia felt detached, an observer behind invisible glass. Her senses were strained, focused on one impossible hope, catching a glimpse of Dmitri. Arthur paused to exchange polite greetings with Mr. Henderson, the portly bank manager, and his equally stout wife. Sophia forced a smile, listened numbly to the mundane pleasantries about the weather and the prospects for the fishing season. Mrs. Henderson beamed at her, her gaze lingering pointedly on the pearl ring. "Such a lovely match, my dear," she cooed. "Mr. Ainsworth is so fortunate. And you, of course, security is everything for a young woman." Security. The word echoed Arthur's own pronouncement. It felt like a stone dropping into the turbulent waters of Sophia's heart. Was that truly all she craved? This suffocating safety? As Arthur continued his conversation, Sophia's gaze drifted past Mrs. Henderson's flowered bonnet, back towards the throng near the water's edge, and then she saw him. He stood near the railing where the Ariadne was moored, slightly apart from a group of his laughing crewmates. He wasn't participating in the revelry. Instead, he leaned against a thick piling, arms crossed over his chest, watching the proceedings with that same intense, unreadable expression she remembered from the wharf and the cypress grove. He wore a clean, dark shirt, simpler than Arthur's formal attire, but somehow more striking against his tanned skin. The wind off the bay ruffled his dark hair. He seemed a solitary figure, even amidst the jostling crowd, an island of stillness in the swirling current of the festival. Her breath caught. The noise of the festival seemed to recede, the colors blurring at the edges of her vision. There was only him, standing stark and compelling against the backdrop of the ship and the sea. It felt as if an invisible thread connected them across the distance, pulling taut, humming with a dangerous energy. Did he sense her gaze? He turned his head slowly, deliberately, his dark eyes scanning the crowd, not randomly, but with purpose. They swept past the Hendersons, past Arthur, and then they found her. His eyes locked with hers. Time stopped. The chaotic symphony of the festival faded to a dull roar. In that single, sustained gaze, the world narrowed to the space between them. There was no smile, no overt greeting, just a profound, unnerving recognition. His eyes held the same intensity she remembered. But now, across the public space, it felt less like a personal connection and more like a challenge, a silent acknowledgement of the forbidden current that flowed between them. She saw the questions in his gaze, mirroring her own. What is this? Where can this possibly lead? Mingled with an undeniable awareness that transcended words, propriety, and the presence of the man whose arm she held. Sophia felt the blood drain from her face, then rush back in a hot wave. She couldn't look away, trapped in the magnetic pull of his stare. It felt simultaneously like an intimate secret, shared and a dangerous public declaration. She was acutely aware of Arthur beside her, still engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the silent drama unfolding just yards away. The risk was immense, terrifying. Discovery would be catastrophic. Yet she couldn't break the connection. It was as if Dmitri held her captive with his gaze alone, demanding an answer to a question he hadn't asked, forcing her to confront the truth of her own treacherous heart. The carefully constructed walls of her composure began to crumble, eroded by the rising tide of emotion, fear, guilt, longing, and a terrifying, exhilarating sense of being truly seen. A sudden burst of fireworks set off prematurely by some exuberant youths down the pier shattered the moment. Explosions of color cracked overhead, momentarily drawing all eyes upward. When Sophia's gaze snapped back to the railing, Dmitri was no longer looking at her. He had turned his attention to the fireworks, his expression unreadable once more, the connection broken as swiftly as it had formed. "Goodness!" exclaimed Mrs. Henderson, clutching her husband's arm. "A bit early for that, isn't it?" Arthur chuckled politely. "Indeed, some people have little regard for timing." He turned back to Sophia, finally noticing her pallor, the slight trembling of her hand on his arm. "Are you quite all right, my dear? You look pale. Perhaps the crowds and the noise are too much for you?" Sophia swallowed hard, forcing herself to meet his concerned gaze. "Yes, perhaps," she managed, her voice thin. "It's a little overwhelming." Understatement felt like a gaping abyss. "I thought as much," Arthur said, his tone solicitous, but also faintly proprietary, as if her sensitivity confirmed her need for his protection. "We've paid our respects. Shall we retreat? We need to prepare for the mayor's ball in any case, a much more civilized affair." Civilized. The word felt like ash in her mouth. As Arthur guided her away from the heart of the festival, back towards the ordered streets of Monterey, Sophia risked one last glance over her shoulder. Through the shifting throng, she saw Dmitri again. He was no longer by the railing, but moving towards the gangway of the Ariadne, his back to her now. He paused at the top, silhouetted against the darkening sky and the intricate rigging of his ship, looking out towards the open sea, a solitary figure, poised between the land and the vast unknowable ocean. He seemed to carry the weight of the world, or perhaps just his own history, on his broad shoulders. As they walked away, the sounds of the festival gradually faded, replaced by the familiar clip-clop of horses and the distant sigh of the waves. The actual tide was coming in, creeping higher up the shore, its relentless advance mirroring the surge of forbidden emotion within Sophia. The encounter, though silent and fleeting, had irrevocably shifted the ground beneath her feet. The stolen moments were no longer isolated sparks. They were igniting a fire, threatening to consume the carefully constructed edifice of her life. Arthur spoke beside her, his voice calm and reassuring, detailing the schedule for the evening, the importance of the connections they would reaffirm at the ball, the smooth, predictable course of their future. Everything is proceeding perfectly, Sophia, he concluded, patting her hand again. A calm, steady passage ahead for us. Sophia looked down at their joined hands, at the gleam of the pearl beneath the hazy twilight. Calm, steady. It felt like standing on the deck of a ship caught in a rising storm, the tide surging beneath, threatening to tear her from her moorings and cast her adrift on a perilous, unpredictable sea. The mayor's ball loomed not as a pleasant social engagement, but as another performance, another test of her resolve, another step deeper into a life that felt increasingly like a gilded cage, while the memory of dark, intense eyes promised a freedom as terrifying as it was alluring. The tide was still rising, and she feared she was already caught in its relentless pull. Chapter 7. Echoes from a distant shore. The transformation was startling. The raw, chaotic energy of the wharf seemed whirled away from the polished grandeur of the mayor's residence, perched on a low hill overlooking the town and the bay. Lanterns glowed softly along the drive, illuminating carriages arriving in a steady stream, depositing Monterey's elite onto the wide, welcoming veranda. Inside, the house buzzed with a different kind of energy, the low murmur of polite conversation, the rustle of silk and taffeta, the clink of crystal glasses, and the strains of a string quartet playing elegant waltzes from a discreet alcove. The air smelled of expensive perfume, beeswax candles, and hothouse flowers arranged in imposing porcelain vases. It was the pinnacle of Monterey society, a carefully orchestrated display of prosperity and propriety. Sophia stood beside Arthur, her hand once again resting on his arm, the pearl ring cool against her gloved fingers. She wore a gown of deep sapphire velvet, chosen by her mother for its richness and modesty. It felt heavy, confining, another layer in the elaborate costume she wore for this life. Arthur looked entirely at ease, nodding greetings, exchanging pleasantries with passing acquaintances, his posture radiating quiet confidence and ownership. He glanced down at Sophia, his expression conveying pride and satisfaction. "You look stunning tonight, my dear," he murmured, his voice filled with possessive admiration. "The jewel of the evening." Sophia forced a smile, the compliment landing like a stone in the pit of her stomach. Jewel, something beautiful, admired, owned, locked away. "Thank you, Arthur. You are very kind." Her voice sounded distant, disconnected even to her own ears. Her gaze drifted over the crowded ballroom, scanning the faces, searching for... She didn't even know what she hoped for, or feared more. Would Dmitri Papadakis dare to appear here, in this bastion of Californian respectability? It seemed improbable, impossible even. Sailors, especially foreign ones, were not typically welcomed into such circles. Yet the memory of his intense gaze across the crowded wharf that afternoon, The undeniable connection that had crackled between them left a residue of unsettling possibility. He was not a man easily contained by convention. Her mother joined them, resplendent in dove-gray silk, her expression relieved to see Sophia safely ensconced beside Arthur, away from the unpredictable elements of the festival below. Ah, Sophia, Arthur, isn't this lovely? Such a distinguished gathering. Mayor Larkin certainly knows how to host an event. Isabella's eyes scanned the room, assessing alliances, reaffirming social standing. Almost everyone of importance is here. Almost everyone. The unspoken comparison hung in the air. The rough fishermen, the transient sailors, the vibrant lifeblood of the harbor, celebrated earlier, they were excluded from this rarefied atmosphere, deemed unworthy of mingling with the important people. The hypocrisy grated on Sophia, adding another layer to her discomfort. Arthur led her onto the dance floor for the first waltz. He moved with practiced grace, guiding her expertly through the steps, his hand firm at her waist. They circled the room, a picture of elegant courtship, surrounded by other couples performing the same ritual. Sophia kept her eyes lowered, focusing on the intricate steps, trying desperately to block out the image of dark, piercing eyes, the feel of calloused fingers brushing her cheek beneath the cypress boughs. But the music, intended to be romantic and uplifting, felt melancholic, each note echoing the hollowness within her. "You seem quiet tonight, Sophia," Arthur observed, his brow furrowing slightly. "Still feeling overwhelmed?" "A little tired, perhaps," she lied, avoiding his gaze. "It's been a long day." "Of course," he said, accepting her explanation easily. He steered her towards a quieter corner after the dance, fetching her a glass of lemonade. "Just relax and enjoy the evening, my dear. Soon we shall have countless evenings like this in San Francisco. Balls, operas, a proper social life." His vision of their future, meant to be reassuring, felt like a sentence. Trapped in an endless cycle of social obligations, polite conversations, and stifling propriety. Was this the security she was supposed to crave? The image of the Ariadne riding at anchor, poised for departure to unknown shores, flashed in her mind, a symbol of freedom, of escape, of a life lived on one's own terms, however perilous. As Arthur was drawn into conversation with a group of merchants discussing tariffs and shipping routes, Sophia found herself momentarily alone near a set of tall French doors leading out onto a moonlit terrace. The cool night air beckoned, promising a brief respite from the heat and noise of the ballroom. She slipped outside unnoticed, pulling her velvet wrap tighter around her shoulders. The terrace overlooked the sloping gardens, dimly lit by the moon and scattered lanterns. Below, the lights of Monterey twinkled, and beyond them lay the dark, vast expanse of the bay, the silvered surface occasionally broken by the white crest of a wave. The distant, rhythmic sigh of the ocean reached her even here, a counterpoint to the muted strains of the waltz drifting from the ballroom. The scent of night-blooming jasmine mingled with the unmistakable tang of salt air, a reminder of the other world existing just beyond these manicured grounds. She leaned against the cool stone balustrade, closing her eyes, breathing deeply. The solitude was a balm, allowing the rigid mask of composure to slip. Here, under the vastness of the night sky, her internal conflict felt starker, more terrifying. Arthur, dependable and kind, offering a life of predictable comfort. Dmitri, enigmatic and intense, representing the unknown, the dangerous allure of passion and freedom, a connection that resonated with a part of her soul she hadn't known existed. The choice seemed impossible, yet remaining passive, allowing fate and family to dictate her path, felt like a slow, suffocating death. A faint sound behind her, the soft click of the French door opening and closing, made her stiffen. She turned, expecting Arthur, or perhaps her mother, come to retrieve her. It was Dmitri. He stood framed in the doorway, a silhouette against the bright light of the ballroom, instantly recognizable by his height, his bearing. He wasn't dressed as a guest. He still wore the dark shirt and trousers from earlier, though they looked clean, respectable enough in the dim light. He carried no invitation, only the quiet, self-contained authority that seemed inherent to him. How had he gotten past the gatekeepers? Had he simply walked in, unnoticed in the throng, or slipped through the gardens? He stepped fully onto the terrace, moving away from the revealing light of the doorway into the deeper shadows near the edge. He didn't approach her immediately, but stood watching her, his expression obscured by the darkness, yet she could feel the intensity of his gaze across the space that separated them. "Señorita Serrano," he said, his voice low, carrying easily in the relative quiet of the terrace. "Finding refuge from the festivities?" Her heart hammered against her ribs. Fear warred with a treacherous surge of anticipation. "Mr. Papadakis, I didn't expect to see you here." A faint smile touched his lips, visible even in the moonlight. "Nor I you, perhaps, though the music draws many moths to the flame." He gestured towards the brightly lit ballroom. Such finery, such order. There was a subtle irony in his tone, a hint of detachment, as if observing the rituals of an alien tribe. "What are you doing here?" she asked again, more directly this time. "This is not your usual harbor." He moved closer then, stopping a few feet away, close enough for her to see the seriousness in his eyes, the way the moonlight silvered the edges of his dark hair. "A message needed delivering," he said vaguely, "to someone inside business." He didn't elaborate, leaving the nature of the business shrouded in mystery. Then his gaze softened almost imperceptibly as he looked at her, truly looked at her, taking in the formal gown, the careful arrangement of her hair, the tension in her posture. "You look different, like a bird in a gilded cage." The observation was so accurate, so close to her own suffocating feelings that it stole her breath. He saw. He saw past the velvet and the pearls, past the polite smiles, to the trapped creature within. "Sometimes," she whispered, the admission torn from her, "the cage feels very small." He nodded slowly, his eyes holding hers. "Cages come in many forms, señorita. Some are built by others, some we build ourselves. The strongest bars are often the ones we cannot see." His words resonated with a profound truth, hinting at his own experiences, his own unseen prisons, an echo from a distant shore, a shared understanding that transcended their vastly different lives. "And the sea?" she asked, thinking of his ship, of the freedom it represented. "Is that your escape?" His expression became shadowed, his gaze drifting towards the dark water of the bay. "The sea, she offers freedom, yes, but she also demands a price. She takes as much as she gives, sometimes more." He paused, a flicker of old pain crossing his features before being quickly suppressed. "She remembers every sailor she claims, every dream swallowed by the depths. My home, Greece, it is surrounded by that remembering sea, full of beauty, full of ghosts." Ghosts. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken loss. He spoke of Greece, his distant shore, not with sentimental longing, but with a stark awareness of its beauty, intertwined with sorrow. It was a glimpse into his past, into the experiences that had forged the man who stood before her, intense, guarded, marked by the sea and its relentless memories. You carry those ghosts with you? She asked softly, feeling an unexpected wave of compassion. He met her gaze again, his eyes dark and unfathomable. We all carry our ghosts, Sophia, he murmured, using her given name with a quiet intimacy that sent a shiver down her spine. The question is whether we let them drown us or learn to navigate the currents they create. The intensity between them deepened, the air charged with unspoken emotions, with the dangerous allure of shared vulnerability. He took another step closer, drawn by the invisible current, pulling them together. The scent of the sea, wild and clean, clung to him, a stark contrast to the cloying perfumes of the ballroom just feet away. He reached out, his hand hovering near her arm, not touching, yet the heat radiating from him was palpable. This life, he said, his voice low and rough, his gaze sweeping over her elegant attire, towards the bright lights and muffled music behind her. This careful, ordered world, is it truly what your heart desires? The question hung in the air, sharp and direct, demanding an answer she couldn't voice, couldn't even fully admit to herself. Her carefully constructed world tilted precariously. Looking into his eyes, she saw not just a stranger, a sailor from a distant shore, but a reflection of her own buried longings, her own desperate yearning for something more, something real, something worth the risk. Before she could respond, before the moment could break into something irrevocable, the French doors opened again. Arthur stepped onto the terrace, his silhouette blocking the light. Sophia, there you are. I was beginning to wonder. His voice trailed off as he saw she wasn't alone. His gaze sharpened, moving from Sophia's flushed face to a tall, dark figure standing too close to her in the shadows. Suspicion, cold and immediate, hardened his features. Who is this? He demanded, his tone clipped, possessive. Dmitri straightened, the fleeting vulnerability vanishing, replaced by an impassive mask. He turned slightly towards Arthur, his stance relaxed yet radiating a quiet challenge. He didn't speak, letting the silence stretch, forcing Arthur's hand. This is Mr. Papadakis? Sophia stammered, acutely aware of the tension crackling in the air, the sudden shift from intimate confession to dangerous confrontation. He was just admiring the view. The lie sounded weak, unconvincing even to her own ears. Arthur's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Dmitri from head to toe, taking in the seaman's attire, the foreignness, the undeniable presence that seemed utterly out of place in this refined setting. Papadakis? He repeated, the name sounding like an insult on his tongue. From the Greek vessel, I presume? What business do you have here? Dmitri met Arthur's hostile gaze evenly, his expression unreadable. My business is concluded, Senor Ainsworth. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod towards Sophia, a silent acknowledgement that carried a world of unspoken meaning. Senorita. Then, with a fluid grace that seemed almost insolent in its confidence, he turned and melted back into the shadows at the edge of the terrace, disappearing into the darkened gardens as silently as he had appeared. He didn't use the doors. He simply vanished, leaving behind the scent of the sea and a silence thick with suspicion and unresolved tension. Arthur stared after him for a moment, his jaw tight, then turned back to Sophia, his eyes cold. What was that all about, Sophia? What were you doing out here alone with... Him! The accusation hung heavy between them. The echoes from Dimitri's distant shore had reached her, stirring something deep within, but now the predictable, confining reality of her own world, embodied by the man standing before her, reasserted its claim with chilling force. The choice, stark and terrifying, loomed larger than ever, and the weight of her promised hand felt like a shackle locking her into a future she no longer knew if she could bear. Chapter 8: Gilded Cages and Restless Hearts. The silence on the terrace after Dimitri vanished into the moon-drenched gardens was thick and suffocating, broken only by the distant strains of the waltz and the rhythmic sigh of the unseen ocean. Arthur stood rigid, his hand still gripping Sophia's arm, his knuckles white. The warmth and solicitousness he'd shown earlier had evaporated, replaced by a cold, possessive anger that tightened his lips and narrowed his eyes. "Explain yourself, Sophia," he demanded, his voice low but sharp, slicing through the fragile quiet. What was the meaning of that? Consorting with a common sailor? A foreigner? Behind my back? Sophia flinched, pulling her arm free from his grasp. The accusation stung, not just because it was partially true, but because of the disdain dripping from his tone, the assumption of ownership in his anger. "I was not consorting with anyone, Arthur," she replied, trying to keep her voice steady despite the trembling that threatened to betray her. "I came out for some air. He approached me. He merely commented on the view, as I told you." The lie felt flimsy, transparent, even as she uttered it. Arthur scoffed, a harsh, unbelieving sound. "Admiring the view? Dressed like that? How did he even get in here? And why would he speak to you?" His gaze swept over her again, possessive and suspicious, as if assessing her for some hidden flaw, some sign of betrayal. "Have you spoken with this Papadakis before?" Sophia's mind raced. To admit the previous encounters, the rescue on the wharf, the brief exchange over the spilled peppers, the intense conversation beneath the cypress boughs would be disastrous. It would confirm Arthur's worst suspicions, ignite a scandal, and likely shatter the fragile truce holding her world together. Yet lying felt increasingly like wading deeper into treacherous quicksand. "I saw him briefly down at the festival this afternoon," she admitted, offering a carefully edited half-truth. "During that commotion with the fireworks, he seems forward." She tried to inject a note of disapproval into her voice, aligning herself with Arthur's outrage. He seemed momentarily appeased by her shared disdain, though the suspicion didn't entirely leave his eyes. "Forward is hardly the word. Insolent, presumptuous. Men like that. Sailors drifting from port to port. They have no respect for propriety, for boundaries. They see a woman alone." He left the implication hanging in the air, a veiled insult that suggested Sophia herself might have invited the attention. Anger, hot and sharp, pierced through Sophia's fear. "I assure you, Arthur, I did nothing to encourage him. He spoke," I answered politely, "and then you arrived. That is all." She drew herself up, meeting his gaze directly, forcing a coolness she didn't feel. "Shall we return inside? People will notice our absence." Arthur hesitated, clearly unsatisfied, but perhaps unwilling to cause a scene. He gave a curt nod, his jaw still tight. "Very well. But Sophia, I expect more discretion from you. As my future wife, your reputation is paramount. Mingling, even accidentally, with such elements reflects poorly on us both." He offered her his arm again, not as a gesture of affection, but as a means of control, of reestablishing his possession in the eyes of the world they were about to re-enter. Sophia placed her hand lightly on his sleeve, the velvet of her gown suddenly feeling like sackcloth against the expensive wool of his coat. Returning to the ballroom felt like stepping back into the spotlight after forgetting her lines. The music swirled, couples glided past, laughter tinkled, but the atmosphere seemed altered, charged with unspoken judgment. Or perhaps it was only her own guilt projecting onto the glittering assembly. She felt eyes on her, imagining whispers behind raised fans, speculative glances exchanged over champagne glasses. Had anyone else seen her on the terrace with the mysterious Greek sailor? Did Arthur's cold demeanor betray the tension between them? They circulated dutifully, exchanging meaningless pleasantries, Sophia forcing smiles until her face ached. Arthur remained stiffly polite, his conversation clipped, his gaze periodically returning to Sophia with a watchful intensity that made her skin crawl. The gilded cage felt smaller, its bars colder and harder than ever before. Dimitri's words echoed in her mind. Like a bird in a gilded cage, he had seen her imprisonment more clearly than the man who held the key. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of strained politeness and suppressed anxiety. Sophia danced when asked, murmured appropriate responses, sipped lemonade she didn't taste. She felt disconnected, adrift, her thoughts constantly circling back to the terrace, to Dimitri's quiet understanding, his challenging questions, the undeniable pull she felt towards him. Compared to the raw honesty of those stolen moments, the elaborate rituals of the ball felt hollow, artificial, a charade she could no longer perform with conviction. The carriage ride home was conducted in near silence. Arthur stared grimly out at the passing moonlit landscape, his profile rigid. Sophia huddled in her corner, pretending to be weary, but her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Guilt warred with resentment, fear with a strange, burgeoning defiance. Arthur's possessiveness, his easy assumption of authority over her actions and associations, chafed more than ever before. He spoke of security, but what he offered felt like ownership, a life lived under his constant scrutiny, confined by his expectations. Was this the calm passage he promised? It felt more like being locked in the hold, destined for a port she had no desire to reach. When carriage finally pulled up before the Serrano house, Arthur escorted her to the door, the silence stretching taut between them. Under the porch light, he turned to her, his expression softening slightly, but his eyes remained wary. Sophia, he began, his tone regaining some of its earlier solicitousness, yet underscored with steel. I trust there will be no repeat of tonight's unpleasantness. Your judgment seemed clouded. Perhaps the excitement of the festival. My judgment is perfectly clear, Arthur, Sophia interrupted, surprising herself with the firmness in her voice. She couldn't bring herself to apologize, to play the role of the contrite fiancé any longer. I was merely seeking fresh air. Good night. She slipped inside before he could reply, closing the heavy oak door behind her, leaning against it for a moment, her heart pounding. The familiar scent of beeswax and lavender felt alien tonight, unable to soothe the turmoil within her. Her mother was waiting in the hall, her expression anxious. Sophia, is everything all right? Arthur seemed rather stern when he departed. Sophia forced a weary smile. Everything is fine, Mama. Just tired. The ball was lovely. She brushed past Isabella's concerned gaze, murmuring good nights, desperate for the sanctuary of her own room. Upstairs, she shed the heavy velvet gown like a skin she could no longer bear, letting it pool on the floor. She went to the window, pushing aside the lace curtains, looking out towards the dark expanse of the bay. The lights of the town were fewer now, scattered embers against the blackness. Somewhere out there, the Ariadne rested at anchor, a silent sentinel holding the man who had so thoroughly disrupted her carefully ordered world. She sank onto the window seat, pulling her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. The room felt like a cage within a cage, the respectable house, the confining gown, the stifling expectations. She thought of Dimitri's words again. The strongest bars are often the ones we cannot see. Had she built this prison herself? By accepting Arthur? By prioritizing security over happiness? By silencing the restless whispers of her own heart for so long? Her gaze fell upon her left hand, resting on her knee. The pearl ring gleamed dully in the faint moonlight filtering through the window. It felt heavier than ever tonight, a physical manifestation of the promises she had made, the future she had accepted, a future that now seemed unbearable. The encounter with Dimitri hadn't just sparked an attraction. It had illuminated the profound dissatisfaction she felt with her own life, the deep yearning for something authentic, something vital, something worth fighting for, even if it meant risking everything. She remembered the cypress grove, the wind, the sea, the startling intimacy of Dimitri's touch, the shared understanding that transcended words. She remembered his talk of ghosts, of the sea's harsh demands, of navigating the currents of the past. He hadn't offered her easy answers or romantic illusions. He had spoken of life's complexities, its dangers, its sorrows, yet he faced them with a quiet strength, a fierce independence that called to something similar, buried deep within her. Compared to that raw honesty, Arthur's world of polite surfaces and carefully managed appearances felt suffocatingly false. His concern wasn't for her happiness, she realized with chilling clarity, but for her conformity, for her ability to reflect well upon him, to maintain the facade of their perfect match. His security was a cage designed to keep her safe. Yes, but also contained, controlled. A wave of restlessness washed over her, so potent it made her want to scream, to shatter the suffocating stillness of the house. Her heart felt like a trapped bird, beating frantically against the bars of its cage. She couldn't go back. She couldn't unsee what Dimitri had shown her, couldn't unfeel the connection that sparked between them. She couldn't simply smooth down her skirts, smile politely, and walk docilely into the future Arthur had planned. The distant sound of a ship's bell tolling the late hour drifted up from the harbor, faint but clear on the night air. It sounded like a summons, an echo from Dimitri's world, a reminder of the vastness beyond the confines of Monterey, beyond the limitations of her prescribed life. She stood up, pacing the small confines of her room, the polished floorboards cool beneath her bare feet. Her restlessness grew, coalescing into a desperate need for action, for choice. She could no longer drift passively. She had to navigate her own currents, face her own ghosts. The path ahead was terrifyingly uncertain, fraught with peril, social ruin, family condemnation, heartbreak. Arthur would not forgive such a betrayal lightly. Her family would be devastated. Society would condemn her. And Dimitri, what did she truly know of him? He was a man of shadows and secrets, his life bound to the unpredictable sea. Was there any real future with him? Or was she merely chasing a dangerous illusion, drawn to the storm because she couldn't bear the suffocating calm? Yet, the thought marrying Arthur, of spending the rest of her life in that gilded cage, suppressing the restless beating of her own heart, felt like a betrayal far worse. It was a slow death of the spirit, a surrender she wasn't sure she could make. She stopped before the window again, pressing her hand against the cool glass. The Ariadne was out there, a tangible link to the man who had awakened her soul. The ship wouldn't stay forever. Soon, it would weigh anchor, raise its sails, and disappear over the horizon, taking Dmitri with it, back to his distant shores, his ghosts, his perilous freedom. If she did nothing, the choice would be made for her. The door to that other life, that other self, would close forever. A new resolve began to harden within her, born of desperation and a dawning awareness of her own strength. It was a terrifying resolve, uncertain in its direction, but absolute in its necessity. She could not remain passive. She had to find a way to speak to Dmitri again, to understand the truth of her own feelings, the reality of the connection between them, before it was too late. It was a reckless, dangerous thought, fraught with consequences she couldn't yet fathom. But as she stared out at the dark, sleeping bay, the weight of the pearl ring on her finger felt less like an anchor and more like a challenge. The gilded cage was strong, but perhaps, just perhaps, the restless heart within it was stronger. Chapter 9. Where the Sea Meets the Soul. Dawn broke not with a clear, hopeful light, but filtered through the persistent marine layer, casting Monterey in shades of gray and oyster pearl. Sophia watched the muted sunrise from her window, the sleepless night having offered no peace, only a churning restlessness that solidified into a terrifying, unshakable resolve. The memory of Arthur's cold fury on the terrace, the possessive grip on her arm, the chilling finality of his expectations, it all felt like chains tightening around her. And counterbalancing it, Dimitri's quiet words, his understanding gaze, the dangerous magnetic pull that promised not safety, but life, raw and untamed. The house downstairs began to stir the distant clatter of pans from the kitchen, the soft footsteps of Consuela dusting the hallway. Each familiar sound grated on Sophia's nerves, reminders of the predictable rhythm she was contemplating shattering. Breakfast was a strained affair. Her mother, sensing the lingering tension from the previous night, watched Sophia with worried eyes, mistaking her pallor and distraction for lingering fatigue or perhaps maidenly jitters about the impending wedding. "You barely touched your food, dear," Isabella murmured, placing a solicitous hand over Sophia's. "Perhaps a quiet day resting? We could look over the lace samples that arrived from San Francisco." The thought of lace samples, of wedding plans, sent a wave of nausea through Sophia. She gently withdrew her hand. "Thank you, Mama, but I think the sea air might do me more good than resting indoors. The house feels so still." She chose her words carefully, aiming for plausible restlessness rather than outright rebellion. "I thought I might walk down towards Point Pinos, just for an hour or so. The air is always clearer there." Point Pinos. Far enough from the main harbor to seem innocuous, yet close enough to the wilder coastline, to the energy that called to her. It was a place known for its lighthouse, its windswept dunes, its relative isolation. Isabella hesitated, her brow furrowed. "Alone again, Sophia? After last night, Arthur was quite concerned." "Arthur worries unnecessarily, Mama," Sophia said, injecting a firmness into her tone that surprised them both. "I am perfectly capable of taking a short walk in broad daylight. I need to clear my head." She stood up, avoiding her mother's searching gaze. "I won't be long." She didn't wait for permission, knowing further argument would only solidify her mother's opposition. Fetching her sturdiest walking boots and a plain dark shawl that offered little concession to fashion but blended better with the muted landscape, she slipped out of the house before Isabella could protest further. The act of defiance, small as it was, sent a surge of adrenaline through her, mingled with a terrifying sense of stepping off a cliff into the unknown. The walk towards the coast was a blur. She kept her head down, avoiding familiar faces, her thoughts racing. What was she doing? Seeking out a man she barely knew, a foreigner, a sailor whose ship could leave on the next tide. Risking her reputation, her family's honor, the secure future Arthur offered, all for a feeling, an intense connection that might be nothing more than a dangerous infatuation? Every sensible instinct screamed caution. Retreat, return to the safety of the house, apologize to Arthur, bury this madness deep inside. But the memory of Dimitri's eyes, the echo of his voice speaking her name, the feeling of being truly seen beneath the cypress boughs, these were stronger than caution. The gilded cage chafed too much. The restless heart beat too wildly. She couldn't suffocate it any longer, not without knowing, truly knowing, what she was turning away from, or what she might be risking everything for. She bypassed the main path to the lighthouse, drawn instead towards a less traveled track that wound down through whispering pines and coastal scrub towards a small, secluded cove she vaguely remembered from childhood explorations. A place of dramatic rock formations, crashing waves, and a sense of profound solitude. A place where the land surrendered itself utterly to the sea, where the sea meets the soul. The air grew sharper, tasting fiercely of salt. The roar of the surf grew louder, a constant primal rhythm against the shore. She emerged from the scrub onto a narrow crescent of sand, sheltered on three sides by jagged dark cliffs, worn smooth by centuries of wind and water. The tide was high, waves surging powerfully against the rocks, sending plumes of white spray high into the air. The cove felt ancient, untouched, a pocket of wildness hidden from the tamed world of Monterey. Gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp and lonely against the ceaseless thunder of the waves. And he was there, not waiting for her, it seemed, but simply present. Dimitri stood at the water's edge, feet planted firmly on the wet sand where the waves hissed and retreated. He stared out at the turbulent ocean, his back partially towards her, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his rough trousers. He wore no coat despite the chill wind, only the familiar dark shirt, its sleeves rolled up his forearms. He seemed completely absorbed by the sea, a solitary figure, communing with the vast, indifferent power before him. He looked like he belonged here, a natural element in this wild landscape, unlike the carefully dressed figures who populated the drawing rooms of Monterey. Sophia hesitated at the edge of the cove, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might break free. Should she turn back? Had he seen her? He gave no sign, his attention fixed utterly on the churning water. Taking a deep breath that tasted of salt and courage she didn't know she possessed, she stepped onto the sand, her boots sinking slightly. The crunch of her footsteps on the coarser sand near the cliffs finally made him turn. He didn't look startled, merely aware. His dark eyes swept over her, taking in her plain shawl, her wind-tousled hair, the undisguised emotion likely etched on her face. He didn't smile, but the guarded mask he wore seemed less rigid here, in this elemental place, away from prying eyes. "Sophia," he said. his voice quiet but carrying easily over the roar of the waves. It wasn't a question, but a simple statement of fact, an acknowledgement of her presence, perhaps even an acceptance of its inevitability. She walked towards him slowly, stopping a few feet away, close enough to see the droplets of sea spray clinging to his dark hair, the intensity in his gaze. The wind whipped her shawl around her, pressing her skirts against her legs. "Dmitri," she replied, her voice steadier than she expected. I hoped I might find you here." The admission felt bold, reckless. He raised an eyebrow, almost imperceptibly, his gaze searching hers. "Hoped or feared?" "Both, perhaps," she answered honestly, unable to dissemble under his direct stare. He nodded slowly, turning slightly to look back at the sea, inviting her to share the view, or perhaps just needing its familiar presence beside him. "It is a place I come to think, away from the ship, the town." He paused. "It reminds me of shores I knew long ago, wilder, less forgiving." "Greece?" she asked softly. He gave a slight non-committal shrug. "Greece has many shores, some beautiful, some haunted." He fell silent for a moment, watching a particularly large wave crash against a nearby outcrop, sending spray showering over the dark rocks. Like souls, no? Shaped by the tides that batter them. They stood in silence for a time, the only sounds the relentless rhythm of the waves and the cry of the gulls. It wasn't an awkward silence, but a companionable one, a shared contemplation of the raw power before them. The tension Sophia had carried since the ball began to ease slightly, replaced by a different kind of tension, the charged awareness between them, the weight of unspoken words. Last night, Sophia began, then hesitated, unsure how to navigate the treacherous territory. Arthur was displeased. Dmitri turned his head, his eyes meeting hers again. There was no surprise in his expression, only a grim understanding. Men like him, they guard what they believe they own, whether it is cargo or land or a woman's hand. The observation was blunt, almost brutal, yet delivered without malice, as a simple statement of fact. "I am not his property," Sophia countered, the words fierce, surprising herself with their intensity. A flicker of something respect, approval, crossed Dmitri's face before vanishing. "Perhaps not in your heart, Sophia, but in the eyes of your world. His ring is on your finger. The bargain is struck." She looked down at her hand, at the pearl ring, its luster dulled by the overcast light. "A bargain made without consulting my heart." She looked back up at him, her gaze pleading for understanding. "I didn't know. I didn't understand." "What did you not understand?" he asked quietly, his eyes holding hers, demanding honesty. "That a life of safety, of security, could feel like drowning," she whispered, the words torn from the deepest part of her soul. "That politeness could be a shroud and comfort a cage." He held her gaze for a long moment, the sound of the waves crashing around them like the beating of a giant heart. Then he nodded slowly, a profound sadness entering his eyes. "Ah," he breathed, the sound barely audible above the surf. "That, yes, that is a truth the sea teaches, but few who live on land wish to learn it." He took a step closer, closing the small distance between them. The air crackled, charged with the energy that always seemed to flare when they were near. He didn't reach for her, but his proximity was overwhelming. His presence filling her senses, the scent of salt and wind, the warmth radiating from him despite the cool air, the sheer physical power held in check. "And what is it your heart does desire, Sophia?" he asked, his voice low, intense, beyond escaping the cage. The question hung between them, terrifying in its directness. She wanted to say you, but the word felt too enormous, too impossible. What did she truly know of this man, this enigma shaped by distant shores and hidden sorrows? What could he offer besides fleeting moments of intensity and the certainty of eventual departure? I I don't know, she stammered, frustrated by her own confusion. I want to feel alive. I want to make my own choices, even if they are wrong. I want something real. Her gaze met his, desperate, searching. This feeling between us, is it real, Dmitri? Or am I just lost? He reached out then, his calloused hand gently cupping her cheek, just as he had beneath the cypress boughs. The touch was electric, sending tremors through her entire body. His thumb brushed away a tear she hadn't realized had escaped, tracking the path of salt water down her skin. It is real, Sophia, he murmured, his voice rough with emotion. The current between us, it is strong. Too strong, perhaps, for shores like these. His eyes darkened, filled with a conflict that mirrored her own. But I am not. I am not the safe harbor you seek, or perhaps the safe harbor you should seek. What do you mean? She whispered, leaning into his touch, almost involuntarily, craving the connection despite the danger. He hesitated, his gaze searching hers, as if weighing the cost of honesty. My life is complicated. The sea claims allegiance, demands sacrifices. There are shadows in my past, Sophia, ghosts that walk the decks of the Ariadne even now. Reasons why we anchored here, beyond needing supplies. Reasons why a man like me finds himself delivering messages in the dead of night at the mayor's ball. He drew his hand back slowly, the warmth lingering on her skin like a brand. I carry danger with me, like salt water soaked into timber. It is part of who I am. His words were a warning, stark and clear, yet they didn't frighten her as perhaps they should have. Instead, they resonated with a strange kind of integrity. He wasn't offering false promises or easy solutions. He was showing her the truth of his world, the risks inherent in any connection with him. Perhaps, she said softly, surprising herself again, I am tired of safety. A muscle tightened in his jaw. He looked away from her towards the turbulent horizon, his expression torn. Do not mistake the lure of the storm for the promise of safe passage, Sophia. The sea, she can be beautiful, yes, but she can also be cruel. She can swallow ships and souls without a trace. He turned back to her, his eyes filled with an urgent intensity. Your world, the one you know, it offers protection, a future. Do not cast it away lightly for a sailor bound for God knows where, carrying God knows what burdens. His honesty was brutal, painful, yet it solidified something within her. He wasn't trying to lure her away with false promises. He was warning her, trying to protect her, perhaps even from himself. And that, paradoxically, made the connection feel even more real, more profound. The Ariadne? She began, the question forming hesitantly. When do you sail? His gaze became guarded again. Soon. The tide waits for no man or woman. The finality in his tone was like a physical blow. Soon. Days? Hours? The time for dreaming, for indecision, was running out. The choice, stark and immediate, pressed down on her. Return to Arthur, to the gilded cage, to the slow suffocation of a life unlived, or risk everything on the turbulent, uncertain current, pulling her towards this man, towards the unknown, towards a freedom that might also mean destruction? He saw the turmoil in her eyes, the desperate weighing of impossible options. He took another step back, deliberately putting space between them, breaking the intense intimacy of the moment. "Go home, Sophia," he said, his voice gentle but firm, like a captain giving a necessary, painful order. "Go back to your world. Forget you ever saw this shore, or the man who stands upon it." But she knew, looking into his shadowed eyes, that forgetting was impossible. This place, this man, this conversation, they had irrevocably altered the landscape of her soul. The sea had met her soul, and the tide within her was turning, pulling her towards a choice she could no longer avoid. She didn't answer him. She couldn't. She simply held his gaze for one long, final moment, trying to memorize the lines of his face, the conflict in his eyes, the strength and sorrow that radiated from him. Then, without a word, she turned and walked away, stumbling slightly on the uneven sand, leaving him standing alone by the restless, roaring sea. She didn't look back, but she felt his eyes on her, a silent weight against her retreating form. The path back towards Monterey felt impossibly long, each step taking her further from the wild cove, further from the man who held a piece of her soul, and closer to a future she knew, with terrifying certainty, she could never embrace. The pearl ring on her finger felt like a foreign object, cold and meaningless, against the lingering warmth where his hand had touched her cheek. The choice hadn't been made, not yet, but the necessity of choosing, soon, was a tidal wave building on the horizon, threatening to crash down and reshape her entire world. Chapter 10. Secrets Carried on the Wind. Returning to the Serrano house after leaving Dmitri in the cove was like stepping from a raging storm into the unnerving stillness of a vacuum. The air inside felt thick, stagnant, saturated with unspoken anxieties and the heavy scent of beeswax. Every familiar object, the polished grandfather clock ticking solemnly in the hall, the porcelain shepherdess on the mantelpiece, the needlepoint cushions plumped, just so, seemed alien, part of a life she no longer fully inhabited. She moved through the rooms like a sleepwalker, exchanging muted pleasantries with her mother, retreating to her room under the guise of needing rest, but finding none. Dimitri's words echoed relentlessly. "Go home, Sophia. Go back to your world. Forget." But forgetting was impossible. His presence lingered like the salt on her skin, his warnings intertwining with the memory of his touch, his shared vulnerability, creating a bond far stronger than caution could sever. He had shown her the bars of her cage, acknowledged the drowning feeling she hadn't dared articulate, and in doing so, had made returning to blissful ignorance unbearable. Yet he had also pushed her away, emphasizing the danger he carried, the ghosts that haunted him, the uncertainty of his path. He was a storm, beautiful and terrifying, and he urged her towards safe harbor, even as every fiber of her being felt inexplicably drawn towards the tempest. The following days were a torment of suppressed turmoil and forced composure. Sophia played her role, attending tea with her mother and the requisite neighborhood matrons, listening with feigned interest to gossip about fabrics and upcoming weddings, always pointedly avoiding direct mention of her own, nodding politely during Arthur's visits. But beneath the placid surface, a battle raged. Guilt gnawed at her loyalty to Arthur, a man who, despite his possessiveness, genuinely believed he was offering her the best possible life. Fear whispered of the consequences of defiance, social ruin, familial heartbreak, the terrifying unknown of a future untethered from security. Yet stronger than both was the insistent pulse of restlessness, the yearning for authenticity, the undeniable pull towards Dmitri, towards the raw, challenging life he embodied. Arthur, for his part, seemed determined to pretend the incident on the mayor's terrace hadn't happened, or rather, to treat it as a momentary lapse in Sophia's judgment that was now corrected. He resumed his calm, possessive attentions, discussing plans for their San Francisco home, bringing her small, appropriate gifts, outlining their future with unwavering certainty. But Sophia sensed a subtle shift beneath the surface. His gaze lingered on her a fraction longer than usual, a watchful, assessing quality lurking behind the affectionate smiles. He asked seemingly casual questions about her walks, her moods, her correspondence, his inquiries light but persistent, like a lawyer subtly probing for inconsistencies. He hadn't forgotten the Greek sailor. He had merely filed the encounter away, a piece of data to be monitored. One afternoon, as they sat in the parlor, Sophia attempting to focus on mending a tear in a linen tablecloth, Arthur perusing the Monterey Sentinel, he cleared his throat. Interesting developments down at the harbor, he remarked, his tone casual, yet Sophia's senses immediately went on high alert. Oh, she murmured, keeping her eyes fixed on her needlework. That Greek vessel, the Ariadne, he continued, folding the newspaper deliberately, seems to be causing a bit of a stir. Taking on supplies, certainly. But there's talk, rumors, you understand, about the nature of some of its cargo and the movements of its crew after dark. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. Sheriff Thompson has apparently been keeping a closer eye on things down there. Sophia's needle froze mid-stitch. Her blood ran cold. Sheriff Thompson? Dimitri's vague mention of business, of delivering messages at the mayor's ball, his warning about the danger he carried. It all coalesced into a chilling premonition. What kind of trouble was he in? What secrets did the Ariadne hold beneath its weathered decks? Rumors are often just that, Arthur, she said, trying to sound dismissive, detached, while her mind raced with anxiety. Sailors' tales tend to be exaggerated. Perhaps, Arthur conceded, though his eyes narrowed slightly as he watched her reaction. Still, one cannot be too careful. There are elements in a port town like this. Transients, men operating outside the law. It reinforces the importance of stability, wouldn't you agree? Of knowing who one associates with? The pointed remark was unmistakable. He was drawing a line, reminding her of the world she belonged to, the world of order and propriety, implicitly contrasting it with the shadowy dealings potentially surrounding the Ariadne and its crew. His words, meant to reinforce her reliance on him, had the opposite effect. They solidified her fear, not of Dmitri himself, but for him. If the sheriff was watching, if rumors were circulating, then the danger Dmitri had warned her about was real, perhaps imminent. The Ariadne wouldn't linger much longer under such scrutiny. Time was running out, not just for her decision, but possibly for him as well. Later that day, driven by an anxiety she could no longer contain, Sophia invented another errand, a need for specific threads from a shop further down Alvarado Street, closer to the forbidden territory of the wharf. Her mother protested weakly, but Sophia's quiet insistence, bordering on desperation, overrode the objections. She needed to see, to sense, to gather any scrap of information the wind might carry. She didn't go directly to the thread shop. Instead, she found herself drawn, as if by an invisible tether, towards the edge of the harbor district, keeping to the periphery, observing from a distance. The festive atmosphere of the Fisherman's Festival was gone, replaced by the usual gritty workaday bustle. The Ariadne still dominated the main pier, but there was a subtle change in the air around it. Fewer crewmen lounged openly on deck. The unloading and loading of cargo seemed more furtive, conducted with a watchful efficiency. She noticed figures she didn't recognize hovering near the warehouses adjacent to the pier. Men who didn't look like dock workers or sailors, their clothes rough but ill-fitting, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. Were these Sheriff Thompson's men, or something else? She positioned herself near the corner of a boatyard, partially concealed by stacks of weathered timber, pretending to admire a half-finished dory. From this vantage point, she could see the gangway of the Ariadne. Men came and went, mostly crew members engaged in routine tasks. Then she saw a small group emerge from the direction of the town. 3 men dressed in dark, sober suits that looked out of place on the rough wharf, their faces grim and purposeful. They boarded the Ariadne without ceremony, disappearing below deck. They didn't look like merchants or customs officials. They looked, harder, more dangerous. A cold knot formed in Sophia's stomach. Who were they? What was their business with Dmitri or his captain? Were they connected to the message Dmitri had delivered at the ball? The ship, once a symbol of escape and possibility, now seemed fraught with hidden perils, entangled in dealings far removed from legitimate trade. As she watched, anxiously scanning the deck for any sign of Dmitri, she overheard snippets of conversation from 2 old fishermen mending nets nearby. Their voices were low, roughened by years at sea, but the wind carried fragments to her ears. "Never seen the light coming and going at all hours," one muttered, skillfully weaving his shuttle. "Aye," the other rasped, spitting tobacco juice onto the planks. "And not just barrels of oil, mind you. Crates kept under heavy guard. Sheriff's been sniffing around, but those Greeks, tight-lipped bunch, especially that tall one, the second mate, Papadakis they call him. Eyes like chips of coal. Seen too much, that one. Papadakis, Dmitri, second mate. So he held a position of authority, of responsibility. It explained his command presence, but it also likely meant he was deeply involved in whatever questionable activities the ship was engaged in. The old fisherman's description, eyes like chips of coal, seen too much, resonated with chilling accuracy. "Heard talk from Costas, who understands some of their heathen tongue," the first fisherman continued, lowering his voice further. "Something about trouble back home, debts, enemies, maybe running from something or someone." Running from something or someone. The word sent a fresh wave of fear through Sophia. Dimitri's ghosts weren't just memories. They might be tangible threats, enemies pursuing him across the ocean. Was Monterey just a temporary haven, or a place where his past was catching up with him? The secrets weren't just in the cargo. They were woven into the very fabric of his life. Suddenly, movement on the Ariadne's deck caught her eye. Dmitri emerged from below, followed closely by the 3 grim-faced men in suits. He stood near the gangway, speaking to them, his expression unreadable. From this distance, his posture tense despite its apparent stillness. The conversation seemed brief, curt. The men descended the gangway, their faces like stone, and walked briskly back towards the town, disappearing around the corner of a warehouse. They didn't look pleased. Dmitri remained on deck, watching them go, his shoulders rigid. He ran a hand through his dark hair, a gesture of frustration or weariness, before turning abruptly and striding towards the ship's stern, disappearing from her view. He hadn't seen her. He was too preoccupied, too entangled in the shadows that seemed to cling to his ship. Sophia stayed hidden behind the timber stacks for a long time. The fisherman's words and the image of the grim-faced men replaying in her mind. The romantic allure of the mysterious sailor was rapidly being overshadowed by the stark reality of danger, intrigue, and potentially illegal activities. Associating with him wasn't just defying social convention, it could mean stepping into a world of violence and retribution. His warning in the cove hadn't been mere melodrama, it had been the literal truth. Yet even as fear urged her to flee, to heed his warning and retreat to the safety of her known world, another emotion warred within her, a fierce, protective concern. He was tangled in something dangerous, potentially alone, facing threats from his past and scrutiny in the present. The urge to help him, to understand, to offer some kind of solace or support was unexpectedly powerful, overriding her fear for her own reputation, even her own safety. It was illogical, irrational, bordering on madness, but the connection she felt to him, the glimpse of the man beneath the hardened exterior, demanded more than passive retreat. She finally forced herself to leave the vicinity of the wharf, her mind reeling. The threads she was supposed to buy were forgotten. As she walked back up the hill, the wind seemed to whisper the secrets she had gleaned. Rumors of illicit cargo, talk of enemies, the presence of dangerous men. These secrets weren't just carried on the wind. They were settling deep within her, demanding acknowledgement, demanding a choice. Passing the small telegraph office near the edge of town, an idea sparked, reckless and desperate. Could she warn him? Could she somehow convey the rumors, the presence of the sheriff's men, the feeling of closing nets? But how? Approaching the ship directly was unthinkable, inviting discovery and danger. Sending a message seemed equally perilous, easily intercepted or misunderstood. She reached her street, the familiar facade of the Serrano house looming before her like a silent reproach. Inside lay safety, security, the life she was supposed to want. Outside, beyond the confines of Monterey's respectable streets, lay danger, uncertainty, and a man entangled in secrets, carried on the wind. A man who had awakened her soul, only to warn her away. As she reached for the gate latch, her hand hesitated. She looked back, down the sloping street, towards the harbor, hidden now by buildings and distance, but powerfully present in her mind. The Ariadne was still there, a ticking clock counting down the moments until its departure. The secrets it carried were becoming clearer, more menacing, and Dmitri, its second mate, stood at the heart of the storm. Could she truly walk away, lock the gate behind her, and pretend she hadn't heard the whispers on the wind, hadn't seen the shadows gathering? The weight of the unmade choice pressed down, heavier than any anchor, as the gray Monterey sky seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Chapter 11. The Cracks in the Porcelain. The carefully crafted facade of normalcy within the Serrano household began to develop hairline cracks, invisible to the casual observer, but deeply felt by Sophia. The tension, thick and unspoken, permeated the air like persistent coastal dampness. Her mother's worried glances became more frequent. Her solicitous questions about Sophia's health and spirits carrying an undertone of gentle probing. Isabella Serrano was no fool. She sensed the shift in her daughter, the distraction, the restless energy simmering beneath the surface of polite compliance. She attributed it to pre-wedding nerves, a common enough affliction, yet some deeper maternal instinct, seemed to whisper that the cause might be more complex, more troubling. Arthur, too, maintained his veneer of calm control, but the cracks showed there as well. His visits became slightly more frequent, his possessiveness subtly more pronounced. He would steer conversations towards their future, emphasizing the stability and prestige of the life awaiting them in San Francisco, subtly contrasting it with the uncertainties and unpleasant elements of Monterey. He recounted anecdotes highlighting his influence, his ability to navigate complex business dealings, his connections with important men, all designed, Sophia suspected, to remind her of the power and security he offered, the folly of looking elsewhere. His attentiveness felt less like affection and more like surveillance. The pearl ring on her finger seemed to gleam with a colder light, a beautiful shackle he polished with proprietary care. Sophia navigated this minefield of unspoken tensions with exhausting vigilance. She forced herself to engage in conversations about wedding linens and guest lists, offered opinions on wallpaper samples for the San Francisco house, smiled dutifully during Arthur's discourses on shipping manifests. But her mind was elsewhere, constantly replaying the fragmented images and overheard whispers from the harbor. Dimitri's warning, the grim-faced men, the fisherman's talk of enemies and debts, Arthur's mention of the sheriff's scrutiny. The Ariadne felt like a powder keg waiting for a spark, and Dimitri stood squarely in the blast radius. Her sleep was fractured, filled with anxious dreams, swirling fog, crashing waves, Dimitri's face appearing and disappearing in shadow, Arthur's hand tightening on her arm, the cold weight of the pearl ring turning into iron. She would wake before dawn, heart pounding, the scent of the sea seeming to fill her room, even with the windows tightly closed against the night chill. The secrets carried on the wind had infiltrated her sanctuary, leaving her no peace. The need to warn Dimitri, to understand the extent of the danger he faced, became an obsession, overriding her fear of discovery, her guilt towards Arthur, her concern for her own reputation. It felt less like a choice and more like a compulsion, a magnetic pull she couldn't resist. But how? Direct contact was impossible. Sending a message was too risky. She felt trapped, helpless, watching from the shore as a ship sailed towards a known storm. One afternoon, driven by desperation, she took a different path, not towards the sea, but towards the old custom house, a sturdy adobe building near the wharf that served as the hub of official port activity. She told her mother she needed to inquire about a specific import tariff for a household item her father might order, a plausible enough excuse related to family business. Her true purpose was far more perilous, to glean any official information, any hint of imminent action against the Ariadne or its crew. The air inside the custom house smelled of old paper, ink, and damp wool. Clerks scratched away with quill pens behind wooden counters, their faces pale and preoccupied. The harbor master, Mr. Davies, a portly man with spectacles perched on his nose, presided over the main office, surrounded by ledgers and nautical charts. Sophia approached his counter hesitantly, feeling wildly out of place, her fine dress and bonnet attracting curious glances from the clerks. She posed her fabricated question about tariffs, her voice sounding unnaturally high. Mr. Davies answered distractedly, shuffling through papers, his mind clearly on other matters. As he searched for the relevant document, Sophia risked a seemingly casual question, praying her voice wouldn't betray her intense anxiety. "That large Greek vessel, the Ariadne," she began, trying to sound merely curious like any townswoman observing the harbor traffic. It's been here quite some time. Are they planning a long stay? Mr. Davies looked up, peering at her over his spectacles, his expression sharpening slightly. The Ariadne? Ah, she's taking on extensive supplies. Captain claims delays due to needing minor repairs after the crossing. He lowered his voice confidentially. Though there's talk, Miss Serrano, talk and attention. He glanced towards the door, as if ensuring they weren't overheard. Sheriff Thompson has paid more than one visit, questions asked, cargo manifests scrutinized rather closely. Sophia's heart hammered against her ribs. Oh, is there some problem? She asked, striving for nonchalance. Mr. Davies pursed his lips, polishing his spectacles with a handkerchief. Let's just say, some shipments attract more interest than others, especially when they arrive on foreign vessels with colorful reputations. He leaned slightly closer. Between you and me, Miss Serrano, I wouldn't be surprised if her departure becomes rather expedited once certain formalities are concluded, of course. He tapped a thick ledger significantly. Formalities, expedited departure, formalities concluded, the euphemisms hung heavy in the air. Was he hinting at an impending seizure? Arrests? Sophia felt a wave of dizziness. She thanked Mr. Davies numbly, taking the tariff information she didn't need, and fled the oppressive atmosphere of the custom house, her mind reeling. The formalities likely meant waiting for proof, for the right moment to act. The net was closing. Dmitri didn't have much time. As she hurried away from the waterfront, head down, lost in anxious thoughts, she nearly collided with someone rounding the corner of a narrow alley. Strong hands gripped her arms to steady her, preventing a fall. Careful there, Miss Serrano. The voice was smooth, familiar, but laced with something cold. Sophia looked up into the steady, gray eyes of Arthur Ainsworth. He hadn't been following her, she realized with a jolt. He must have had business of his own nearby, perhaps at the bank or one of the shipping offices. But the coincidence felt like fate tightening its grip. Arthur, she exclaimed, startled, pulling her arms free. I didn't see you. His gaze swept over her, taking in her flushed cheeks, her proximity to the custom house and the harbor district she was supposed to be avoiding. Suspicion flared again in his eyes, colder and harder this time. Sophia, fancy meeting you here. Running errands again? His tone was light, almost playful, but the underlying edge was sharp as broken glass. Just an inquiry at the custom house for Papa, she stammered, acutely aware of how guilty she must look. Indeed, Arthur's smile didn't reach his eyes. You seem to have developed a sudden fascination with harbor affairs. First the festival, now the custom house. He took her arm, his grip firm, inescapable. Come, allow me to escort you home. This area is hardly suitable for a lady alone, as I've mentioned. He steered her firmly up the street, away from the sea, back towards the suffocating respectability of Alvarado Street. His silence was more unnerving than an outright accusation. He didn't question her further, didn't press for details about her errand, but the disapproval radiating from him was palpable. He knew she was lying, or at least hiding something. The trust between them, already fragile, felt irrevocably fractured. The carefully maintained porcelain surface of their engagement was cracking under the strain, revealing the brittle reality beneath. Back at the house, Arthur's farewell was brief, courteous on the surface, but chillingly devoid of warmth. Rest well, Sophia, he said, his eyes holding hers for a moment too long. We wouldn't want you overtiring yourself before the wedding. The reminder was clear. The wedding was proceeding. Her fate was sealed, regardless of her secret anxieties or forbidden excursions. That evening, the tension in the Serrano household reached a breaking point. During dinner, Isabella, unable to bear the strained silence and Sophia's obvious distress any longer, finally broached the subject directly. "Sophia, child, something is wrong," she said, setting down her fork, her voice trembling slightly. "You haven't been yourself for days. You're pale, distracted. Arthur seemed quite upset when he left this afternoon. Please tell me what troubles you. Are you having second thoughts? Is it Arthur?" Sophia looked at her mother's worried face, the genuine love and concern etched in the lines around her eyes. The weight of her deception, her secret turmoil, became unbearable. She couldn't confess everything: the meetings with Dmitri, the depth of her feelings, the danger surrounding the Ariadne, but the need to unburden herself, even partially, was overwhelming. "Oh, Mama," she began, her voice thick with unshed tears. It's not Arthur. Not exactly. He is kind, I know. But," she struggled for words, trying to articulate the suffocating feeling, the sense of being trapped. "This life, Mama, the endless routines, the expectations, it feels so small, so empty." She looked down at her hands, twisting her napkin. "And Arthur, he sees me as an acquisition. Something to manage, to keep safe, to reflect well upon him, not as a person with her own thoughts, her own heart." Isabella listened, her expression shifting from worry to a dawning, horrified understanding. "Sophia, what are you saying? Arthur Ainsworth is a fine man, a respected man. He offers you everything a woman could desire: security, position, comfort. This restlessness, it's unbecoming, perhaps even ungrateful." "Is it ungrateful to want to breathe, Mama?" Sophia cried, the words tearing from her. "To want a life that feels real, not just arranged? Is it wrong to feel like this ring?" She held up her left hand, the pearl catching the candlelight. "Is a chain?" Isabella gasped, her hand flying to her chest. "Don't say such things. You are overwrought. It's the stress of the wedding." She reached across the table, gripping Sophia's arm. "You must put these foolish thoughts out of your head. Think of your father, of our family standing. Think of your future. What alternative is there? Spinsterhood. Disgrace." The raw fear in her mother's voice, the desperation to maintain the status quo, solidified Sophia's own despair. Her mother couldn't understand. No one in her world could understand. They were all part of the gilded cage, invested in maintaining its bars. "I don't know what the alternative is, Mama," Sophia whispered, pulling her arm away, the tears finally spilling over, tracing hot paths down her cheeks. "But I know I cannot suffocate." She pushed back her chair and fled the dining room, ignoring her mother's distraught calls, seeking refuge in her room. She collapsed onto her bed, sobbing, the carefully constructed facade finally shattering completely. The cracks in the porcelain weren't just in her engagement or in the household atmosphere. They were deep within her own soul, revealing the painful chasm between the life expected of her and the life her heart desperately craved. The danger surrounding Dmitri seemed almost secondary now to the immediate crisis of her own spirit breaking apart. She was trapped between an unbearable future and an impossible love, with the tide running out on both. The choice, once a distant storm cloud, was now directly overhead, demanding everything she was and everything she might become. Chapter 12. Storm Clouds. Over the Pacific. The aftermath of Sophia's tearful confession At the dinner table was a fragile, brittle silence that settled over the Serrano household like a layer of frost. Isabella, shocked and deeply distressed by her daughter's outburst and the implications for the carefully arranged Ainsworth match, retreated into a state of wounded propriety. She treated Sophia with a cool, distant solicitude, her conversations limited to necessary household matters, her eyes constantly conveying a mixture of disappointment and fearful apprehension. The easy intimacy they had once shared, fragile as it might have been, felt shattered, replaced by a chasm of misunderstanding and unspoken accusations. Sophia's father, upon his return from Salinas, and informed presumably by Isabella of Sophia's distress, regarded his daughter with a heavy, paternal disapproval. His silence is more condemning than any spoken rebuke. The house, once a refuge, however confining, now felt like hostile territory. Sophia felt utterly alone, adrift in a sea of familial disapproval and her own turbulent emotions. The confrontation with her mother had brought no relief, only a starker understanding of her isolation. Her world demanded conformity, and her deviation from the expected path was met not with understanding, but with fear and censure. The gilded cage, she realized, wasn't just Arthur's creation, it was upheld by everyone she knew, built on generations of accepted limitations and societal expectations. To break free wouldn't just be defying Arthur, it would be betraying her entire world. Yet the image of Dmitri, standing resolute against the crashing waves in the hidden cove, speaking of ghosts and choices and the harsh truths taught by the sea, remained her anchor in the storm. His reality, fraught with danger and uncertainty, felt more authentic, more compelling than the suffocating safety offered by her own life. The knowledge gleaned from the custom house and Arthur's pointed remarks only intensified her anxiety for him. The expedited departure, the formalities, it all sounded ominous, hinting at imminent action. Sheriff Thompson's net was tightening around the Ariadne, and Dmitri, as second mate, would surely be caught in its mesh. Sleep offered little escape. Her nights were plagued by visions of the Ariadne under siege, of Dmitri fighting, cornered, captured. She saw Arthur's cold, triumphant face, her mother's weeping disappointment, the judging eyes of Monterey society. She would wake in the pre-dawn chill, heart pounding, the weight of her indecision crushing her. Time was slipping away like sand through her fingers. Soon the Ariadne would sail, either escaping into the fog or seized by the authorities. Soon Arthur would demand a reaffirmation of her commitment, forcing a final, irrevocable choice. The weather seemed to mirror her internal turmoil. The persistent coastal fog grew heavier, thicker, occasionally punctuated by restless winds that rattled the window panes and sighed mournfully through the cypress trees. Out over the Pacific, dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, bruised purples and ominous grays massing like an invading army, promising a storm. The sea, visible from her window as a distant slate-gray line, seemed agitated, its usual rhythmic breathing replaced by a choppy, nervous energy. One gray, oppressive afternoon, unable to bear the strained atmosphere of the house a moment longer, Sophia sought refuge in the small walled garden behind the house. It was a meticulously tended space, her mother's pride, with neat rows of roses not yet blooming, lavender bushes releasing their scent into the damp air, and the ever-present cypress hedge forming a dark green boundary. It offered privacy, but no escape. She paced the narrow gravel paths, restless as a caged animal, her shawl pulled tight against the chill wind that carried the amplified roar of the increasingly agitated sea. A sudden movement near the back gate, almost hidden by the thick foliage of the hedge, made her freeze. A small figure, raggedly dressed, slipped through the gate, glanced around furtively, then darted towards the kitchen entrance at the rear of the house. It was Mateo Garcia, the young boy Dmitri had saved from the falling crate on the wharf. Sophia had seen him occasionally, running errands or playing near the harbor, one of the many children living on the fringes of Monterey's prosperity. What was he doing here? Skulking in their private garden? Before Sophia could call out, Consuela, the Serrano's stout, sensible cook and housekeeper, emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She spotted the boy and frowned, but her expression softened as Mateo approached her, whispering urgently, pressing a small, folded piece of rough paper into her hand. Consuela listened intently, nodded, glanced nervously towards the main house, then quickly ushered the boy back towards the gate, pressing a small coin into his hand before he disappeared as quickly as he had come. Consuela stood for a moment, looking at the folded paper in her hand, her brow furrowed with worry. Then, seeming to sense Sophia's presence, she turned, startled. Seeing Sophia watching her from the path, Consuela's expression became guarded, almost fearful. She quickly tucked the paper into her apron pocket. Consuela? Sophia asked quietly, walking towards her. Who is that boy? What did he want? Consuela hesitated, twisting her apron nervously. She had been with the Serrano family for years, fiercely loyal, discreet, and generally unflappable. Seeing her so obviously agitated sent a fresh wave of alarm through Sophia. Just one of the harbor boys, Señorita Sophia, seeking a bite to eat. You know how they are. The explanation sounded rehearsed, unconvincing. He gave you something, Consuela, Sophia pressed gently, her intuition screaming that this was important, connected somehow to the turmoil consuming her. A note? Consuela's eyes darted nervously towards the house again, then met Sophia's gaze. She saw the desperation there, the plea for honesty. Consuela sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. She had seen Sophia's distress over the past days, sensed the unspoken conflict. Perhaps she felt a flicker of sympathy, or perhaps the message she held felt too heavy to bear alone. Sí, señorita, she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. She drew the folded paper from her pocket, holding it out reluctantly. It is not addressed to anyone here. The boy Mateo, he said it was from the Greek sailor, the tall one, Papadakis. Sophia's breath caught. Dmitri, a message. Her hand trembled as she reached for the rough paper. It felt coarse beneath her fingertips, smelling faintly of salt and tar. It was folded tightly, sealed with a crude smudge of what looked like wax. There was no name on the outside. He asked Mateo to bring it here? Sophia whispered, her mind racing. Why send it here? How did he know Mateo could reach Consuela? Perhaps the kindness Dmitri had shown the boy had forged an unlikely bond, a channel of communication outside the usual networks. Consuela nodded, her expression deeply troubled. Mateo said the sailor seemed urgent, worried. He told the boy to give this only to me, Consuela, and to say it was important for someone who understands the turning tide. She looked pointedly at Sophia. I think, señorita, I think he meant it for you. Someone who understands the turning tide. The phrase resonated with the conversation in the cove. With Dimitri's talk of currents and choices, it was a coded message meant only for her ears, delivered through the most unlikely of messengers. Her fingers fumbled with the seal, breaking it open. Inside, the writing was stark, hurried, written in pencil on the rough paper, the letters angular, slightly foreign. Sophia. The storm gathers sooner than expected. Decisions made tonight will change the currents. If your heart still seeks a different shore, meet me. Midnight, the hidden cove where the sea meets the soul. Come alone. Trust no one else. Be safe. D. No signature beyond the initial. No explanation, just the stark summons, the deadline, the location, the warning. Decisions made tonight. The storm gathers. It confirmed her worst fears. Action against the Ariadne was imminent. Tonight. A wave of cold dread washed over her, followed immediately by a surge of fierce, protective urgency. He was asking her to come, not with promises, but with a sense of finality, of a threshold about to be crossed. If your heart still seeks a different shore. He was giving her one last chance to choose, to declare herself, before the storm broke. Señorita, Consuelo whispered, seeing the color drain from Sophia's face. Is it bad news? Sophia quickly refolded the note, clutching it tightly in her hand. It's complicated, Consuela. Thank you. Thank you for giving it to me. She looked earnestly at the older woman. Can I trust you not to speak of this? To anyone? Not my mother? Not anyone. Consuela hesitated for only a moment, then nodded firmly. Your secret is safe with me, Señorita Sofia. Always. There was a deep loyalty and perhaps a hint of shared female understanding in her eyes. Sophia squeezed her arm gratefully, then hurried back into the house, the note clutched in her hand like a burning coal. Midnight! The hidden cove! Alone! The risks were enormous. Sneaking out of the house, navigating the dark paths, meeting a man potentially under surveillance by the sheriff. A man entangled in dangerous secrets. It was madness. Yet, the thought of not going, of letting midnight pass, of allowing Dmitri to face whatever was coming alone, without knowing her answer, without her even trying to reach him, that felt like the greater madness, the ultimate betrayal, not just of him, but of herself. His message wasn't a demand. It was an offering, a final, perilous choice laid bare. He trusted her enough to send for her, to reveal the timing of the crisis, to ask her to declare her heart's allegiance before the current shifted irrevocably. The afternoon crawled by, each tick of the grandfather clock amplifying the tension. Sophia forced herself to maintain a semblance of normalcy, pleading a headache to excuse herself from dinner, retreating to her room early. She sat by her window, watching the sky darken, the storm clouds over the Pacific thickening, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight. The wind picked up, howling around the eaves, carrying the scent of rain and the agitated roar of the sea. A real storm was coming, mirroring the tempest in her soul and the crisis brewing down at the harbor. As the house settled into silence, Sophia made her preparations, her movements quiet, furtive. She dressed in her darkest, simplest clothes, sturdy boots, a thick concealing shawl. She checked the back staircase seldom used, leading down near the kitchen, ensuring it was clear. Her heart pounded with a mixture of terror and exhilarating resolve. Every instinct screamed danger, yet the pull towards the cove, towards Dmitri, towards the terrifying freedom of choosing her own path, was irresistible. She waited, listening to the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping house, the howl of the wind, the first spatters of rain against the window pane. Midnight approached, carried on the wings of the rising storm. Clutching Dimitri's rough note, she took a deep breath, opened her door, and slipped silently into the darkened hallway, leaving the gilded cage behind, stepping out into the storm, towards the hidden cove where the sea met the soul, and where her choice awaited. The porcelain was irrevocably cracked. Tonight it would either shatter completely or, perhaps, reveal the stronger substance beneath. Chapter 13. A Reckless Current. The wind tore at Sophia's shawl, whipping it around her like a frantic bird as she slipped out the back gate and into the teeth of the rising storm. Rain, driven hard on the gusts, stung her face, plastering stray strands of hair to her cheeks. The familiar streets of Monterey were transformed, dark and deserted, the usual comforting glow of lanterns swallowed by the tempestuous night. The roar of the wind and the crashing surf overwhelmed all other sounds, creating a bubble of chaotic isolation around her. It felt as if the world beyond this immediate struggle against the elements had ceased to exist. Navigating the path towards the coast was treacherous. The track, familiar by daylight, became a vague, muddy ribbon disappearing into blackness, illuminated only by brief, startling flashes of lightning that ripped across the sky, momentarily revealing the tormented silhouettes of wind-lashed pines and the churning white-capped expanse of the ocean. Each flash was followed by a deep, rolling peal of thunder that seemed to shake the very ground beneath her feet. Fear, cold and primal, coiled in her stomach. This was madness, utter, reckless madness. Turning back was the only sane option. Yet she pressed on, stumbling over unseen roots, shielding her eyes against the driving rain, driven by a force stronger than fear, stronger than reason. Dimitri's words echoed in her mind. Decisions made tonight will change the currents. If your heart still seeks a different shore, he was out there somewhere in this maelstrom, facing his own crisis, waiting for her answer, offering her a choice that resonated with the deepest, most desperate yearnings of her soul. The storm outside felt like a reflection of the storm within her, a purging chaos that stripped away pretense, leaving only raw, essential truths. The thought of failing to reach him, of letting this moment pass, was more terrifying than the physical dangers of the storm. She recognized the turnoff towards the hidden cove more by instinct than by sight, plunging into the darker shelter of the coastal scrub. Here the wind howled overhead through the pine branches, but the rain lessened slightly, filtered by the dense foliage. The path was steeper, slick with mud and loose stones. She slipped several times, catching herself on rough branches, her hands scratched, her skirt torn and muddied. The roar of the surf grew deafening as she neared the cove, a constant, thunderous assault on the senses. Finally, gasping for breath, soaked and shivering, she emerged onto the narrow crescent of sand. The cove was barely recognizable. The tide, pushed high by the storm surge, had swallowed most of the beach, waves crashing violently against the base of the cliffs, sending spray exploding high into the air, drenching the remaining strip of sand. Lightning flashed again, illuminating the scene in stark, terrifying detail. The churning black water, the jagged rocks gleaming wetly, the wind-scoured cliffs looming like ancient, disapproving sentinels. And Dimitri. He stood near the base of the largest cliff face, seeking what little shelter it offered from the direct onslaught of the wind and rain. He was a dark silhouette against the turbulent backdrop, his stance braced against the gusts, his gaze fixed on the path where she had emerged. He wore a heavy, dark seaman's coat, glistening with rain, its collar turned up high against the elements. Even from a distance, she could feel the tense energy radiating from him, the coiled readiness of a man facing imminent danger. Seeing her stumble onto the beach, he moved immediately, striding towards her through the shallow, swirling water that now covered much of the sand. He reached her in moments, his strong hands gripping her arms, steadying her as another powerful gust threatened to throw her off balance. "Sophia!" His voice was rough, barely audible above the storm's fury, his eyes illuminated by another lightning flash filled with a mixture of disbelief, relief, and fierce concern. "You came! In this! Are you mad?" "Are you?" she countered, breathless, clinging to his arms for support, the solid warmth of him beneath the soaked coat, a startling anchor in the chaos. "What's happening, Dmitri? What decisions? What storm?" He pulled her closer, turning her body to shield her slightly from the wind, his presence a sudden, intense reality against the elemental fury surrounding them. "There is little time," he shouted over the roar of the waves. "The sheriff, he moves tonight. Not just for cargo, for men. There are warrants, accusations flown across the sea faster than any ship can sail." His words confirmed her worst fears. It wasn't just smuggled goods, it was something personal, something from his past, enemies, debts. "Accusations?" she pressed, looking up into his rain-streaked face, trying to read his expression in intermittent flashes of light. "What accusations?" He hesitated, his gaze dark, haunted. "Old battles, Sophia. Vendettas born in smoke and blood back home. Things a man does to survive. Things that cast long shadows." He gripped her arms tighter, his eyes searching hers with desperate intensity. "They seek to extradite me, to drag me back to face, judgment? Or worse?" Extradition. Judgment. The words hung heavy, chilling. The danger wasn't just arrest, it was being forcibly returned to face enemies, to a fate he clearly feared more than imprisonment here. "But can they?" she asked, horrified. "On what ground?" "Enough grounds for men who hold power and long grudges," he said grimly. "The formalities your harbor master spoke of are nearly complete. Tonight the sheriff plans to board the Ariadne, warrants in hand, backed by men whose only loyalty is to coin." He glanced back towards the turbulent sea. "Our captain, he intends to weigh anchor before they can act, to slip away in the storm, under the cover of darkness. It is our only chance." Slip away in the storm. A desperate gamble, sailing into the teeth of this tempest. But the alternative, capture and extradition, was clearly unthinkable for him. "So you are leaving?" The question felt like a lead weight in her chest, despite the urgency, despite the danger. "Tonight?" He looked down at her, his expression torn, the rain plastering dark strands of hair to his forehead. "We must, Sophia. There is no other choice for us." He paused, his gaze holding hers, raw and vulnerable beneath the hardened exterior. Unless, she prompted, her heart pounding, barely daring to breathe. "Unless," he repeated, his voice dropping lower, forcing her to lean closer to hear him over the storm. "Unless there is a reason to face the dawn here, a reason strong enough to risk the chains." His eyes bored into hers, stripping away all pretense, demanding the truth she had wrestled with for days. "Your note? You said your heart sought a different shore? Is this?" He gestured around them, at the wild cove, the raging storm, implicitly including himself, his dangerous life. "A shore you could truly choose? Knowing the risks? Knowing the ghosts I carry? Knowing I offer no easy passage, only this reckless current?" The choice, stark and immediate, hung suspended in the heart of the storm. Safety, security, the gilded cage with Arthur, or this man, this tempestuous life, this uncertain future fraught with peril and pursued by shadows? He offered no guarantees, no false promises, only the raw truth of himself and the dangerous reality of his world. Sophia looked up into his eyes, seeing the conflict, the hope warring with despair, the weight of his past, and the uncertainty of his future. She saw the man who had saved a child, who had understood her silent suffocation, who had touched her soul beneath the cypress boughs. She saw the strength, the sorrow, the fierce integrity that refused to offer easy lies. And in that moment, clarity pierced through the fear, the guilt, the confusion. The gilded cage wasn't safe. It was a slow death. This reckless current, terrifying as it was, felt undeniably alive. Yes, she breathed, the word almost snatched away by the wind, yet utterly certain. My heart seeks the shore, Dmitri, with you, whatever the risks. A profound emotion washed over his face, astonishment, relief, tenderness, pain, all mingling in the fleeting light of the storm. He pulled her against him fiercely, his arms wrapping around her, crushing her to his chest in an embrace that felt both desperate and triumphant. She buried her face against the rough, damp wool of his coat, clinging to him, the solid strength of his body an anchor against the raging elements and the terrifying implications of her choice. The roar of the sea filled her ears, mingling with the frantic beating of her own heart and the steady, powerful rhythm of his beneath her cheek. He held her for a long moment, a silent communion amidst the chaos, then gently pushed her back slightly, framing her face with his hand, his thumb stroking her wet cheeks. Sophia, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Are you certain? There is no turning back from this path. If you come with me, your old life is forfeit. Your family, your name, gone. I know, she whispered, meeting his intense gaze without flinching. The tears mingling with the rain on her face weren't tears of sorrow, but of release, of terrifying, exhilarating commitment. My old life was already gone. I just hadn't admitted it. He searched her eyes, seeking any flicker of doubt, any hesitation. Finding none, he nodded slowly, a grim resolve settling over his features. Then we must be swift. The tide turns, and the sheriff will not wait for the storm to pass. He glanced back towards the hidden path she had taken. Is anyone likely to follow you? Does Ainsworth suspect? He suspects something, Sophia admitted. He saw me near the custom house today. He is watchful. But follow me tonight? In this? I don't know. I pray not. We cannot risk it, Dmitri said decisively. We cannot return the way you came. He looked towards the tumultuous sea, towards where the dark shape of the Ariadne presumably lay hidden beyond the churning waves and driving rain. There is a boat waiting beyond the point, sheltered as much as possible. It can take us to the ship, but the passage, it will be dangerous. A small boat in this storm to reach a ship preparing to flee into the teeth of the gale? The danger was immense. Yet, looking at Dimitri's resolute face, feeling the solid strength of his hand now gripping hers, she felt no fear, only a fierce determination to see this through, to embrace the reckless current she had chosen. Lead the way, she said, her voice clear and steady above the howl of the wind. He nodded, his eyes filled with a fierce protective tenderness. He pulled her shawl tighter around her, then, keeping a firm grip on her hand, turned and began leading her not back up the path, but along the narrow, treacherous strip of sand at the base of the cliffs, towards the jagged point that marked the cove's northern edge. The waves crashed perilously close, soaking them to the knees, the footing slippery on the wet rocks. Progress was slow, arduous, each step a battle against the wind, the rain, the surging water. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, illuminating the point ahead. Sophia saw it. Then a small, sturdy longboat, pulled up as high onto the rocks as possible, shielded slightly by an overhang. Two figures huddled within it, seamen from the Ariadne, their faces grim, anxiously scanning the churning water. Reaching the boat was the final hurdle. A large wave crashed over the rocks, nearly sweeping them off their feet. Dmitri pulled her forward, shielding her with his body, shouting instructions to the men in Greek. They scrambled to help, hauling Sophia into the boat, Dmitri vaulting in after her. "Cast off! Quickly!" Dmitri commanded, grabbing an oar. The men worked frantically, pushing the heavy boat off the rocks and into the violent chop. Instantly, they were tossed violently, the small craft pitching and rolling like a toy in the immense power of the storm-driven sea. Rain lashed down, waves crashed over the gunwales, threatening to swamp them. Sophia huddled in the bottom of the boat, soaked, shivering, yet gripping the sides with white-knuckled determination, her eyes fixed on Dmitri, as he and the other two sailors fought the sea with skill and desperate strength, rowing away from the treacherous shore, towards the invisible silhouette of the Ariadne, towards the heart of the storm, towards the unknown future she had so recklessly, so irrevocably chosen. The safe harbor was behind her. The reckless current was carrying her away. Chapter 14. The Price of Defiance. The passage to the Ariadne was a brutal, terrifying ordeal, a battle against wind and waves that seemed determined to swallow their small boat whole. Sophia huddled low, drenched and shivering, clutching the rough wooden gunwale as the longboat pitched and bucked violently. Each wave crashed over them, stealing her breath, filling the bottom of the boat with icy water. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the disorienting flashes of lightning that revealed glimpses of mountainous waves, churning foam, and the grimly determined faces of Dmitri and his two crewmen straining at the oars. Their skill was undeniable, their movements economical and powerful despite the chaos, reading the water, fighting the currents with a knowledge born of long, hard experience. Dmitri, positioned near the stern, seemed to command the sea itself, his low, urgent commands in Greek cutting through the roar of the storm, guiding the oarsmen, bracing himself against the violent motion, his gaze constantly scanning the blackness ahead, searching for the ship. Sophia watched him, her fear mingling with a fierce admiration. This was his element, however dangerous. Here, stripped of all pretense, battling the raw power of nature, he seemed utterly alive, intensely focused, the shadows and complexities falling away to reveal the core of the man. Strong, resolute, capable. He glanced back at her occasionally, his eyes conveying reassurance, a silent promise amidst the tempest. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggle, a towering dark shape loomed out of the rain-swept darkness ahead the Ariadne. Lights flickered dimly on her decks, mostly masked, suggesting a ship preparing for a furtive departure rather than riding out the storm at anchor. Getting alongside in the heaving sea was another perilous maneuver. Ropes snaked down the ship's high, wet side. Timing was crucial. As the longboat surged upwards on the crest of a wave, rough hands reached down, grabbing Sophia, hauling her unceremoniously, soaking and gasping onto the relative stability of the main deck. Dmitri scrambled up immediately after her, followed by his men, who quickly secured the longboat. The deck of the Ariadne was a scene of controlled chaos. Sailors moved swiftly, purposefully, their movements economical despite the pitching deck and driving rain. Orders were shouted in Greek, ropes coiled, sail covers loosened, anchors presumably being weighed in near silence. The air hummed with urgency, with the tension of a vessel preparing to flee into the storm, pursued by threats both human and elemental. Sophia stood dripping and disoriented near the mainmast, buffeted by the wind, acutely aware of her incongruous presence. A woman in fine, though now ruined, clothes amidst these hardened seamen, preparing for a desperate voyage. Dmitri immediately took charge, conferring rapidly with a stocky, bearded man Sophia assumed was the captain. Gesturing towards the shore, then back towards the open sea. The captain nodded grimly, his eyes briefly flicking towards Sophia with a mixture of surprise and resignation before turning to bellow fresh orders. Clearly her presence was unexpected, perhaps unwelcome. But Dmitri's decision was being respected, at least for now. Dmitri turned back to Sophia, pulling her towards the slight shelter offered by the deckhouse near the stern. "Stay here," he commanded, his voice urgent. "Keep low. We sail immediately." He brushed a soaking strand of hair from her face, his touch lingering for only an instant, a brief moment of connection amidst the urgency. "You are brave, Sophia, braver than you know." Before she could reply, he turned and plunged back into the heart of the activity, his presence needed to oversee the final, critical preparations for departure. Sophia huddled against the cold wood of the deckhouse, watching the disciplined frenzy around her. The ship groaned and creaked as it fought the waves, the wind shrieking through the complex rigging overhead like tormented spirits. This was her choice. This storm-tossed deck, this ship fleeing into the night, this man bound to its fate. This was the shore her heart had sought. The terror was real, palpable, yet beneath it ran a current of exhilarating freedom, a sense that she was finally, truly alive, participating in her own destiny, however uncertain, however perilous. The ship gave a great lurch, a shudder running through its timbers. The anchor was free. Slowly, agonizingly, the Ariadne began to turn, her bow swinging towards the open sea, away from the faint scattered lights of Monterey, away from the life Sophia had known. Sailors scrambled aloft into the rigging, mere silhouettes against the storm-racked sky, fighting to unfurl just enough sail to give them steerage way, a dangerous task in these winds. The ship gathered momentum, plunging into the massive waves, the deck tilting steeply, spray flying high over the railings. Suddenly, a flicker of light from the shore caught Sophia's eye. Not the familiar glow of town lanterns, but something brighter, moving rapidly along the coast towards where the Ariadne had been anchored torches. A cluster of them, bobbing and weaving, visible even through the driving rain. The sheriff. They were too late, or perhaps just in time. Had the Ariadne remained at anchor minutes longer, they would have been boarded. Dmitri saw the lights too. He cursed softly in Greek, his gaze hardening as he looked towards the pursuing torches. He shouted an order, and the men aloft worked with even greater urgency, the ship leaning precariously as more canvas caught the wind. The Ariadne surged forward, plunging into the blackness, leaving the frustrated lights of the shore shrinking behind them. They had escaped the immediate grasp of the law, but their flight had begun, a desperate run into the heart of the Pacific storm. As the ship settled into a violent, lurching rhythm, battling the waves, Dmitri finally came back to Sophia. He pulled off his heavy, soaked coat and draped it around her shoulders. It was large, heavy, smelling of salt water, and him, offering a small measure of warmth against the bone-chilling dampness. They were close, he said grimly, standing beside her, bracing himself against the bulkhead, his gaze fixed on the turbulent water ahead. Too close. What happens now? Sophia asked, pulling the coat tighter, her voice small against the roar of the storm. Now, he replied, his profile stark in the dim light filtering from the deckhouse lamps. We survived the storm, both the one outside. He gestured towards the raging sea, and the one that follows us. He looked down at her, his expression a mixture of tenderness and deep concern. This will not be easy, Sophia. Life aboard ship, it is hard. And we are fugitives now, in a sense. We cannot simply sail into the next port. Where will we go? She asked, the practical implications of her impulsive choice beginning to sink in. South, he answered, away from American waters, away from those who hunt me, towards shores where questions are fewer, and a man's past is his own affair. Mexico, perhaps, or further. It depends on the sea, the wind, and our pursuers. He sighed, running a hand wearily over his face. I have brought you into my storm, Sophia. I pray you do not regret it. I chose the storm, Dmitri, she said, quietly but firmly, meeting his gaze. I don't regret leaving the cage. Whether she would regret the storm itself, only time would tell. He managed a faint, weary smile. Come, you cannot stay out here. There is a small cabin, my cabin. It is dry, at least. He took her arm gently, guiding her towards a narrow doorway leading below deck. The transition from the wild chaos of the deck to the cramped, dimly lit confines below was jarring. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood, tar, bilge water, and unwashed bodies. The ship's violent motion was amplified here, the groaning of timbers louder, the sense of confinement intense. Sailors, off watch, were wedged into narrow bunks, sleeping despite the storm, their faces pale in the flickering lantern light. Dmitri led her down a narrow passageway to a small cabin near the stern. It was Spartan, containing little more than a narrow built-in bunk, a small sea chest, a tiny table bolted to the floor, and a few navigational charts pinned to the wall. Yet compared to the howling storm outside, it felt like a sanctuary. A single lantern swung rhythmically with the ship's motion, casting dancing shadows. It is not much, Dmitri said apologetically, but it is yours for now. Try to get some rest. You are exhausted. Sophia looked around the small space, Dimitri's space, seeing the few personal items, a well-worn book in Greek, a carved wooden bird, a faded tintype photograph tucked into the frame of a chart, showing a stern-looking older couple who must have been his parents. These small glimpses into his life, his past, made him feel both more real and more complex. Where will you sleep? She asked. Do not worry about me, he replied. No one sleeps much in a storm like this, least of all the second mate. He hesitated at the door, his gaze lingering on her face. Sophia, what you did tonight, risking everything to come. He seemed to struggle for words. It is the bravest, most foolish, most beautiful thing anyone has ever done for me. He reached out, his calloused thumb gently tracing the line of her jaw. Get some sleep. We will talk more when the sea allows. He slipped out, closing the door softly behind him, leaving her alone in the small, swaying cabin, the storm raging outside, the ship groaning beneath her feet. She sank onto the edge of the narrow bunk, pulling his heavy coat around her like a shield. Exhaustion washed over her, heavy and complete, yet her mind still raced. She had done it. She had defied Arthur, her family, her entire world. She had thrown her lot in with a fugitive sailor on a ship, fleeing into a storm. The price of defiance was immense, terrifying. She had sacrificed security, reputation, family, everything she had ever known, for a feeling, for a connection, for the desperate hope of a life less ordinary, a life with him. Was it bravery, or foolishness, or simply the inevitable consequence of a restless heart pushed too far? She didn't know. All she knew was that she was here, on this ship, heading into an unknown future, and the man who held her heart was out there on deck, fighting the storm. The fear was still there, a cold knot deep inside, but it was overshadowed by a strange, fierce sense of peace. She had made her choice. She had embraced the reckless current. Whatever came next, whatever the cost, she would face it. The price of defiance was high, but the price of conformity, she now knew with absolute certainty, would have been her soul. Curling up on the narrow bunk, wrapped in Dimitri's coat, she closed her eyes, listening to the symphony of the storm and the creaking ship, and for the first time in a long time, slept without dreaming of cages. Chapter 15, Anchored in the Tempest. Sophia awoke to darkness, confusion, and the violent, relentless motion of the ship. For a disoriented moment, she thought she was trapped in one of her recent nightmares, the ones filled with churning water and suffocating fear. But the rough texture of the wool blanket beneath her cheek, the damp chill in the air, the distinct smell of salt water, tar, and something vaguely metallic, and the rhythmic groaning of timbers inches from her head was starkly, terrifyingly real. She wasn't dreaming. She was here, in Dimitri's narrow bunk, aboard the Ariadne, fleeing into the heart of a Pacific storm. Opening her eyes, she could see nothing in the pitch blackness of the small cabin. The single lantern must have been extinguished or removed. The ship plunged sickeningly into the trough of a wave, sending her sliding against the bulkhead, then climbed laboriously up the next watery mountain, the strain palpable in every creak and shudder of the vessel. The roar of the wind and waves was a constant, deafening presence beyond the thin wooden walls, punctuated by the sharp crack of stressed rigging and the occasional muffled shouts of the crew on deck. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm her. What had she done? This wasn't a romantic escape. It was a brutal, terrifying reality. The elegance and order of her former life, the quiet routines, the soft fabrics, the predictable conversations, seemed like a distant, almost unbelievable dream. Here there was only the raw, untamed power of the sea, the cramped, functional harshness of the ship, and the company of rough foreign sailors fleeing the law. She thought of her mother's horrified face, her father's silent disapproval, Arthur's cold fury. The price of her defiance felt suddenly, crushingly real. Had she traded a gilded cage for a floating prison, tossed about by forces far beyond her control? She pushed herself up, shivering, pulling Dimitri's heavy coat, still damp, more tightly around her shoulders. Her own clothes were soaked through, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. The air in the cabin was close, stuffy, yet cold. She felt a wave of nausea from the relentless motion, swallowing hard against the urge to be sick. This was nothing like the gentle rocking she'd experienced on brief ferry trips across the bay in calmer weather. This was a relentless, violent assault on the senses, on the equilibrium, on the spirit. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the cabin door creaked open, letting in a sliver of dim light from the passageway and the silhouette of a man bracing himself in the doorway. Dmitri, Sophia. His voice was low, rough with fatigue, but instantly recognizable. You are awake. He stepped inside, closing the door quickly against the noise and drafts from the passage. He carried a small covered tin mug and a piece of what looked like hard, dry biscuit. The faint light from a lantern hanging further down the corridor illuminated his face. He looked exhausted. Lines of strain etched around his eyes and mouth, his dark hair plastered to his forehead with sweat and seawater. But his gaze, as it met hers, was steady, concerned. Are you all right? He asked, moving carefully towards the bunk, bracing himself against the violent sway of the ship. I think so, she managed, her voice sounding weak, unsteady. The storm? Aye, he said grimly, crouching beside the bunk, offering her the mug. She still rages, but the ship holds. She is strong, built for harsh seas. He held out the biscuit. Eat something. It is not Serrano fare, I fear, but it will help settle your stomach. The mug contained heavily sweetened, lukewarm tea, strong and slightly bitter, but blessedly warm. She sipped it gratefully, the warmth spreading through her chilled body. The biscuit was indeed hard ship's bread, or hardtack, dry and tasteless, but she forced herself to nibble on it, knowing he was right. Her stomach did feel marginally better. Thank you, Dmitri, she murmured, handing the empty mug back. He took it, his calloused fingers brushing hers, the brief contact sending a familiar jolt through her, a spark of warmth in the cold chaos. He didn't pull away immediately, his gaze searching hers in the dim light. You regret coming? He asked quietly, the question raw, vulnerable. Sophia looked at him, truly looked at him, the exhaustion, the worry, the immense burden of responsibility he carried for this ship, this crew, and now for her. She saw the strength that kept him standing, fighting, despite the storm, despite the pursuit, despite the ghosts he carried. And she knew her answer, despite the fear, despite the discomfort, despite the overwhelming strangeness of it all. No, Dmitri, she said, her voice gaining strength. I don't regret it. She reached out, placing her hand lightly on his arm, feeling the hard muscle beneath the damp wool of his shirt. I am frightened. I am overwhelmed, but I am not sorry I chose this shore. A profound relief washed over his features, softening the harsh lines for a moment. He covered her hand with his own, his grip strong, reassuring. Good, he breathed. That is, good. He held her gaze for another moment, a silent acknowledgement, passing between them the shared risk, the shared commitment, the fragile intimacy forged in the heart of the tempest. This connection, this understanding, this was the anchor she hadn't realized she was seeking. He seemed about to say more, but a series of urgent shouts echoed from the deck above, followed by the heavy thud of something crashing against the planking. Dmitri was instantly alert, his head snapping up, listening intently. Duty calls, he said, his expression becoming serious again, the second mate replacing the concerned man. He squeezed her hand once more before rising. Stay below. It is safer here. I will check on you when I can. He turned to leave, pausing at the door. Try to rest more, Sophia. You need your strength. He gave her one last intense look, then disappeared back into the dimly lit passageway, leaving her once again alone with the storm. Sleep was impossible now. Adrenaline, fear, and a strange, burgeoning sense of purpose kept her wide awake. She couldn't just huddle here useless. while Dmitri and his men fought for their survival on deck. She had chosen this life, this ship. She couldn't remain a passive passenger, a burden. She needed to understand it, to face it, to find her place within it, however small. Waiting until she heard Dimitri's footsteps recede, Sophia swung her legs carefully over the side of the bunk, bracing herself against the pitching floor. Her fine dress was hopelessly ruined, torn and stained, utterly impractical. Rummaging briefly through Dimitri's small sea chest, an invasion of privacy that felt necessary under the circumstances, she found a pair of rough-spun sailor's trousers, much too large but functional, and a thick woolen pullover. Changing into them felt like shedding the last vestiges of her old identity, embracing the harsh reality of her new one. The clothes were coarse, smelling faintly of Dmitri, of salt water and hard work. They felt strangely comforting, protective. Tying her damp hair back severely, she felt less like the fragile Senorita Serrano and more like someone prepared, however inadequately, to face the storm. Opening the cabin door cautiously, she peered out. The passageway was deserted, dimly lit by swaying lanterns. The noise from the deck seemed slightly less intense now, though the ship's motion was still violent. Taking a deep breath, she made her way carefully along the passage, gripping bulkheads and handholds for support, towards the companionway ladder leading up to the deck. Emerging into the gray, turbulent dawn was like stepping into another world. The full fury of the storm still raged, though perhaps the wind had lessened marginally. Rain still drove relentlessly, and the sea remained a chaotic mass of towering waves and deep troughs. The Ariadne plowed through it all, timbers groaning, sails reefed down to mere scraps of canvas, yet maintaining her course southward. The deck was slick, treacherous, littered with debris, a coil of rope here, a splintered piece of wood there. The immediate crisis seemed to have passed, but the exhaustion, etched on the faces of the few sailors visible on deck, told its own story. They moved like ghosts, checking lines, securing gear, their movements economical, weary. Sophia spotted Dmitri near the helm, conferring quietly with the captain and the helmsman, his face grim, his eyes constantly scanning the sea, the sails, the straining rigging. He hadn't noticed her arrival. She stayed near the companionway hatch, reluctant to distract him, content for a moment just to watch him, to witness his competence, his command. A sailor swabbing the deck. Nearby, a young man, barely more than a boy, with wide, tired eyes, glanced up and saw her. His eyes widened further in surprise, then narrowed with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. He muttered something in Greek to another sailor working nearby, who also turned to stare, his expression unfriendly. Sophia felt a flush rise to her cheeks. She was an outsider here, an anomaly, a potential liability. Their resentment, or at least their suspicion, was understandable. She represented the trouble their second mate had brought upon them, the reason for this desperate flight into the storm. She squared her shoulders, refusing to be intimidated. She met the sailors' gazes steadily, offering a tentative nod. They looked away, resuming their work, but she sensed their continued awareness of her presence. Finding her place here would not be easy. It would require more than just changing her clothes. It would require earning their respect, or at least their tolerance. Just then Dmitri turned, his gaze sweeping the deck, and saw her. His brow furrowed in disapproval, and he strode towards her, bracing himself easily against the ship's roll. "Sophia, I told you to stay below." His voice was sharp, laced with concern rather than anger. It's dangerous up here. One rogue wave. I couldn't stay down there, she replied, lifting her chin slightly. I needed to see, to understand. She gestured towards the weary crew, the straining ship. This is my choice too, Dmitri. I cannot hide from it. He looked at her, taking in the borrowed sailor's clothes, the determined set of her jaw, the way she held herself steady against the pitching deck. He saw not the delicate lady he'd met in Monterey, but someone adapting, someone finding an unexpected resilience. A slow smile, weary but genuine, touched his lips. No, he conceded, his voice softening. Perhaps you cannot. He looked around the deck, then back at her. All right. Stay close to the deck house. Hold on tight. And if I tell you to go below, you go. Instantly. Understood? Understood, she agreed readily. He nodded. Then his gaze became more serious. The storm shows signs of easing. Slowly. But we are not out of danger yet. We burned too much time in Monterey. Our pursuer, they may not give up easily, especially if they suspect where we might be headed. And where is that? She asked, watching a huge gray wave curl and break near the ship's bow. South, he repeated, towards Valparaiso perhaps, or smaller ports along the Chilean coast, places where the Ariadne has connections, places where questions are not always asked, and papers are not always scrutinized. He looked out at the vast, unforgiving ocean stretching before them. But it is a long voyage, and we must assume we are hunted. The reality of their situation, fugitives on a long, perilous voyage, pursued by enemies both known and unknown, settled upon Sophia with renewed force. Yet standing here on the storm-tossed deck, beside the man she had chosen, watching the gray dawn break uncertainly over the turbulent sea, she felt strangely anchored. The tempest raged around them. The future was a terrifying blank chart, but the solid deck beneath her feet, the shared struggle, the undeniable connection with Dmitri, these felt real, tangible. This was her anchor now, found not in a safe harbor, but here, in the very heart of the storm. She met Dmitri's gaze, a silent promise passing between them. They would face the currents, together. Chapter 16, Unearthing Bitter Roots. The storm, having spent its initial fury, settled into a sullen, exhausted state, much like the crew of the Ariadne. The wind still blew with relentless force, whipping spray across the decks, and the sea remained a treacherous landscape of high, rolling swells that tossed the ship like a piece of driftwood. But the apocalyptic violence had subsided, replaced by the grinding monotony of survival against a hostile ocean. Day bled into gray, indistinguishable day under a perpetually overcast sky. Land was a forgotten memory, the horizon an unbroken circle of turbulent gray water. For Sophia, life contracted to the swaying confines of Dmitri's small cabin and brief, bracing excursions onto the wet, windswept deck. The initial shock and terror began to recede, replaced by a gnawing discomfort and a profound sense of dislocation. Every aspect of shipboard existence was an assault on senses accustomed to refinement and order. The constant, unpredictable motion made even simple tasks difficult, leaving her perpetually slightly nauseous and occasionally bruised from being thrown against bulkheads. The air below deck was thick, a miasma of unwashed bodies, stale food, bilge water, and tar that clung to her clothes, her hair, her very skin. The food, mostly hardtack, salted meat of questionable origin, and watery gruel, was monotonous and barely palatable, a stark contrast to Consuela's carefully prepared meals. Sleep remained elusive, snatched in brief, uneasy spells in the narrow bunk, the groaning of the ship's timbers and the rush of water against the hull, a constant reminder of their precarious existence. She saw Dmitri only sporadically. As second mate, his duties were endless, especially now, navigating treacherous waters while potentially evading pursuit. He would appear briefly, usually exhausted, his face etched with fatigue and the strain of command, bringing her food, checking on her welfare, his eyes conveying a mixture of concern and the preoccupied intensity of a man juggling immense responsibilities. Their conversations were brief, functional, snatched moments amidst the demanding rhythm of the ship. The raw intimacy forged in the heart of the storm seemed to have retreated, overshadowed by the harsh realities of their situation. Yet in those brief encounters, Sophia clung to the connection, the unspoken understanding that flowed between them. His presence, however fleeting, was her anchor in this alien world. She saw the respect, albeit grudging, he commanded from the crew, the quiet competence with which he handled crises, repairing storm-damaged rigging, rationing dwindling freshwater supplies, navigating by instinct and experience under the perpetually obscured sky. He was a man forged by the sea, hardened but not broken, carrying his burdens with a weary resilience she found herself admiring more each day. Feeling increasingly useless, a mere passenger consuming precious resources, Sophia sought ways to contribute, however small. She couldn't haul ropes or climb rigging, but she could mend. Armed with the needle and thread procured from the ship's meager stores, likely courtesy of Dimitri's intervention, she began repairing torn sails and clothes for the crew, working quietly in her cabin or, when the weather permitted brief spells of weak sunshine, finding a sheltered corner on deck. Her presence remained an anomaly, a source of curiosity and, from some quarters, palpable resentment. The sailors, a rough mix of Greeks, Italians, and a few other Mediterranean nationalities, mostly ignored her, their conversations falling silent when she approached, their eyes sliding past her. They were bound by their shared life, their shared dangers, their loyalty to the ship and each other. She was an outsider, a woman of a different class, inexplicably thrown amongst them, potentially endangering them further. She understood their suspicion. Hadn't her arrival coincided with their hasty, dangerous flight from Monterey? Wasn't she the reason their second mate seemed distracted? His legendary focus occasionally softened by concern for her? One afternoon, mending a tear in a young sailor's canvas jacket on deck, she overheard snippets of conversation between two older Greeks lounging nearby, their voices low but carrying on the wind. They spoke in their own tongue, but Dmitri had been teaching her a few essential words and phrases, and she caught enough words like Ainsworth, San Francisco, sheriff, mingled with Dimitri's name and gestures towards her to understand they were discussing her. Speculating about her relationship with Dmitri, the trouble she represented. One spat contemptuously over the rail, his meaning clear even without translation. Sophia's cheeks burned, but she kept her head down, concentrating fiercely on her stitching, refusing to give them the satisfaction of seeing her react. Dmitri appeared on deck shortly after, his gaze immediately finding her. He must have sensed the tension or perhaps overheard the tail end of the conversation because his expression hardened as he looked towards the two sailors. He spoke sharply to them in Greek, his voice low but carrying unmistakable authority. They fell silent, looking sullen, and quickly found tasks elsewhere. Dmitri walked over to Sophia, his brow furrowed. "Are you all right?" I'm fine, she lied, folding the mended jacket carefully. Just keeping busy? He crouched beside her, his gaze searching hers. Do not mind them, Sophia. Sailors talk. Life at sea is hard. It breeds suspicion. They blame me, don't they? She asked quietly, finally voicing the fear. For having to run? For the danger? He sighed, running a hand through his wind-tangled hair. Some might. It is easier to blame the newcomer than the circumstances or the choices of their officers. He looked out at the endless gray sea. This life, it demands loyalty to the ship first. Anything that threatens the ship or the voyage is seen as problematic. Am I problematic, Dmitri? She asked, the question hanging heavy between them. He turned back to her, his dark eyes serious, intense. You are unexpected. You are a risk I chose to take, a risk we chose to take. He reached out, his calloused fingers gently touching her cheek, a fleeting gesture of reassurance. But you are not a problem, Sophia. Not to me. The moment was broken by a call from the lookout. Dimitri's attention snapped away, his focus instantly returning to the ship's business. He gave her a quick nod and strode towards the bow, leaving Sophia alone with the weight of the crew's resentment and the complexity of her position. She was here by her own choice, yes, but also by his. His decision to bring her aboard, to protect her, had consequences for everyone on the Ariadne. Later that evening, the sea having calmed slightly into long, rolling swells, Dmitri found her again. He brought her a bowl of stew, thicker, more palatable than usual, perhaps pilfered from the captain's private stores, and sat with her in the cramped cabin while she ate. The silence stretched between them, comfortable yet charged with unspoken thoughts. Sophia, emboldened by his earlier defense of her, and driven by the need to understand the shadows that clung to him, finally dared to voice the questions that had haunted her since the cove. Dmitri, she began hesitantly, setting the empty bowl aside. You spoke of ghosts, of accusations, of battles back home. She looked at him earnestly. The men pursuing you, the warrants. What truly happened? What are these bitter roots you carry? Dmitri stiffened almost imperceptibly. He looked away, his gaze fixed on the rough wooden bulkhead, his jaw tight. The easy camaraderie of moments before evaporated, replaced by a familiar guardedness. He ran a hand over his face, the gesture weary, heavy with reluctance. It is not a story for ears like yours, Sophia, he said finally, his voice low, rough. It is old, ugly business, best left buried. But it's not buried, is it? She persisted gently, refusing to be deterred. It followed you across the ocean. It forced us to flee into a storm. It shapes who you are. She reached out, placing her hand over his where it rested on the small table. I chose this path with you, Dmitri. I deserve to know the truth, not rumors overheard on deck, but the truth from you. How can I stand beside you if I don't understand the ground we stand upon? He looked down at their joined hands, then slowly met her gaze. He saw the quiet determination in her eyes, the unwavering steadiness that belied the delicate features he'd first noticed. He saw the woman who had walked into a storm for him, who mended sailors' jackets without complaint, who faced the crew's suspicion with quiet dignity. She wasn't the fragile creature he'd initially sought to protect. She was strong, resilient, demanding honesty, not as a right, but as a necessity for the bond between them. He sighed again, a deep, ragged sound that seemed torn from his very soul. Very well, Sophia, he murmured, withdrawing his hand, creating a small distance between them as if needing space to confront the memories. He stared down at his own calloused hands, turning them over slowly, as if seeing the past imprinted there. My family, he began, his voice quiet, strained, comes from Mani, a harsh land in southern Greece, a place of stone towers, blood feuds, and fierce independence. For generations, we were sailors, traders, sometimes less reputable things when necessity demanded. Survival in such places, it breeds hard men, hard choices. He paused, gathering his thoughts, the memories clearly painful. There was another family, the Callis clan. Powerful, ruthless, an old rivalry existed between us, simmering for years over land, shipping routes, insults real and imagined. It escalated when my younger sister, Eleni. His voice broke slightly, the first crack in his formidable control. He cleared his throat, continuing huskily. She caught the eye of the eldest Callis son, a cruel, arrogant man. She refused him. He did not take refusal well. Sophia listened intently, her heart aching at the pain she saw flicker in his eyes. There was an incident, Dmitri continued, his words clipped, precise as if recounting facts from a ship's log rather than personal tragedy. An accident while Eleni was riding near their lands. She was badly injured, crippled, his hands clenched into fists on the table. We knew it was no accident. Everyone knew. But the Callis family had influence. Witnesses were intimidated. Officials were bought. There was no justice to be found through the law. He looked up, his eyes burning with a cold fire Sophia hadn't seen before. In Mani, when the law fails, old ways prevail. An eye for an eye. Blood demands blood. My father, my uncles, they prepared for retribution. I was young, hot-headed, skilled with ships and other things. He didn't elaborate on the other things. I led the raiding party against the Callis shipping interests. We intended to seize cargo, to inflict financial ruin, to send a message. He stopped, swallowing hard, but it went wrong. Terribly wrong. There was resistance. Shots were fired in the confusion, in the darkness. Men died on both sides. He closed his eyes briefly, the memory clearly agonizing, including the callous son who had harmed Eleni, and one of my own cousins. Silence filled the small cabin, broken only by the creak of timbers and the distant rush of water. Sophia felt a chill despite the closeness of the air. Violence, death, vendetta. This was the reality behind the guarded eyes, the tightly controlled emotions. The authorities, Dmitri continued, his voice flat, devoid of emotion now, called it piracy and murder. The Callis family, fueled by grief and rage, used all their wealth and influence to paint me as the sole villain, the bloodthirsty leader. They put a price on my head, pursued me relentlessly. My family urged me to flee, to escape Greece, before the Callis clan or the corrupt officials caught me. My father, his voice thickened again, said my survival was the only victory left to us. So you fled, Sophia whispered, understanding the haunted look she often saw in his eyes, the reason he stared so intently at the horizon. I fled, he confirmed, meeting her gaze again, his eyes filled with a weary resignation. Signed onto any ship heading west, learned new languages, took a new name for a time, eventually ended up on the Ariadne. The captain, he asks few questions, as long as a man does his job. But the Callis family's reach is long. Their hatred hasn't faded. They hired men, agents, like the ones you saw in Monterey. They offer rewards, twist the law, use extradition treaties meant for common criminals to settle their blood feud. The warrants the sheriff held, they were likely based on Callis accusations, fueled by Callis gold. He leaned forward, his expression intense, searching her face. So now you know, Sophia. The bitter roots. I am a man hunted for deaths I did not directly cause, yet bear responsibility for. A man whose past is soaked in violence and grief. A man who can offer you nothing but a life on the run, looking over his shoulder, trusting few, anchored nowhere. He slumped back slightly, the confession seeming to drain the last of his energy. Is this the shore you truly want? Sophia sat in silence, absorbing the weight of his story. It was brutal, harsh, steeped in a cycle of violence and retribution utterly foreign to her own sheltered upbringing. Yet beneath the stark facts, she saw the deeper tragedy, the love for his sister, the loyalty to his family, the impossible choices faced in a lawless situation, the crushing burden of guilt and regret he carried. He wasn't a cold-blooded killer, but a man shaped, and perhaps broken, by a violent past he couldn't escape. Her choice in the cove hadn't been based on ignorance. She had sensed the darkness in him, the danger. His confession didn't fundamentally change that, but it gave it context, depth, humanity. It made the risks clearer, starker, but it also deepened her empathy, her understanding of the man himself. Slowly, she reached across the small space separating them again, not to touch him this time, but simply to hold his gaze, her own eyes filled with a compassion that surprised her with its strength. "Thank you for telling me, Dmitri," she said softly, her voice unwavering. "It must have been difficult." He looked startled, as if expecting judgment, condemnation, fear. He saw none of it in her eyes. You are not afraid?" he asked, his voice rough with disbelief. "I am afraid for you," she clarified. "Afraid of the danger, of the men who hunt you, but I am not afraid of you." She hesitated, then added quietly, "The roots may be bitter, Dmitri, but the tree still stands. Strong, resilient." A flicker of profound emotion, gratitude, wonder, perhaps even hope, crossed his face before the mask of weary control slipped back into place. He nodded slowly, seeming unable to speak for a moment. Just as a fragile understanding seemed to settle between them, a sharp cry echoed from the deck above. "Sail ho!" Dmitri was on his feet instantly. The second mate once again alert, tense. "Stay here," he commanded, already moving towards the door. He paused, turning back to look at her, his eyes holding a new depth, a silent acknowledgement of the trust offered and received. Then he was gone, plunging back into the demands of their precarious existence, leaving Sophia alone in the swaying cabin, the echo of the lookout's cry hanging in the air like a premonition. The bitter roots had been unearthed, but the threat from the present was closing in, reminding them both that survival, let alone anything more, remained anchored in the tempest. Chapter 17. The Dividing Line. The cry of "Sail ho!" sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through the weary Ariadne. After days of battling the relentless sea and the ghosts of the past, the sudden appearance of another vessel on the vast empty ocean felt like a physical blow, instantly sharpening every sense, ratcheting the tension aboard to an almost unbearable pitch. Sophia, alone in the cabin, heard the urgent thud of boots on the deck above, the sharp command shouted in Greek, the sudden purposeful energy replacing the monotonous rhythm of the voyage. Was it salvation or pursuit? Dmitri didn't return immediately. Sophia waited, her heart pounding, straining to decipher the sounds from above, her imagination painting terrifying scenarios. Was it a warship, a faster merchantman chartered by the Callis family or American authorities? or simply an innocent vessel unfortunate enough to cross their path. The uncertainty was agonizing. She paced the tiny cabin, gripping the edge of the bolted table for balance as the ship continued its heavy rolling motion. The unearthed bitterness of Dimitri's past intertwining with the immediate, tangible threat on the horizon. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the door burst open and Dimitri appeared, his face grim, his eyes scanning the cabin quickly before landing on her. "Come on deck, Sophia," he said curtly, his voice tight with urgency. "But stay hidden. Keep out of sight near the stern deckhouse. I want you to see but not be seen." His command brooked no argument. There was a new hard edge to his demeanor, the commander facing imminent danger. Sophia nodded, pulling her borrowed shawl tighter, and followed him quickly up the companionway ladder. The scene on deck confirmed her fears. The sky remained overcast, the sea a choppy, gray-green expanse. But the wind had eased further, allowing for slightly better visibility. And there, perhaps 2 miles off their starboard quarter, was another ship. A sleek, three-masted vessel, sails catching the wind efficiently, clearly faster and more maneuverable than the heavily laden Ariadne. It wasn't flying any recognizable flag, but its profile looked unnervingly familiar, lean, purposeful, potentially American-built, though not naval, a pursuit vessel. Sailors lined the rail of the Ariadne, staring grimly at the approaching ship, their earlier resentment toward Sophia forgotten in the face of this shared threat. The captain stood near the helm, spyglass pressed to his eye, conferring in low, urgent tones with Dimitri. Weapons previously stowed were subtly appearing cutlasses strapped to belts, a few muskets leaning near the mast, pistols tucked into sashes. The atmosphere crackled with a lethal tension. "Can we outrun them?" Sophia whispered, huddling in the spot Dimitri indicated, partially concealed by a stack of lashed water barrels and the corner of the deckhouse. Dimitri shook his head, his eyes never leaving the other ship. "Not in a straight race. She's built for speed. We carry too much cargo, too much weight." He scanned his own ship, the straining rigging, the weary faces of his men. "Our only chance is seamanship and perhaps discouraging pursuit." The way he said it sent a chill down her spine. The other vessel drew closer, relentlessly closing the distance. Through the spray, Sophia could now make out figures on its deck. They looked purposeful. A puff of smoke suddenly billowed from the pursuing ship's bow, followed a second later by the dull boom of a cannon shot, the ball splashing harmlessly into the waves well ahead of the Ariadne. A warning shot, a demand to heave to. A ripple of fear and anger went through the Ariadne's crew. Men gripped their weapons tighter, cursed under their breaths. The captain lowered his spyglass, his face set like stone. He barked an order in Greek. Instead of shortening sail, the men scrambled to shake out another reef, pushing the Ariadne harder, coaxing every knot of speed from her straining timbers. It was an act of defiance. They would not surrender easily. The pursuing ship fired again, this time closer, the cannonball skipping across the waves just off their stern. The message was clear. The next shot would be aimed to cripple. "They mean business," Dimitri muttered, his hand resting instinctively on the hilt of the pistol tucked into his belt. "They're not Sheriff Thompson's men. Too aggressive, too well armed for simple law enforcement." He glanced toward Sophia, his eyes dark with worry. "Likely hired guns, paid by Callis, perhaps, or someone else who wants what we carry, or who wants me." The mention of the cargo reminded Sophia of Arthur's rumors, the fishermen's whispers, the grim-faced men Dmitri had met on the dock. The danger wasn't just about Dmitri's past. It was about the ship itself, its contents, its secrets. The captain shouted another order. 2 small cannons aboard the Ariadne, primarily meant for signaling or warding off pirates in less civilized waters, were loaded and run out, their muzzles aimed defiantly back towards the pursuer. It was a desperate measure, unlikely to inflict serious damage on the faster ship, but it was a signal. They would fight. The tension became almost physical, a palpable weight in the air. Sophia pressed herself flat against the deckhouse, her heart hammering against her ribs. She watched Dmitri move across the deck, checking the readiness of the cannons, speaking quietly to the gun crews. His movements calm, efficient, radiating a competence that steadied the men around him. He glanced back towards her hiding place frequently, his gaze lingering for a fraction of a second, a silent reassurance before returning to the immediate threat. The pursuing ship, perhaps surprised by the Ariadne's defiance, altered course slightly, maneuvering to gain a better firing position. They were close enough now for Sophia to see the hard faces of the men lining its rails, rifles glinting in the gray light. This wasn't a legal interception. It felt like predation, sharks closing in on wounded prey. Suddenly, Dmitri held up a hand, signaling the gun crews to wait. He stared intently at the other vessel, then turned and spoke rapidly to the captain, pointing towards a specific point on the pursuing ship's deck. The captain listened, nodded curtly, and relayed the order. One of the Ariadne's cannons fired, not with a ball, but with a smaller charge, sending a smoking projectile arcing towards the other ship. It wasn't aimed at the hull or rigging, but seemed targeted towards the group of men clustered near the bow. It fell slightly short, exploding with a bright flash and a cloud of acrid smoke just off their side. A non-lethal deterrent, a signal. Sophia watched, bewildered, as a commotion erupted on the deck of the pursuing vessel. Figures scrambled, shouted, then incredibly, the ship began to alter course again, not pressing the attack, but veering away slightly, slowing its pace. It seemed hesitant, confused. What happened? Sophia breathed, daring to peek around the barrels again. Dmitri strode back towards her, his expression still tense, but with a glimmer of something else calculation, perhaps grim satisfaction. A message delivered, he said cryptically. Sometimes the hunter discovers he is also the hunted, or at least that the prey has unexpected allies. Allies? Sophia questioned. Out here? He gave a slight enigmatic smile. The sea is wide, Sophia, and currents run deep. Not all cargo is declared on the manifest. Not all passengers are visible on deck. He didn't elaborate, leaving her to ponder the implications. Was there someone, or something, aboard the Ariadne that the pursuing ship feared? Some hidden leverage, some unexpected threat, revealed by that targeted shot? The other vessel continued to shadow them, maintaining a cautious distance now, seemingly reassessing the situation. The immediate threat of cannon fire receded, but the tension remained. They were still being hunted, their pursuers merely regrouping, perhaps waiting for a better opportunity or for reinforcements. The Ariadne continued her flight southward, pushing through the heavy seas, the brief violent confrontation leaving an uneasy quiet in its wake. As the gray afternoon began to fade towards an equally gray dusk, Dmitri sought Sophia out again. He looked bone-weary, the adrenaline of the confrontation replaced by a deep exhaustion. He leaned against the deckhouse beside her, staring out at their silent, persistent shadow on the horizon. They won't give up easily, he said, his voice low. Whoever they are committed. This voyage, it has become far more dangerous than anticipated. He turned to her, his eyes filled with a profound conflict. Sophia, when we reach a safe port, if we reach one, you must leave the ship. The word struck her like a physical blow. Leave? After everything? After choosing this path, this man? Leave? She echoed, disbelief and hurt mingling in her voice. Dmitri, I chose. I know what you chose, he interrupted gently but firmly, taking her cold hand in his warm ones. You chose me, you chose this current. And for that, I have no words. But I cannot, in good conscience, drag you further into this. He gestured towards the pursuing ship, a dark smudge against the darkening horizon. This is my fight, my past haunting me, tangled with the ship's own secrets. It may end badly, in violence, capture, worse. I will not have your life forfeit because of my choices, my burdens. But my life is forfeit back there, she protested, tears stinging her eyes. There is nothing for me in Monterey. Arthur, my family, they represent a life I cannot bear. Don't you understand? Being here, with you, even in this danger, feels more real, more right than anything I left behind. Sophia, he sighed, his grip tightening on her hands, his expression etched with pain. Being with me means facing this. He nodded towards their shadow. It means potential gunfights, capture by ruthless men, years spent looking over your shoulder, perhaps imprisonment in some foreign hellhole, or worse. Is that the reality you choose? Is the memory of a gilded cage so terrible that you would embrace this? His words were brutal, stripping away any romanticism, forcing her to confront the raw, ugly potential of the path she had chosen. He wasn't pushing her away out of rejection, but out of a desperate, protective love, wanting to shield her from the consequences of his own dangerous existence. It's not just the cage I fled, Dmitri, she whispered, meeting his tortured gaze. It was the emptiness, the silence of my own heart. She clung to his hands. Here, even amidst the fear, the storm, I feel alive. I feel purposeful. She looked around the deck at the vast, indifferent ocean. Perhaps my purpose now is simply to stand with you, not as a burden, but as an anchor of a different kind. He stared at her, speechless for a moment, overwhelmed by the fierce, unwavering loyalty in her eyes. He saw her strength, her resilience, the quiet determination that had carried her through the storm, through the crew's suspicion, through this latest confrontation. She wasn't the naive senorita he'd first met. She was a woman who had looked into the abyss of her own life and chosen to leap, trusting only her heart and the enigmatic sailor who had captured it. He pulled her closer, resting his forehead against hers, the salt spray cool on their skin, the wind whipping strands of hair across their faces. Sophia, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. You are formidable. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if absorbing her strength. But the dividing line, it is sharp, between survival and destruction, between freedom and chains. If you stay, you cross that line with me, irrevocably. Then let us cross it together, she replied softly, firmly. He drew back slightly, looking deep into her eyes, seeing the unshakable resolve there. A decision settled in his own gaze, a relinquishing of his attempt to protect her by pushing her away, replaced by a shared acceptance of their intertwined fate. All right, Sophia, he said, his voice low but steady. Together. We face the currents together. But know this, his expression became deadly serious. If danger comes too close, if capture seems imminent, I will do whatever it takes to see you clear. Whatever it takes. Do you understand? It wasn't a question, but a solemn vow. She understood the implication that his own survival might be secondary to hers in the final reckoning. The weight of his vow was immense, terrifying, yet profoundly moving. She nodded, unable to speak, sealing their pact in the deepening twilight, the shadow of the pursuing ship a constant reminder of the dividing line they had just consciously, irrevocably crossed. The sea ahead was vast, uncertain, fraught with peril, but they would navigate it, anchored only by the desperate, defiant strength of their bond, forged in the heart of the tempest. Chapter 18, Shattered Glass and Broken Trust. The days blurred into a monotonous cycle of gray sky, gray sea, and gnawing tension. The pursuing ship, a persistent predator, remained stubbornly on the horizon, sometimes drawing closer under cover of squalls or fog banks, sometimes falling back, always there, a constant reminder of their precarious existence. Life aboard the Ariadne settled into a weary, watchful rhythm. The initial adrenaline rush following the confrontation had subsided, replaced by the draining fatigue of constant vigilance and the uncertainty of their destination. They sailed relentlessly southward, deeper into the vast, indifferent expanse of the Pacific, leaving American shores and Sophia's old life further behind with every league traversed. Sophia continued her quiet routine, mending clothes and sails, accepting the harsh realities of shipboard life with a stoicism that surprised even herself. The coarse food, the cramped quarters, the constant dampness, the lack of privacy, these discomforts faded into the background against the larger anxieties of their situation. She learned to move with the ship's roll, to brace herself instinctively, to filter the complex symphony of creaking timbers, rushing water, and shouted commands. She learned the names of a few key sails, the basic routines of the watches, absorbing the ship's lifeblood through sheer proximity. Her relationship with the crew remained complex. The open hostility had mostly subsided, replaced by a wary curiosity, or, more often, a studied indifference. Her quiet industry with the needle earned a measure of grudging respect from some. She was pulling her weight, however minimally, not just acting the helpless lady passenger. Consuela's implicit acceptance of her, conveyed through small gestures like an extra piece of fruit, saved from the dwindling stores, or a shared glance of understanding, perhaps smoothed the way slightly. Yet she remained an outsider, the Ginaika, the woman whose presence coincided with danger and flight. She sensed the undercurrents, the whispered conversations that still fell silent when she approached, the burden her presence placed on their second mate. Dmitri remained a pillar of strength on deck, but the strain was beginning to show. The lines around his eyes deepened, his movements driven by a relentless energy that seemed fueled by sheer will rather than adequate rest. He was everywhere conferring with the captain, overseeing repairs, taking his turn at the helm during the worst weather, scrutinizing the pursuing vessel through the spyglass, his gaze hard and calculating. The confession in the cabin had created a new layer between them, a shared knowledge of the bitter roots, a fragile trust built on his painful honesty. Yet, the demands of command and constant threat left little room for the quiet intimacy they had briefly found. Their interactions became stolen moments, brief exchanges snatched on deck between watches or late at night when he brought her food before returning to his duties. He would ask about her welfare, his eyes searching her face with concern, his hand lingering perhaps a moment longer than necessary on her arm. He shared scraps of information, their approximate position, the state of their supplies, his assessment of the pursuer's tactics, treating her not just as someone to protect, but as someone who deserved to understand the reality of their situation. He sometimes spoke quietly of Greece, not the violent past, but fleeting memories of sunlight on olive groves, the taste of his mother's cooking, the sound of bouzouki music drifting across a village square on a summer night. Small, poignant glimpses of the life he had lost, offered like precious, fragile gifts. Sophia treasured these moments, hoarding them against the harshness of their present reality. They were the fragile threads holding her sanity together, reaffirming the connection that had led her to abandon everything. Seeing the man beneath the hardened sailor, the vulnerability beneath the command presence, strengthened her resolve, her belief in the choice she had made. She was beginning to see the shape of a possible future, however distant, however fraught, a life built not on security, but on shared struggle, mutual respect, and the deep, fierce tenderness she saw in his eyes during those rare, unguarded moments. But the ship held other secrets, darker currents running beneath the surface, and Sophia couldn't remain immune to them forever. She began to notice things, furtive conversations between Dmitri and the captain that ceased abruptly when anyone approached. Certain crates below deck, handled with unusual care and secrecy, guarded even from most of the crew. The presence of two silent, watchful men who rarely emerged from a locked cabin near the hold and bore no resemblance to ordinary sailors. These were Dimitri's unexpected allies or passengers not visible on deck, she suspected. Part of the reason the pursuing ship had hesitated. Part of the complexity Dmitri hadn't fully revealed. She overheard arguments, hushed but intense, between Dmitri and some of the senior crew members, words like risk, cargo, payment, and Valparaiso recurring themes. There was dissent simmering below the surface, disagreements about their course, their destination, the nature of the enterprise they were engaged in beyond simply fleeing Dimitri's past. The Ariadne, it became increasingly clear, was more than just a merchant vessel caught in a vendetta. It was a ship sailing on dangerous, possibly illicit, currents of its own. One particularly tense evening, as the pursuing ship seemed to be closing the distance again under cover of gathering dusk, Sophia witnessed an incident that shook her fragile peace to its core. She was on deck, seeking fresh air, huddled near her usual spot by the stern deckhouse. Dmitri was conferring heatedly with the captain and several senior sailors near the mainmast. Their voices were low, urgent, their gestures sharp. Sophia couldn't hear the words, but the tension radiating from the group was palpable. It concerned the pursuing vessel, its relentless proximity, and the dwindling options available to them. Suddenly, one of the sailors, a burly, scarred man named Costas, known for his volatile temper, gestured angrily towards the locked cabin near the hold, then spat out a stream of harsh Greek, his face contorted with fury. Dmitri responded sharply, his voice cutting through the rising wind, his stance instantly commanding. Costas took a step back, but his resentment smoldered. The captain intervened, placing a placating hand on Costas's arm, speaking in low, rapid tones. The argument seemed to subside, but the bitter disagreement hung heavy in the air. Dmitri turned away from the group, his expression thunderous, running a hand through his hair in that familiar gesture of frustration, before striding towards the helm. Later, long after darkness had fallen and Sophia had retreated to the relative quiet of the cabin, the door opened. It wasn't Dmitri this time, but the young sailor whose jacket she had mended, Nico. He looked pale, his eyes wide with fear or shock, glancing nervously down the passageway before slipping inside. "Senorita," he whispered, his voice trembling. He spoke haltingly, in a mixture of basic English and Italian, languages commonly used among the mixed crew. "You must understand. Danger. Not just ship behind." He tapped his chest. "Here, on Ariadne." Sophia's blood ran cold. "What danger, Nico? What happened?" Nico swallowed hard, clearly terrified of being overheard. "Costas, he angry, very angry. He say, second mate risk all, for cargo, for them." He nodded towards the direction of the locked cabin. "He say, better throw cargo overboard. Throw them overboard. Save ship, save crew." Many agree. Throw them overboard the cargo? The secret passengers, the casual brutality of the suggestion horrified Sophia. "But Dmitri wouldn't." Nico shook his head frantically. "Costas, he try. Tonight, gather men, he say, second mate protect cargo more than crew. He say Dmitri make deal with callous men. Let ship follow, lead them to bigger prize in Valparaiso." Sophia stared at him, unable to process the words. Dmitri make a deal with the Callas family, the men hunting him, lead the pursuers, his enemies, to Valparaiso? It made no sense. It was unthinkable. A betrayal so profound, so complete, it defied comprehension. "No," Sophia whispered, shaking her head. "No, Nico, you must be mistaken. Costas is angry, spreading lies. He showed proof," Nico insisted, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. It looked like a fragment torn from a ledger, a shipping document covered in Greek script and numbers. "He find this hidden. Callas name, Valparaiso coordinates, payment schedule." He thrust the paper towards Sophia. "He say, second mate sell us all." Sophia took the paper with trembling hands. She couldn't read the Greek script fluently, but she recognized the Callas name, stark and undeniable amidst the figures. She saw the word Valparaiso, payment, coordinates. It looked damning. Could it be true? Could Dimitri's flight be a charade? Could his warnings, his shared vulnerability, his tenderness towards her all be part of an elaborate, treacherous deception? Was he leading not just the ship, but her into a trap? The bottom dropped out of Sophia's world. The trust she had placed in him, the foundation upon which she had rebuilt her life, shattered like fragile glass dropped onto stone. The man she thought she knew, haunted but honorable, strong but capable of tenderness, dissolved, replaced by the horrifying image of a cold, calculating traitor, sacrificing his crew, sacrificing her, for some unknown gain connected to his sworn enemies. The bitter roots weren't just in his past, they were poisoning the present, twisting everything she thought was real. Nico watched her face, saw the dawning horror, the utter devastation. "Costas say, must act tonight, before Papadakis betray all. Take ship, deal with cargo. You understand, senorita? Big fight coming, inside ship." He backed towards the door, his eyes wide with fear. "Be careful. Trust no one, especially him." He slipped out, leaving Sophia alone in the swaying cabin. The damning piece of paper clutched in her hand, the sound of shattering trust echoing louder than the storm outside. She sank onto the bunk, the ship's motion mirroring the sickening lurch in her soul. Could Nico be right? Was Costas telling the truth, driven by genuine fear of betrayal? Or was Costas himself the traitor, trying to incite mutiny, using forged documents to discredit Dmitri? Who could she believe? The angry, volatile sailor, or the enigmatic man who held her heart, yet whose past and present were demonstrably filled with secrets and violence? She remembered Dmitri's cryptic words after firing the warning shot. Sometimes the hunter discovers he is also the hunted, or at least that the prey has unexpected allies. And not all cargo is declared on the manifest. Not all passengers are visible on deck. It implied complexity, hidden layers, but betrayal, collaboration with his mortal enemies. It felt monstrous, unthinkable. Yet the paper felt real. The callous name was unmistakable, and Dmitri was secretive. He hadn't told her the full truth about the ship's purpose, the cargo, the silent men in the locked cabin. He had confessed his past, yes, but perhaps only the parts that suited his narrative, the parts that elicited sympathy, that forged a bond. Had she been a fool, blinded by her own desperation for escape, her own romantic notions, mistaking danger for depth, intensity for integrity? The thought was agonizing, ripping through the fragile tenderness that had grown between them. The image of his face, earnest and concerned, warped into a manipulative mask. His touch, which had felt like an anchor, now seemed like the careful handling of a possession he intended to barter. The shared moments, the whispered confessions, the promise to face the currents together, had it all been a lie, a performance designed to keep her compliant until they reached Valparaiso and the final betrayal? A cold fury began to replace the initial shock and hurt. Fury at Dmitri, if he had indeed deceived her so cruelly. Fury at herself for being so naive, so trusting, so easily swayed by dark eyes and whispered words in the moonlight. Fury at the wreckage of her life, abandoning everything for a man who might be leading her and everyone else on this ship to destruction. The sound of raised voices, muffled but angry, drifted down the passageway. The internal conflict Nico had warned of was escalating. Costas and his faction might be making their move. A fight aboard the ship, a mutiny while being pursued by an enemy vessel. It was a recipe for disaster. Sophia stood up trembling, but not just from fear. A new resolve hardened within her, cold and sharp as shattered glass. She couldn't simply huddle here, waiting for the outcome, paralyzed by heartbreak and disillusionment. She had to know the truth. She had to confront Dmitri, armed with Nico's warning and the damning piece of paper. She had to look into his eyes and see for herself if the man she had trusted, the man she had risked everything for, was truly capable of such profound betrayal. The dividing line had been crossed, but perhaps not in the way she had thought. Tonight, trust lay shattered, and the path ahead was shrouded in a darkness far deeper than the storm-tossed sea. Chapter 19. Weathering the Gale. Clutching the crumpled piece of paper, Sophia felt a chilling clarity descend upon her, sharp and brittle as ice forming on seawater. The initial shock of Nico's revelation, the sickening sense of betrayal, coalesced into a cold, hard knot of anger and resolve. She wouldn't be a passive victim, swept along by currents of deceit. She had chosen this path, embraced its dangers, and she would face its truths, however ugly. Hiding in the cabin while a potential mutiny brewed, while the man she had trusted might be orchestrating a monstrous betrayal, was unthinkable. She needed answers. She needed to confront Dmitri. Emerging from the cabin, She found the narrow passageway dimly lit and seemingly deserted, yet charged with a palpable tension. The muffled sounds of argument from further down the corridor, near the crew's quarters, had intensified, punctuated by angry shouts and the heavy thud of something falling or being thrown. Fear prickled at the back of her neck, but the icy fury propelled her forward. She moved cautiously, bracing herself against the ship's roll, her borrowed sailor's clothes offering little protection against the sudden chill that seemed to emanate from the heart of the vessel itself. As she neared the main companionway leading up to the deck, she saw a movement in the shadows near the base of the ladder. It was Nico, huddled there, looking terrified. He saw her, and his eyes widened, gesturing frantically for her to go back. Costas, his men, they have knives, he whispered urgently, his voice trembling. They go to find Papadakis. Big trouble, senorita. Go back, hide. Knives, mutiny. The situation was escalating faster than she'd realized. But hiding was no longer an option. If Dmitri was truly innocent, he was in mortal danger. If he was guilty, she still needed to face him, to understand the monstrous depth of his betrayal before Costas's rough justice, or the pursuing ship, claimed them all. Where's Dmitri? She demanded, keeping her voice low but firm. Nico pointed upwards, towards the deck. With Captain near helm, trying to talk sense. Before she could react further, a roar erupted from the crew quarters down the corridor. Heavy footsteps pounded towards them. Costas appeared, his face flushed with rage and cheap rum, brandishing a wicked-looking knife, followed by half a dozen equally grim-faced sailors, similarly armed. They saw Nico, then Sophia, blocking the companionway. Costas snarled something in Greek, lunging towards Nico, clearly intending to silence the young sailor. But Sophia reacted instinctively. Driven by a surge of protective fury, she shoved Nico behind her and stepped directly into Costas's path, holding up the crumpled paper Nico had given her. "Costas! Wait!" she cried out, her voice surprisingly steady, despite the tremor running through her. "What is the meaning of this? Mutiny?" Her unexpected appearance, her direct challenge, seemed to momentarily stun the mutineers. Costas halted, blinking in surprise, his rum-fueled rage momentarily checked by the sight of the Ginaika, standing defiantly before him, holding the very paper he had used to incite his followers. "Get out of the way, woman," he growled, recovering quickly, waving the knife menacingly. "This is ship's business, no concern of yours unless—" His eyes narrowed with drunken suspicion. "You are in league with the traitor Papadakis?" "Traitor?" Sophia challenged, holding his gaze, refusing to show fear, despite the proximity of the blade. "This paper, you claim it proves Dmitri conspires with the Callis family, that he leads our pursuers to us?" "Aye," Costas spat, gesturing wildly with the knife. "Found it myself, hidden. Proof he sells us all for Callis gold. We take the ship now before he sinks us or hands us over." Several of his men muttered agreements, shuffling impatiently, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of fear and bloodlust. Sophia looked from Costas's enraged face to the paper in her hand, then back at the mutineers. Desperation fueled a sudden, reckless gamble. She had to buy time, sow doubt, disrupt their momentum. "And you believe this?" she asked, her voice ringing with feigned scorn. "You trust this scrap of paper over the man who fought beside you? The man who navigated us through the storm? The second mate who warned you of the sheriff's intentions in Monterey?" She crumpled the paper slightly in her fist. "Or perhaps this paper was planted. Perhaps the real traitor is the one who conveniently finds such proof, the one who seeks to divide the crew when we are hunted on the open sea. She fixed her gaze directly on Costas. Who benefits most if this ship falls into chaos, Costas? Who stands to gain control? Her accusation, delivered with unexpected force, struck a chord of uncertainty among Costas's followers. They hesitated, glancing uneasily at each other, then at Costas. Mutiny was a hanging offense. Accusing the wrong man could be fatal. Costas himself seemed taken aback, his drunken confidence momentarily shaken by her direct counterattack. Lies! He roared, though with slightly less conviction. She protects her lover. The traitor bought her silence. He raised his knife again, stepping towards her. But before he could reach her, another figure emerged silently from the shadows behind Sophia. It was one of the two mysterious men from the locked cabin, tall, gaunt, with eyes that seemed ancient and devoid of fear. He moved with a deadly fluid grace, placing himself between Sophia and Costas, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of a sheathed sword Sophia hadn't noticed before. He said nothing, simply fixed Costas with a chilling, unwavering stare. Costas faltered, visibly unnerved by the sudden appearance and unnerving stillness of this man. One of the secretive cargo he had intended to deal with. The other mutineers shuffled backwards, their bravado evaporating in the face of this silent, deadly presence. Taking advantage of the momentary standoff, Sophia spoke again, her voice urgent. There is a ship hunting us, Costas. Our only chance is unity. Go back to your posts. Settle this dispute after the danger has passed. Don't destroy us all with your blind anger. The stalemate hung heavy in the narrow passageway. Costas glared from the silent swordsman to Sophia, his face a mask of fury and indecision. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded on the ladder above. Dmitri appeared at the top, pistol drawn, his face grim, followed closely by the captain and several loyal crew members. Costas! Dmitri's voice cracked like a whip, instantly commanding attention. Drop the knife, stand down your men, now! Seeing Dmitri armed, flanked by the captain and loyalists, and facing the unnerving presence of the swordsman below, Costas's mutinous resolve finally crumbled. His followers melted back towards the crew quarters, eager to disassociate themselves from the failed uprising. Costas hesitated for another moment, his eyes burning with hatred, then slowly, reluctantly, lowered his knife, letting it clatter onto the deck. Take him to the brig, Dmitri ordered curtly to the loyal sailors, his gaze fixed on Costas with cold contempt. Confine his main supporters to quarters under guard. We'll deal with this properly when we are clear of pursuit. He then looked down at Sophia, his expression unreadable, relief, anger, concern, all warring within his eyes. He saw the crumpled paper still clutched in her hand. The immediate crisis of the mutiny was averted, but the poison of suspicion remained. The ship felt fractured, trust shattered. As Costas was led away, sullen and defeated, Dmitri descended the ladder, holstering his pistol. He stopped before Sophia, his gaze intense. The silent swordsman bowed slightly to Dmitri, then melted back into the shadows towards his cabin as discreetly as he had appeared. Are you hurt? Dmitri asked Sophia, his voice low, rough. She shook her head, still trembling slightly from the confrontation. No, just shaken. She held out the crumpled paper. Nico brought me this. Costas claimed it was proof you betrayed us. To the Callas family. The accusation hung raw between them. Dmitri took the paper, his eyes scanning it quickly. A muscle tightened in his jaw, but his expression wasn't one of guilt, but of weary anger and dawning understanding. So, he breathed, crumpling the paper further in his fist. That is how they intended to play it. Divide and conquer. They? Sophia questioned. Not Costas? Costas is a pawn, Dmitri said bitterly. Angry, greedy, easily manipulated. This, he shook the crumpled paper, this has the mark of callous cunning all over it. Planted, twisted, designed to incite mutiny, to turn my own crew against me, to leave the Ariadne crippled and easy prey for our pursuers. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a desperate need for her to believe him. Sophia, you cannot think. After everything. I didn't know what to think, she admitted honestly. The memory of her own agonizing doubt flooding back. The paper, the secrets you still keep about the cargo, the passengers. Costas's certainty. Pain flickered in Dimitri's eyes. Pain that she could doubt him. Pain at the secrets he still couldn't fully share. The cargo, the men Costas wanted to throw overboard. They are political refugees, Sophia. Scholars, poets, dissidents, fleeing the same oppressive regime back home that aligns itself with families like the Callas clan. They carry knowledge, writings deemed dangerous. Getting them safely to Valparaiso, where they have allies, is part of the Ariadne's true purpose on this voyage. It is why we carry certain unmarked crates, why we have unexpected allies. He gestured towards where the swordsman had disappeared. He is their protector, sworn to see them safe. Political refugees, dissidents. Suddenly, the secrecy, the furtive movements, the determination to reach Valparaiso made a different kind of sense. It wasn't about illicit trade or personal gain. It was about sanctuary, about protecting those who fought oppression with words and ideas. And the callous name on the paper? Sophia asked, needing to understand completely. Likely torn from an old shipping ledger, documenting past, legitimate dealings before the feud escalated. Dmitri explained, his voice tight with frustration. Twisted, taken out of context, combined with false coordinates and payment details planted for Costas to discover. A classic callous tactic poisoned the well, turned allies against each other. He looked directly into her eyes. My only deal is to get this ship, its crew, and its passengers, including you, safely away from those who hunt us, all of us. Belief flooded back into Sophia, warm and strong, chasing away the icy grip of suspicion. She saw the truth in his eyes, heard it in the raw conviction of his voice, the exhaustion, the secrecy, the hard choices. They weren't signs of betrayal, but the immense burden of command under impossible circumstances. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her weak-kneed. Dmitri, she began, wanting to apologize for her doubt, but he cut her off gently. No, Sophia. You had every right to question. I have not been fully transparent. Some secrets belong to others, not mine to share freely, even with you. And trust, he sighed heavily. Trust is a fragile thing on a ship like this, especially now. He reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his touch sending a wave of warmth through her. But thank you for facing Costas, for buying us time, for believing me now. The moment of connection was fragile, poignant, an anchor found again amidst the wreckage of the near mutiny. But the danger was far from over. The pursuing ship was still out there. The crew remained divided, morale shattered, and the long voyage to Valparaiso stretched ahead, fraught with uncertainty. What now? Sophia asked, the weight of their situation settling back upon her. Now, Dmitri said, his gaze hardening with renewed resolve, we restore order. We keep watch, and we pray the sea grants us passage. He offered her his arm, not possessively like Arthur, but as an equal, a partner facing the storm together. Come, let's see what the dawn brings. They climbed the ladder back onto the deck, emerging into the first faint gray light of morning. The pursuing ship was still visible, a persistent shadow on the horizon. The Ariadne sailed on, battered but unbroken, her crew weary, her trust fractured, yet still afloat. The gale of the mutiny had been weathered for now, but the larger storm, both literal and figurative, still raged around them. Sophia stood beside Dmitri, facing the uncertain dawn, no longer defined by shattered glass and broken trust, but by a hard-won, fiercely defended belief in the man beside her and in the perilous, unpredictable current they navigated together. Chapter 20, Shadows Closing In. The failed mutiny left deep scars on the Ariadne. While Dmitri had swiftly and decisively restored order, confining Costas and his main conspirators, an undercurrent of unease and fractured loyalty remained. The crew moved about their duties with a sullen obedience, the easy camaraderie replaced by watchful silence and sidelong glances. Every man knew how close they had come to disaster, how easily the simmering resentments could have erupted into bloody chaos, leaving them vulnerable to both the sea and their relentless pursuer. Trust, once shattered, was not easily mended on the isolated high-stakes world of a ship fleeing for its life. Dmitri bore the weight of this fractured command with grim determination. He pushed himself harder than ever, his presence constantly felt on deck, overseeing every detail, his eyes missing nothing. He was fair but firm, demanding discipline, ensuring watches were kept diligently, that repairs were made swiftly, that rations were distributed equitably. Yet Sophia saw the toll it took. The lines of exhaustion deepened around his eyes. His rare smiles became rarer still, replaced by a constant, weary vigilance. He slept even less, often seen pacing the deck late at night, staring out at the dark water, grappling perhaps with the weight of command, the ghosts of his past, and the uncertain future that stretched before them. Their own relationship settled into a new, quieter understanding. The dramatic confrontation and reaffirmation of trust had forged a deeper bond. Yet the harsh realities of their situation allowed little room for tenderness. Sophia continued her mending, her quiet presence a small island of stability amidst the lingering tension. She brought Dmitri food when he forgot to eat, sat with him in silence during brief lulls, offering unspoken support. He, in turn, continued to share snippets of information, treating her as a confidant, valuing her perspective, her unwavering belief in him, a quiet anchor in his own internal storm. He began teaching her more Greek, practical phrases useful for understanding shipboard life, a small gesture of inclusion that meant more than any declaration. The political refugees the cargo Costas had threatened remained mostly unseen, confined to their cabin for their own safety after the mutiny attempt. Sophia occasionally glimpsed the tall, silent swordsman, their protector, moving like a shadow through the ship, his eyes acknowledging her with a flicker of guarded respect after her intervention against Costas. She felt a kinship with these hidden passengers, fellow fugitives seeking sanctuary, their fate intertwined with the Ariadne's perilous voyage. Meanwhile, the pursuing ship remained, a malevolent shadow clinging to their stern. It rarely closed to within firing range now, content to hang back, shadowing their every move, its persistence unnerving. Why wait? What were they planning? Were they simply herding the Ariadne towards a predetermined trap? Or waiting for her to falter, for supplies to run low, for the internal tensions to cripple her? The constant presence wore on the crew's nerves, a psychological warfare as draining as any physical battle. Days turned into weeks. They sailed further south, the weather gradually improving as they left the stormy northern latitudes behind. Patches of blue sky appeared. The sun occasionally broke through the clouds, and the sea settled into long, deep blue swells. Flying fish skipped across the waves, and pods of dolphins sometimes played in their bow wave, brief moments of natural beauty that felt jarringly out of place amidst the constant tension. Their water stores were dangerously low, rations strictly controlled. Scurvy, the dreaded affliction of long voyages, began to manifest subtly among the crew. Bleeding gums, aching joints, a pervasive lethargy that even discipline couldn't fully overcome. Valparaiso, their intended destination, still lay far ahead, across thousands of miles of open ocean. The captain and Dmitri spent hours hunched over charts in the main cabin, debating their course, calculating risks. The pursuing ship forced them onto less favorable routes, burning precious time, consuming dwindling supplies. Hope began to fray around the edges, replaced by a grim endurance. One evening, as a spectacular sunset painted the western sky in fiery hues of orange and crimson, the first truly beautiful sunset Sophia had witnessed since leaving Monterey, Dmitri found her on deck, leaning against the rail, watching the colors fade. He looked utterly spent, his face gaunt, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. He came to stand beside her, following her gaze towards the fading light. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he murmured, his voice low, weary, easy to forget such things exist when you are trapped in the gray. "Yes," Sophia agreed softly. "It almost makes one forget." She trailed off, reluctant to mention the shadow ship, still visible as a distant speck against the darkening eastern horizon. "Almost," Dmitri echoed grimly. He sighed, leaning his forearms on the rail beside her. "Sophia, we cannot maintain this course indefinitely. Supplies are critical. The men are weakening. And our friend back there," he nodded towards the pursuer, "shows no sign of giving up." "What will we do?" she asked, dread coiling in her stomach. "We must risk making landfall sooner than planned," he said, his voice barely audible above the creak of the ship and the sigh of the waves. "There are islands, small, remote archipelagos, scattered across this part of the Pacific, some uninhabited, some home to pearl divers, whalers, castaways, places outside the usual shipping lanes beyond the reach of formal law." He traced an invisible line on the railing. "We believe our pursuers expect us to make for Valparaiso directly. If we can alter course sharply, under cover of darkness, perhaps seek refuge, water, and supplies in one of these islands, we might throw them off our scent. Temporarily, at least." "Is it safe?" Sophia asked. "These islands? Who controls them?" "No one and everyone," Dmitri replied with a faint, wry smile. "They are refuges for the desperate, the forgotten, the hunted. Dangerous in their own way, full of unpredictable characters, but perhaps less dangerous than the alternative." He looked at her, his expression serious. "It is a gamble. Finding a suitable island, finding water, avoiding unwanted attention, and hoping our pursuers don't anticipate the move. It sounds like our only chance." Sophia said quietly, trusting his judgment, his knowledge of the sea and its hidden corners. Perhaps. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping the deck, noting the listless movements of the few sailors on watch. We make the turn tonight. Pray the darkness and a shift in the wind hide our maneuver. He looked back at the sunset, now fading into deep purple and gray. Enjoy the colors while they last, Sophia. The next few days, they may be darker still. That night, under the cloak of a moonless, star-dusted sky, the Ariadne changed course. Sails were trimmed, the helm adjusted, the ship swinging away from its southward trajectory towards the west-southwest, towards the vast, largely uncharted emptiness of the South Pacific, where Dmitri hoped to find temporary sanctuary. The maneuver was executed with practiced silence, the crew moving like ghosts in the darkness, aware of the critical nature of their gamble. Sophia stayed in her cabin, listening to the subtle shift in the ship's rhythm, praying their pursuers wouldn't notice, wouldn't follow. The following days were fraught with a new kind of tension. Had they succeeded? Had they shaken off the shadow? Every dawn, every clearing of a morning mist brought anxious scans of the horizon. For 2 days, the sea remained blessedly empty. A fragile hope began to bloom aboard the Ariadne. Perhaps the gamble had worked. Perhaps they had bought themselves time. The search for land became the crew's consuming focus. Lookouts perched constantly in the rigging, their eyes straining for the smudge of purple on the horizon, the telltale cluster of seabirds, the change in wave patterns that might indicate landfall. Water was rationed even more severely. The specter of dying of thirst on an empty ocean became a more immediate fear than the distant memory of their pursuers. On the 3rd day after changing course, the cry came again from the masthead, but this time it wasn't sail ho, it was land ho. A surge of raw emotion, relief so potent it felt like pain, swept through the ship. Men rushed to the rails, pointing, shouting, their weary faces alight with desperate hope. Sophia joined Dmitri near the bow, peering into the distance. At first she saw nothing but empty sea, but then following Dmitri's pointing finger, she discerned it a low, dark shape, barely distinguishable from the clouds on the far horizon. An island. Is it the right place? She asked, almost afraid to believe it. The charts are unreliable here, Dmitri admitted, studying the shape intently through his spyglass. But the position is roughly correct. It appears volcanic, likely uninhabited or sparsely populated. There should be water if the rains have been kind. His voice held a note of cautious optimism, the first she had heard in weeks. We approach carefully, anchor offshore, send a party ashore to scout for water and potential dangers. As they drew closer throughout the day, the island resolved into a dramatic silhouette of jagged volcanic peaks, lush green slopes plunging down to black sand beaches fringed with palm trees. It looked like paradise, remote and untouched. Yet Dmitri's caution was palpable. Paradise could hide its own perils. They found a sheltered bay on the leeward side, dropping anchor in deep, clear turquoise water. The air drifting from the shore smelled intoxicatingly sweet, laden with the scent of damp earth, unfamiliar flowers, and ripe fruit. The contrast with the stale air of the ship was overwhelming. Dmitri organized the shore party himself, a small group of trusted men, armed, carrying water casks. He hesitated before leaving. Stay aboard, Sophia, he instructed firmly. Keep out of sight. We don't know who or what might be ashore. Nico and a few loyal men will remain on guard here. The captain and I will lead the scouting party. He touched her arm briefly. Wait for my signal. Sophia watched from the deck rail, hidden behind a canvas screen, as the longboat pulled away towards the black sand beach. The island looked tranquil, idyllic, yet a sense of foreboding lingered. This felt too easy. After weeks of relentless pursuit and hardship, could sanctuary truly be found so readily? Hours passed. The sun beat down, hot and intense, after the weeks of gray gloom. The ship swung gently at anchor, the only sounds the creak of timbers and the distant cries of exotic birds from the island's dense jungle interior. The men left on board kept a nervous watch, their eyes scanning both the shoreline and the empty horizon. Suddenly, Nico, who had been staring intently towards the beach through a spyglass, cursed softly in Greek. Sophia hurried to his side. "What is it, Nico? Do you see them?" Nico lowered the glass, his face pale. "Si, señorita. I see smoke." He pointed towards a ridge overlooking the bay, hidden from the ship's direct view by a fold in the hills. A thin, almost invisible, plume of gray smoke drifted lazily upwards against the backdrop of the green jungle. Not a signal fire. Cooking smoke, perhaps? Someone was on the island. Just as the implications of this discovery began to sink in, another, more chilling sight materialized. Rounding the distant headland at the entrance to the bay, moving slowly, cautiously, its sails partially furled, was a ship. Sleek, three-masted, instantly, terrifyingly familiar. Their pursuer. They hadn't shaken them off. The change, of course, had been anticipated, or perhaps luck had simply run out. The shadow had closed in. The Ariadne was anchored, trapped in the bay, her shore party, including Dmitri, separated, potentially walking into an ambush. The fragile hope of sanctuary shattered, replaced by the stark, terrifying reality of the closing trap. The dividing line had been crossed, and the darkness Dmitri had warned of was no longer on the horizon. It was here. Chapter 21, The Last Tide. Panic flared on the deck of the Ariadne like wildfire igniting dry tinder. The sight of the pursuing ship gliding silently into the bay sent waves of fear and desperate urgency through the remaining crew. They were trapped, anchored. Their captain, second mate, and a portion of their best men ashore and unaware of the closing net. Shouted commands, contradictory and laced with panic, echoed across the deck. Some men instinctively reached for weapons. Others stared numbly at the approaching vessel, caught between the desire to fight and the hopelessness of their situation. Nico, though pale and trembling, seemed to regain a semblance of composure, perhaps recalling Dmitri's trust in him. He barked orders, trying to instill some discipline, organizing the men to prepare for a defense they likely couldn't sustain. Sophia watched him, her own fear, a cold fist clenching in her stomach. But her mind raced, focusing not on the ship, but on Dmitri and the shore party. They had walked into a trap. The smoke Nico had spotted wasn't coincidence. The pursuers must have anticipated their need for water, perhaps even known of this island, this bay. They might already be waiting on shore. "Nico!" Sophia grabbed the young sailor's arm, forcing him to look at her. "The shore party! Dmitri, they don't know." Nico's eyes widened further in horror. "Madre de Dios, you are right, they walk into..." He broke off, looking frantically between the approaching ship and the tranquil beach where the longboat had landed hours before. "We have to warn them," Sophia insisted. "A signal, a gunshot." Nico shook his head desperately. "Too late, señorita. They see us. A gunshot now. It tells them where our men are. It brings the devils down on Dmitri faster." He wrung his hands, torn between inaction and potentially fatal action. The pursuing ship continued its slow, deliberate approach, clearly confident, savoring the moment. They made no move to fire, perhaps wanting the Ariadne intact, perhaps waiting for the shore party to be dealt with separately. They dropped anchor efficiently just inside the mouth of the bay, effectively blocking any escape route, their decks lined with armed men. The trap was sprung. Sophia scanned the dense green jungle fringing the beach, searching for any sign of Dmitri or his men, praying they had seen the ship, that they were hiding, regrouping, but there was nothing. Only the silent, watchful jungle, the black sand, the turquoise water, and the two ships locked in a deadly tableau. Suddenly, from the ridge where Nico had spotted the smoke, figures emerged. Not Dimitri's men. These were rough-looking figures, armed with rifles, moving stealthily down the slope towards the beach, towards the place where the Ariadne's longboat lay pulled up on the sand. They were flanking Dimitri's position, cutting off his retreat to the boat. There, Nico gasped, pointing. They trap him! Sophia's heart leaped into her throat. Dmitri, the captain. Their men, caught between the hidden ambushes on shore and the enemy ship in the bay. Hopeless, utterly hopeless. Unless, an idea sparked in Sophia's mind, born of desperation, reckless and perhaps suicidal, but the only chance she could see. Nico, she said urgently, gripping his arm again, her voice low and intense. How many men does Costas have confined below the mutineers? Nico looked at her, bewildered. Costas? Maybe 4, 5 others? Guarded. Why, senorita? Release them, Sophia ordered, her voice ringing with an authority that surprised them both. Senorita, Nico protested, horrified. Release Costas after what he did. He will kill us all. Not if Dmitri lives, Sophia argued fiercely. Costas hates Dmitri, yes, but he hates outsiders more. He hates being hunted, trapped. Offer him a chance to fight them, she gestured towards the pursuing ship. A chance to save his own skin, to save the Ariadne. He's a fighter, Nico. Whatever else he is, appeal to that. Tell him Dmitri needs his strength now. Tell him the callous story was a lie to divide them. Tell him anything. Just get them armed and fighting. Nico stared at her, torn, but seeing the desperate logic in her plan. With the captain and Dmitri ashore, the remaining loyal crew was severely outnumbered by the forces closing in. Costas and his men, however untrustworthy, were hardened fighters. Their only hope lay in presenting a united, defiant front, however brief. It is madness, senorita, Nico whispered, but he nodded grimly. But perhaps it is our only madness left. He turned and ran towards the hatch leading below deck, shouting for the guards. Sophia watched him go, her heart pounding. Would it work? Or would Costas seize the opportunity to take control, slaughter the remaining loyalists, and attempt to bargain with the enemy? It was a terrible gamble, trusting the devil she knew against the devil she didn't. Meanwhile, the enemy ship showed no sign of immediate action, content to wait, letting the trap tighten. Sophia scanned the shore again, desperately searching for Dmitri, and then she saw him. He emerged briefly from the dense jungle edge onto the beach, near the longboat, accompanied by the captain and 2 other sailors. They must have seen the enemy ship, realized their predicament. They looked towards the Ariadne, then back towards the jungle, clearly assessing their impossible situation. Just as they moved towards the longboat, presumably hoping for a desperate dash back to the ship, rifle fire erupted from the ridge above. The ambushers opened fire. One of Dimitri's men cried out and fell. The others scrambled for cover behind the beached longboat, returning fire with pistols, hopelessly outgunned. The battle on the beach had begun. Simultaneously, longboats launched from the enemy ship, packed with armed men, rowing purposefully towards the Ariadne. The final assault was coming. Sophia felt a surge of icy calm amidst the chaos. Her gamble with Costas was their only hope on the ship, but Dmitri was trapped on the beach. She looked around the deck. Near the stern, lashed securely, was the ship's smallest boat, a tiny dinghy barely large enough for two, used for minor repairs or quick trips in calm harbors. An idea, even more reckless than releasing Costas, formed in her mind. Ignoring the shouts and confusion around her, she ran to the dinghy, fumbling with the rope securing it. A loyal sailor, seeing what she intended, rushed over. "Senorita, no! It is suicide! Dmitri needs help!" she cried, working frantically at the knots. "They're trapped! Give me a pistol and help me launch this!" The sailor hesitated, aghast, but her fierce determination swayed him. He quickly checked the priming on a nearby pistol, thrust it into her hand, heavy, cold, terrifyingly unfamiliar, then helped her heave the small dinghy towards the rail. Just then Nico reappeared, breathless. "Costas agrees, senorita. He says he will fight the dogs who trap us, but he demands—" Nico broke off as armed figures erupted from the hatchway behind him, Costas and his men, knives and pistols flashing, their faces grim, but focused now on the external enemy. Costas caught Sophia's eye, a flicker of grudging respect, or perhaps just bewildered calculation, in his gaze before he turned and roared orders, directing his men towards the rails to meet the approaching enemy boats. The fragile, desperate alliance was holding, at least for now. There was no more time. Sophia scrambled into the dinghy as the sailor lowered it precariously over the side. "Tell Dmitri, tell him the tide is turning," she shouted, then began paddling frantically with the small oars, away from the relative safety of the Ariadne, towards the deadly chaos of the beach. Rowing the tiny boat through the choppy water, exposed and vulnerable, was terrifying. Bullets whizzed overhead from the escalating firefight on the Ariadne's deck as Costas and the Loyalists met the boarding party. She ignored it, focusing all her strength, all her will, on reaching the shore, on reaching Dmitri. She saw flashes of gunfire from behind the beached longboat, where he and the captain fought desperately against the ambushes on the ridge. As she neared the shore, bullets from the ridge began kicking up spray around her dinghy. They had spotted her. She rowed harder, zigzagging awkwardly, praying she wouldn't be hit. She grounded the dinghy with a jolt on the black sand, several yards from the longboat, and scrambled out, pistol clutched awkwardly in her hand, sinking slightly into the wet sand. "Dmitri!" she screamed over the gunfire. He whirled around from behind the longboat, his face incredulous, horrified as he saw her. "Sophia, get back, get down!" Rifle fire intensified from the ridge, pinning them down. The captain cursed, clutching his arm where a bullet had grazed him. They were trapped, exposed. Sophia dropped to the sand behind a small volcanic rock, the pistol feeling impossibly heavy, useless in her untrained hands. Dmitri risked a glance towards the Ariadne. The battle there raged, smoke rising, shouts echoing across the water. He saw Costas fighting fiercely at the rail. He saw the enemy boats being repelled, at least for now. Sophia's desperate gamble seemed to be working, but it wouldn't last, and they were still trapped here. He looked back at Sophia, huddled behind the rock, terrified but resolute. Then his gaze swept towards the jungle edge, towards the path leading inland. A sudden, desperate idea seemed to strike him. He shouted something rapid fire in Greek to the captain, who nodded grimly after a moment's hesitation. "Sophia!" Dmitri yelled, crawling towards her rock under the covering fire of the captain and the remaining sailor. "We can't get back to the ship. Not now. Our only chance is inland, into the jungle. Inland. Into the unknown, predator-filled jungle of an alien island, with enemies behind them." It sounded like madness. "But the ship," Sophia protested, glancing back at the Ariadne where the battle still raged. "Nico is there. Costas fights for his own skin now." Dmitri grasped her arm, pulling her up. "They might hold. They might even slip anchor if the enemy is repulsed. But we cannot reach them. Our fight is here. Now run." He half dragged her away from the dubious cover of the rock, towards the dark, menacing wall of the jungle. The captain and the other sailor provided covering fire, then scrambled after them. Bullets whined past, thudding into the sand, kicking up spurts of black grit. They plunged into the dense undergrowth, the sudden transition from open beach to tangled twilight startling. Vines clawed at them, unseen roots tripped them, the air thick with the smell of decay and unknown blossoms. Behind them, they could hear shouts, the sounds of pursuit. They crashed through the jungle, driven by pure adrenaline, Dmitri leading the way, slashing at vines with a knife, pulling Sophia along, his strength seemingly inexhaustible. The captain, wounded but stoic, and the other sailor kept close behind. They ran until their lungs burned, until exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, deeper and deeper into the island's green, suffocating heart. Finally, Dmitri called a halt in a small, hidden clearing near a tumbling waterfall. They collapsed, gasping for breath, listening intently. The sounds of pursuit seemed to have faded, at least for the moment. They were lost, hunted, separated from their ship, their future more uncertain than ever. Dmitri turned to Sophia, his chest heaving, his face streaked with sweat and grime, his eyes filled with a mixture of fierce determination and profound regret. "Sophia," he gasped, reaching for her hand, his grip tight, desperate. "I promised to keep you safe. I failed." Sophia looked back at him, at the wounded captain, the weary sailor, the impenetrable jungle surrounding them. She thought of the battle raging on the ship, the gamble with Costas, the terrifying journey in the dinghy. Safety seemed like a distant, irrelevant concept. She squeezed his hand back, her own resolve hardening. "No, Dmitri," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "You didn't fail. You gave me a choice, and I chose this." She looked around the clearing at the challenges ahead. "The tide turned. We're still here. We're together. Now we weather this gale." He searched her face, seeing not fear or regret, but a strength mirroring his own, a shared commitment forged in the crucible of defiance and danger. He nodded slowly, a flicker of hope returning to his exhausted eyes. The last tide had crashed upon them, scattering them, seemingly destroying everything. But perhaps, just perhaps from the wreckage, something new, something resilient, could still find a way to survive, anchored only by their will, their courage, and the desperate, unbreakable bond between them. The jungle waited, silent and menacing, but they would face it, together. Chapter 22, Scars Washed by the Waves. The frantic energy of the escape ebbed away, leaving behind a crushing exhaustion and the disorienting silence of the jungle clearing. The roar of the waterfall nearby filled the air, a constant white noise that failed to mask the frantic pounding of Sophia's own heart or the ragged gasps of her companions. They had escaped the immediate chaos of the beach, the hail of bullets, but they were far from safe. Lost, hunted, weaponless save for Dimitri's knife and the single pistol Sophia still clutched, its weight unfamiliar and menacing in her hand. Dimitri, recovering his breath faster than the others, despite the exertion, immediately moved to assess their situation. His focus was sharp, pragmatic, the instincts of survival honed by years at sea and likely sharpened by the violent conflicts of his past taking precedence over fear or despair. He knelt beside the captain, whose face was pale and beaded with sweat, his hand clamped tightly around his bleeding arm. The other sailor, a young Greek named Petros, who had been with the shore party, slumped against a tree trunk, his eyes wide with shock, occasionally glancing nervously back towards the dense undergrowth they had crashed through. "Let me see, Captain," Dmitri said quietly, his voice regaining its steady, commanding tone. The captain, a grizzled man named Andros, grunted, but allowed Dmitri to examine the wound. The bullet had torn through the fleshy part of his upper arm, bleeding profusely, but likely missing bone. It was painful, debilitating, but perhaps not immediately life-threatening if infection could be avoided. Sophia watched, feeling a wave of nausea, but forcing herself to stay calm, to observe. This was her reality now. Blood, wounds, the constant threat of violence. "Petros," Dmitri ordered, looking up from the wound. "Water. We need clean water to wash this." He glanced towards the waterfall. "See if you can reach the pool above the main falls. It might be cleaner there. Take Sophia's pistol for protection, but use it only if absolutely necessary. Noise travels." Petros nodded mutely, taking the heavy pistol Sophia offered, his hand trembling slightly. He looked towards the jungle, then back at Dmitri, clearly terrified but obedient. He disappeared into the undergrowth near the waterfall's edge. Dmitri turned back to the captain, then looked at Sophia. "Your shawl, Sophia. Tear strips from it. We need bandages." Without hesitation, Sophia ripped into the fine wool of her shawl, the expensive fabric tearing unevenly. It felt symbolic, another remnant of her old life sacrificed to the demands of this new one. She handed the strips to Dmitri, who began skillfully cleaning the captain's wound with water from their shared canteen, his large hands surprisingly gentle. Captain Andros bore the pain with stoic silence, his jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on the jungle canopy overhead. As Dmitri worked, Sophia surveyed their surroundings more closely. The clearing was small, enclosed by towering trees, draped in thick vines, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and cloyingly sweet, unfamiliar blossoms. Strange bird calls echoed from unseen heights. Insects buzzed persistently. The jungle felt alive, watchful, indifferent to their plight. It offered concealment, but also countless unknown dangers. Snakes, predators, poisonous plants, and somewhere within its green depths, perhaps, the men who had ambushed them on the beach, still searching. Petros returned minutes later, breathless, carrying the canteen refilled with clearer water from the upper pool. He reported seeing no sign of pursuit, but his relief was overshadowed by the lingering fear in his eyes. Dmitri used the fresh water to finish cleaning the wound, then bound it tightly with the strips of Sophia's shawl. "It will have to do for now," he said, helping the captain sit more comfortably against a large moss-covered boulder. "We need to rest, but we cannot stay here long. They will search the island." "The ship?" Captain Andros rasped, his voice weak but his eyes sharp. "Did you see? Dmitri shook his head grimly. The battle was still raging when we fled the beach. Costas, he seemed to be holding the rail, fighting the boarders. But I don't know the outcome, whether they repelled the attack, whether Nico could cut the anchor cable and make a run for it, or whether... He didn't finish the sentence. The possibility that the Ariadne was lost, captured, her crew slaughtered or taken prisoner, hung heavy and unspoken in the humid air. Sophia felt a pang of grief for the ship, for the men aboard, even for Costas, whose desperate fight might have bought them these precious minutes. She thought of Nico's loyalty, Consuela's quiet strength back in Monterey. Had her choices led them all to ruin? The weight of consequence felt immense. Seeing the despair flickering in her eyes, Dmitri moved closer, sitting beside her on a fallen log. We did what we had to, Sophia, he said quietly, his gaze meeting hers. Survival demands difficult choices. Regret is a luxury we cannot afford right now. His hand briefly covered hers where it rested on the log, a silent acknowledgement of their shared burden. They rested for perhaps an hour, the enforced stillness amplifying the sounds of the jungle and the roar of the nearby waterfall. Dmitri posted Petros as a lookout near the edge of the clearing, while he himself seemed incapable of true rest, constantly scanning their surroundings, listening intently, his body coiled with readiness. Sophia tended to the captain as best she could, offering him sips of water, trying to make him comfortable. Her earlier life of needlepoint and tea parties feeling impossibly distant. She felt strangely calm now, the initial panic replaced by a focused awareness, a primal instinct to survive. As the light began to filter differently through the dense canopy, indicating the passage of time towards late afternoon, Dmitri made a decision. We move, he announced quietly. Staying here risks discovery. We need better shelter before nightfall, and we must find a vantage point to observe the bay, to learn the fate of the Ariadne. Getting the wounded captain moving was difficult. He leaned heavily on Dmitri and Petros, his face pale, gritting his teeth against the pain. Their progress through the tangled undergrowth was painfully slow. Every step an effort, every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig setting their nerves on edge. Dmitri moved with quiet expertise, choosing the path, watching for dangers, his senses seemingly magnified by the situation. Sophia followed closely, trying to stay quiet, helping where she could, her admiration for his strength and resilience growing with every step. He was a man stripped down to essentials, now survival, leadership, protection. They climbed steadily upwards, away from the waterfall, seeking higher ground. The air grew slightly cooler, thinner. Finally, after another arduous hour, they reached a rocky outcrop concealed by dense ferns, offering a partial, obscured view down towards the coast. Lying flat, hidden from below, Dmitri cautiously surveyed the bay through the foliage. Sophia crawled up beside him, holding her breath. The bay lay below them, serene now under the late afternoon sun, the turquoise water glittering. But the scene was devastatingly empty. The Ariadne was gone, and so was the pursuing vessel. There was no sign of wreckage, no indication of a final decisive battle, just the empty bay, the black sand beach marked only by the abandoned longboat and the vast indifferent ocean stretching beyond. Gone? Sophia whispered, her voice catching. Both of them? Dmitri lowered his gaze from the empty bay, his expression unreadable, carved from stone. Gone, he confirmed, his voice flat. Whether the Ariadne escaped, perhaps slipping anchor during the fight, or whether she was captured and sailed away, we don't know. He scanned the shoreline intently. No sign of our pursuers searching ashore either. Perhaps they took what they wanted and left, or perhaps he looked back towards the deep jungle behind them. They are still here, hunting. The ambiguity was almost worse than knowing the worst. Was Nico alive? Had Costas survived? Were their enemies still lurking nearby? Or were they truly alone, marooned on this remote island with a wounded man, dwindling hope, and the vast Pacific surrounding them? They found temporary shelter for the night in a shallow cave hidden behind a curtain of vines not far from the outcrop. It was damp, smelling of earth and bats, but it offered concealment. Dmitri built a small, smokeless fire using skills Sophia couldn't fathom, shielding its faint glow deep within the cave. They shared the last of the hardtack and the remaining water. Silence fell, heavy with exhaustion, fear, and the crushing weight of the unknown. Captain Andros, feverish now from his wound, drifted into a restless sleep. Petros huddled near the cave entrance, keeping watch, his youthful face aged by the day's terror. Sophia sat near the fire, watching the small flames dance, the heat barely warding off the damp chill. Dmitri sat opposite her, sharpening his knife slowly, methodically, on a smooth stone, his eyes distant, lost in thoughts she couldn't penetrate. Those refugees, Sophia said softly, breaking the silence, needing to understand, needing to connect with him beyond the immediate crisis. The ones you were protecting. Why was it so important? Worth risking the ship, the crew, everything? Dmitri paused in his methodical sharpening, looking up, his eyes meeting hers across the flickering firelight. Because some things are worth risking everything for, Sophia, he replied, his voice low, intense. Freedom, truth, the right to speak against tyranny, even when it seems hopeless. He set the knife down carefully. The men who hunt me, the Callas family and their allies, they represent more than just a personal vendetta. They are part of the rot, the corruption that stifles Greece, that crushes dissent, the scholars we carried. Their words are weapons against that rot, getting them to safety, allowing their voices to be heard. It was a blow, however small, against the darkness we both fled. He looked into the fire, his expression shadowed. Perhaps it was a fool's errand. Perhaps it cost us everything. But it felt necessary. His words resonated deeply within Sophia. He hadn't just been running from his past, he had been fighting, in his own way, for a future, for ideals that transcended personal survival. Her respect for him deepened, solidifying into something stronger, more profound than the initial fascination or the desperate connection forged in the storm. It wasn't a fool's errand, Dmitri, she said softly but firmly. It was honorable. He looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then a faint, weary smile. Honor is a costly cargo to carry, Sophia. He leaned forward slightly, the firelight catching the lines of exhaustion and the old scar near his temple. Just as costly, perhaps, as the choice you made. He reached across the small fire, his fingers gently tracing the scratches on the back of her hand, souvenirs from their flight through the jungle. These scars, they are the price of defiance. Do you still believe it was worth paying? Sophia looked down at her hand, then back into his eyes, seeing the shared understanding there, the acknowledgement of the physical and emotional wounds they both carried, the memory of the gilded cage, the suffocating emptiness felt like a lifetime ago. This harsh reality, this fear, this uncertainty, it was terrifying, but it was real, and she was facing it beside him. Yes, she whispered, her voice clear, unwavering. The scars are real, Dmitri, but so is the freedom. She turned her hand, lacing her fingers through his across the warmth of the fire. His grip tightened, strong, grounding. They sat in silence, for a long time, hands clasped, the firelight casting dancing shadows on the cave walls, the sounds of the jungle pressing in around them. The future remained a terrifying unknown. Their enemies might still be searching. Survival on the island would be a brutal struggle. The fate of their ship, their comrades, was a gaping wound of uncertainty. Yet in that moment, anchored by the warmth of the small fire and the strength of their clasped hands, a fragile sense of peace settled over Sophia. The storm had stripped everything away, leaving only the essential. They were scarred, yes, battered by the waves of fate and their own choices, but they were alive, together, and perhaps, just perhaps, the cleansing waters of survival might eventually wash away the bitterness, leaving behind something stronger, something tempered by the gale, something worth fighting for. The night was deep. The jungle held its breath, but for the first time the darkness didn't feel entirely like despair. It felt like a beginning. Epilogue. Years passed, measured not by the steady tick of a grandfather clock on a polished mantelpiece, but by the turning of seasons across a wide, restless sea, by the slow weathering of timber under sun and salt, by the deepening lines etched around eyes that had witnessed too much storm, both literal and figurative. The sharp, immediate terror of the island, the frantic escape, the desperate flight these had softened with time, not fading entirely, but settling into the deeper strata of memory, like fossils embedded in rock, shaping the landscape of the present. Sophia stood on a narrow, windswept veranda overlooking a small, secluded cove. Not the cove in Monterey, nor the hidden beach on the volcanic island of their marooning, but another place entirely a small fishing village, clinging precariously to a rugged stretch of coastline far south, where the Andes met the Pacific in a tumble of rock and forest, and the maps often showed only blank spaces. Their home, if such a transient existence could be called home, was a simple cabin built of weathered driftwood and stone, perched above the cove, smelling perpetually of wood smoke, drying seaweed, fish, and the wild, salty air. It bore no resemblance to the gracious adobe house on Alvarado Street, yet here Sophia felt a sense of belonging she had never known there. She was older now, the youthful softness of her face replaced by a quiet strength, her eyes holding the deep, reflective quality of the sea she watched daily. Her hand, no longer accustomed to fine needlepoint, were roughened, capable, skilled in mending nets, tending a small, hardy garden wrested from the rocky soil, preparing simple meals over an open fire. The scars from their flight through the jungle had faded to thin white lines, barely visible, yet she felt them sometimes, reminders of the price paid, the choices made. The pearl ring was long gone, lost sometime during the desperate scramble on the island, or perhaps simply discarded later as a relic of a life that no longer fit. Her finger felt bare, but not empty. Dmitri stood beside her, leaning against the rough-hewn railing, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the gray-blue water met the vast, cloud-strewn sky. Time had silvered the dark hair at his temples, deepened the lines on his face, but the intensity in his eyes remained, softened now by a weary peace, though never entirely free of the watchful alertness of a man who knew shadows could lengthen unexpectedly. He no longer sailed the world on large vessels like the Ariadne. Their life was here, bound to this coast, to a sturdy fishing boat he had built himself, wrestling a living from the sea, trading catches in nearby settlements where questions were few and papers unimportant. They had survived the island. Weeks had stretched into months, a Robinson Crusoe existence demanding every ounce of resilience they possessed. Captain Andros, remarkably, had recovered, nursed back to health by Dimitri's rough knowledge of seamanship and Sophia's surprisingly intuitive care. Young Petros, traumatized but alive, had proven useful in foraging. They had lived off the land and sea, learned the island's rhythms, its hidden dangers, its small gifts. They had faced starvation, illness, the constant fear of discovery, and the gnawing uncertainty about the fate of the Ariadne. Their rescue had been as unexpected as their marooning. A small, independent trading vessel, plying the forgotten routes between remote islands, had sighted their signal fire. Its captain, a grizzled Peruvian who asked no questions and judged no man by his past, had offered them passage south, away from the main shipping lanes, towards the fringes of civilization where they might disappear. He had carried news, gleaned from whispers in distant ports, news that answered some questions while leaving others shrouded in mist. The Ariadne, it was said, had vanished. Some claimed she fought off her attackers after Dimitri's shore party was cut off, slipped her anchor in the ensuing chaos, and fled deeper into the storm, never to be seen again, lost to the sea perhaps, or making her way under a new name to an unknown destination, her cargo of dissidents hopefully delivered. Others whispered she had been captured, her crew imprisoned, or worse, the Callas family finally claiming their vengeance. Costas's fate remained unknown, hero of a desperate defense, or victim of the ship's ultimate demise. Nico, the loyal young sailor, was never heard from again. The ambiguity was a constant ache, a testament to the loose ends in the quiet depths of his eyes and unresolved sorrows that littered the wake of their flight. The fate of the political refugees, the scholars and poets Dmitri had risked so much to protect, remained a poignant, unanswered question, a burden Dmitri carried. The pursuing vessel, the one that had shadowed them so relentlessly, had also reportedly left the island bay empty-handed, thwarted perhaps by the Ariadne's escape or capture, or perhaps recalled by those who had hired it, their quarry, Dmitri, having vanished into the jungle. The threat from the Callas family had receded, not necessarily extinguished, but diluted by distance, time, and the difficulty of hunting a man who had effectively dropped off the map. Yet the shadow remained. Dmitri never truly relaxed his guard, his instincts always alert, the habit of watching, listening, assessing potential threats ingrained too deeply to ever fully disappear. They lived quietly, attracting little attention, their past a carefully guarded secret in a place where many inhabitants preferred not to dwell on origins. Sophia sometimes thought of Monterey, of her mother's tear-streaked face, her father's stern disapproval. Word of her disappearance, her presumed elopement or ruin with the foreign sailor, must have caused a devastating scandal. She imagined the whispers, the pitying glances, the shame her family endured. The guilt was a dull ache, a scar that never fully faded. She had chosen her own life, but the cost to those she left behind weighed upon her. Arthur, she imagined, would have recovered quickly, his pride wounded but his practical nature asserting itself. He would have found another suitable bride, built his secure life in San Francisco, perhaps occasionally wondering with cold disdain what had become of the foolish girl who threw it all away for a dangerous illusion. She felt no regret for leaving him, only a faint, detached pity for the man who could never understand the value of anything that couldn't be measured in profit or propriety. Her life now held none of the comforts or securities she had been raised to expect. Their cabin was simple, sometimes cold. Food depended on the luck of the catch or the success of her garden. Danger was a quiet neighbor, sudden storms that threatened Dimitri's boat, the inherent risks of living on the edge of a wild, untamed land, the lingering possibility that ghosts from the past might somehow find them. Yet amidst the hardship, there was a profound richness, an authenticity she had craved. She found fulfillment in the simple rhythms of their life, the shared labor, the deep connection to the natural world. She learned the language of the sea, the signs of changing weather, the names of constellations in the vast southern sky. She discovered strengths within herself she never knew existed. Resilience, resourcefulness, a quiet courage born not of desperation, but of choice. She was no longer the sheltered Senorita Serrano, but Sophia, a woman who had weathered the gale, inside and out. And there was Dimitri. The enigmatic sailor, the haunted fugitive, had become her partner, her confidant, her anchor. The years had smoothed some of his rough edges, perhaps, allowing the inherent warmth and loyalty beneath the guarded exterior to surface more readily. The fierce intensity remained, but now it was often directed towards her, a deep, unwavering love that needed few words. They had built a life together based not on societal expectations or romantic illusions, but on mutual respect, shared experience, and the hard-won trust forged in the crucible of their escape. Their love was not the easy comfort Arthur had offered, but something wilder, deeper, tested by storms and shadowed by the past, yet enduring, resilient as the coastal cypress clinging to the cliffs. It was a love that acknowledged the scars, the costs, the imperfections, and embraced them as part of the whole. He turned from the railing now, his eyes meeting hers, a faint smile touching his lips. He reached out, his calloused hand gently cupping her cheek, a familiar gesture that still sent a tremor of warmth through her. "The tide is turning," he said softly, his gaze sweeping towards the cove where his fishing boat bobbed on the incoming waves. "Time to check the nets?" Sophia nodded, leaning into his touch for a moment. "I'll heat the stew." A simple exchange, mundane, yet beneath it lay the complex tapestry of their life together. The unspoken understanding, the shared rhythm. He squeezed her hand, then turned and walked down the steep path towards the cove, his figure strong and sure-footed against the rugged landscape. Sophia watched him go, then turned back to look out at the vast Pacific, the source of their livelihood, their isolation, their freedom. The setting sun broke through the clouds, casting a path of molten gold across the restless water. The sea remembered everything, Dmitri had once said. It held the ghosts of the Ariadne, the echoes of pursuit, the memory of the storm that had thrown them together and torn them from their old lives. It held the weight of the past, the uncertainty of the future. She thought of the life she might have had, the elegant rooms, the polite society, the suffocating security. There were days, rare but real, when a phantom ache of regret for that lost ease, that freedom from fear, might surface, but it never lingered long. Because here, on this wild shore, beside the man who carried his own bitter roots, but offered her his whole, complex heart, she had found something infinitely more valuable. She had found herself. The price of defiance had been steep. The scars remained, reminders of the storms weathered, the trust broken and rebuilt, the life irrevocably changed. But the rewards, though unconventional, were profound. The reward of authenticity, the reward of a love that had survived the tempest, the reward of a spirit unbound, finally breathing free air, however wild, however uncertain. The sea breeze lifted strands of her hair, carrying the scent of salt and resilience. She closed her eyes, feeling the sun warm on her face, listening to the timeless rhythm of the waves washing against the shore, washing over the scars, perhaps, but never washing them away entirely. They were part of her story now, part of the strength etched into her soul. The ending wasn't simple, not triumphant in the way the world measured success. It was complex, bittersweet, shadowed, yet undeniably hers. And as the last rays of sunlight faded from the vast unknowable ocean, Sophia knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that she wouldn't trade it. She had weathered the gale and found her anchor, not in placid waters, but right here, in the heart of the enduring storm.